next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic, mensteaclinic.com. Head there every Friday. I'll be heading there tomorrow because I'm out Friday this week. So tomorrow, if you're listening, Men's Tea Clinic, Thursday is the day this week. But I went there 3.5 years ago, and I was not feeling myself, feeling like an old man, quite honestly. And it really doesn't matter. You can start feeling that way when you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. But Men's Tea Clinic tested my blood, came back with plenty of answers for me and a plan of attack to get my quality of life back. For me, it was testosterone level. For some people, it's other things. But they've got a long menu of male wellness treatments at Men's Tea Clinic, and they've got 5 locations around.
Texas Star Grill Shop, 59 in Shepherd. Be there.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We felt that we would have a competitive team. How that manifests itself in terms of wins and losses. I mean, I've said this. I said in the spring when I was asked about it. It doesn't. We have no control over that. That's all we can control is our performance on our attitude on a day-to-day basis. So, the expectation and the focus is on what can we do this week to get better and improve, and then the focus in next week will be what can we do to prepare for a good Carolina team. So, wherever we are at the end of the year, where we're going to end up, we can't control that right now. Nobody has a crystal ball.
All right, that was Nick Caserio, Texans GM, yesterday, talking about the squad. Probably much more fun for Nick to do these press conferences, I would imagine, with an ascending team than it's been the last couple years.
That specific quote was the one that got a lot of people angry in the offseason because, or in training camp, because he had said he doesn't control the record. He said that on our show, I believe, right? And I know a lot of people get angry at that. That right there that's the classic. If you say it and you just won a national championship, it's the most brilliant thing you've ever heard. If you say the exact same thing, but you're coming off of a 3-win season, it's the worst thing anybody's ever heard. And yet they're the exact same philosophy. Like, a lot of that goes back to Nick Saban and worrying more about the process than the outcome. Like basically any sports psychology guru these days will say the same thing. So I feel like Nick almost, at 3-1 in the last 4 games is like, I'm going to double down on this and say, yeah, we don't control the record, we control the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good illustration of just how important winning is. Like, there was not, Seth, you remember, I forget when Stingley re-injured his hamstring. It was after the first or second game. I just don't recall. But that was the topic for the next 3 days. Like, how could you draft this guy who was so injury prone and, oh my God, you should have known and this and that. And they start winning football games. There's not even a question about Derek Stingley Jr. in a 30-minute press conference.
Right, which is still a valid question and concern.
100%.
But it's not on anybody's brain right this moment.
Yeah.
It is weird how quickly Stingley receded into the shadows in terms of being a conversation topic, because I still think the defense could be a lot better if Stingley were back and healthy. It's just, and I really want to see how Stingley performs in this DeMeco Ryans defense.
Me too, man.
More than anything.
Me too.
But but as long as they've been on a relative little, I don't want to call it a winning streak.
They won 3 of 4.
They've won 3 of 4, right? Yeah, compared to they've won as many games already as they won all last year. The needle's pointing up.
Absolutely, absolutely. This was the question. Well, I don't think we have the question on here, but the question that got Nick Caserio, to me, I watched the whole press conference, that got him the most excited. Cody Stutz asked this question about in-season contract extensions, negotiating with guys to extend their deals in season. The list is longer than it's been the last couple of years, I think, of guys that you would consider wanting to keep around on a contract extension.
The list of guys whose contracts are expiring has always been long because Nick signs all these guys to 1- and 2-year deals. Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of guys whose contracts are expiring this year that are very intriguing, yes.
Yeah, they've been good players for the team so far, absolutely. Here was Nick when he was asked about that yesterday.
Matter of fact, DeMeco and I visited this morning, just going through the roster, kind of where we are currently, talking about some players potentially for next year. As long as we have a clearly defined role or what we think the role is going to be, then it's something that we'll look at or do. In the end, you're talking maybe a handful or less of guys that may fit that bill. A lot of it is they just trust in themselves and want to better themselves a little bit, which you have to respect that. So reality is we're probably going to lose some players after the season, might be able to keep some, but we'll just kind of keep moving, focus on 23, but start to have an eye a little bit on 24.
I mean, that was 40 seconds. He talked for about 3 minutes, it felt like, about this topic, about contract extensions in season.
It's and he talked a lot about how it's an individual. There's some GMs that have an ironclad policy. Remember, Rick Smith just refused to renegotiate guys in season. A lot of people say Matt Schaub was in season. It was not. It was decided upon before week 1. It was announced after the first game. That's right. But he talked about how, sometimes the agent comes to the team, sometimes the team goes to the agent, sometimes there's a discrepancy in value. He said a handful or less. In my mind, if I'm going to take that literally, okay, that's 5 or fewer. I think there might be a little bit more latitude there, because if you start with the specialists alone, Kymie Fairbairn, Cam Johnston, John Weeks. They're all done after this year. I think that I don't know what they would do. John Weeks. It feels like okay. They probably just. I don't think either side really worries about it with John Weeks. I think they'll negotiate it in the offseason or what have you. But I don't think they'd be opposed to doing it in season.
No, they've got a wink lifetime contract. I feel like with John Weeks.
So we'll call it. We cross John Weeks off the list just because there's such a good relationship there, I guess, between the team and the player.
Yeah.
That you don't need the in season. But Kymie Fairbairn and Cam Johnston. Both valuable, and they're both expiring this year.
And they're both in the upper crust of their positions in the NFL. Like if I were both of them, I might test the market just to see. I mean, we've seen how kickers have cost teams games recently this year. And Johnston, the difference you pointed out during the break, Seth, the delta between Johnston and the guy who had to replace him when Johnston pulled a calf muscle or whatever it was earlier this year, was stark.
I looked up punter EPA, which is an actual thing, and Ty Zentner. The interim punter was dead last in the league.
A lot of room for improvement.
It's a pretty little graph where there's
his names.
There's a bar graph and he's way off to the left. I ain't no math genius, but I know that's bad. And but if I had to choose between one of those two, I would still go with Fairbairn just because the kickers are more valuable than the punters.
Yeah.
I love Cam Johnston, and I think he's better at his job, but it's kind of like picking between the better brain surgeon versus the better podiatrist, Yeah, no, the Kymie Fairbairn, kickers wind up in situations late in games that either win or lose games for you. I totally understand that. Of the guys, of the regular players, the non-specialists, I would say, Seth, the big ones that could get approached for an in-season contract extension would be the first two names that popped into my head because they're both on rookie deals are Jonathan Grenard, who's in the last year of his deal, and Nico Collins, who's in the third year of his deal, which means he could be extended after this year. And they're kind of mirror images of each other in a way because they've both been productive at times through their first couple. For Grenard, his first 3 seasons. For Nico, his first 2. They both seem to be blossoming here in 2023. Grenard is a year further into things than Nico is, but I think they're in very similar situations in that Grenard is going to be a free agent after this year, but both seem to be coming into their own as players here. Nico especially. I mean, Nico is elite level production right now. And yet there's huge injury concerns with both guys when you extend them. Right.
I think they're very similar situations.
But Nico's also, Nico's, just to be clear, he's not a free agent at the end of the year.
No, I said that. He's absolutely
right, I know. But he wouldn't be they wouldn't do it in season. There's no need to do it in season.
Right, you can't.
Right. So, so between those two, there's not really a decision to be made. Nico would be in the offseason. Yep. But as far as so you're saying him or who?
Who? No, I'm not doing an either or. I'm just saying Nico and Grenard are very similar players.
Grenard. Okay, yeah. Grenard and Dalton Schultz are the first 2 position players that leap to mind.
Okay.
Between Grenard and especially Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz. Though his blocking is still, I feel like Laramie Tunsil's taken flack for a missed Dalton Schultz block. That was Critoriano, I think, that just let somebody
Beck
go. No, but there was also one with a tight end. Also, there was one with Beck. There was also one with a tight end on a run play. I think that Dalton Schultz, I would go ahead and lock him down. I mean, he's becoming that security blanket. I think if you extend that arrow out from the improvement those two between C.J. Stroud and Dalton Schultz have made from week 1 until now, and just the red zone production of Dalton Schultz, the kind of the communication between those two, I think it's going to end up being a really good thing.
Let me throw a few more names at you on the defensive side of the ball. Blake Cashman's a free agent after this year. Are you buying?
They extended him last year, but just for 1 year. Yeah.
Are you buying high on Blake Cashman if you extend him right now, or is this who he is? He's been one of the best linebackers in football, according to Pro Football Focus.
Cashman is. It's an off-ball linebacker, and he's playing very well for D'Amico. But I wonder if the track record isn't going to be great enough to where I think the Texans would want to keep him. But I wonder if Cashman and his agent feel like there's a boatload of money out there somewhere. Yeah. That's where this is one of those tricky ones where Caserio kind of chuckled about it, but he said that, you know, sometimes the agent thinks the player's value is higher than we think it is, and you can't really tell them that. But I could see this being one of those types of situations. I have zero clue, like, what Cashman and his agent think he's worth. If you could lock him down for a few years, I think you could actually – I think right now the Texans might have a better feel for Cashman's value than a lot of other teams out there who are going to look at the Jets version of Cashman and maybe think like, okay, this is a flash in the pan with the Texans. So as long as Cashman doesn't have an exorbitant view of his value, I think that one could get done.
Okay, here's a big one. Because of all the – sniping back and forth. Well, I say sniping back and forth. It was really the player doing most of the sniping. Steven Nelson is a free agent after this year.
Yeah.
He's played really well this year.
I know. Okay,
premium position.
This is another one where I feel like, okay, given the fact that he was willing to insult the general manager when he wanted to get his contract tweaked a little bit, I'm guessing he might have a higher estimation of his value than the Texans do. And that might be one of the ones that they'd love to have him around, but they also feel like do they even want to broach the topic with Steven Nelson, given that he seems to get pretty emotional about these things? I don't know. And yet you end up at the end of the season, if you don't have Steven Nelson and you can't trust Derek Stingley to stay healthy, you're going to take a step backwards. It's a dicey situation, man. And Steven Nelson's at that age, too, where this might be the last time he really gets a genuinely respectable contract
no doubt.
For more than a couple of years.
Yep.
So I see this as one the Texans would love to do, but there will definitely be an impasse. Like, I would say there's a 90% chance there's an impasse over the contract value, and it doesn't get done. I think Cashman can get done because Cashman's still maybe He hasn't had his head or his ego inflated enough just yet by the positive. They got to get him before the positive press gets to him. Once he starts reading his own press clippings about how good he is and everything, then you can forget about it. You got to grab him before his self-esteem gets up there.
So it sounds to me, I'm just reading into what you're saying here, you would prioritize if we're, because there's other names. Shaq Griffin's one that they may approach. That's another one, kind of like they did with Desmond King a couple years ago. Sign him to a few million, bring him back for a few million if he wants to play here, kind of thing, right?
There's a Shaq Griffin available, just as Shaq Griffin was available in the offseason this year.
Yeah, well put. Sheldon
like running backs.
Sheldon Rankins is on a 1-year deal.
I would just again, there's a Sheldon Rankins available, any given year.
Sounds to me like the ones you would prioritize, Seth, if I'm hearing you right. Dalton Schultz, Jonathan Grenard, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
Those would be the three you would.
For in-season extensions.
In-season extensions.
But also, okay, I like the idea of Steven Nelson and Cashman also, Blake Cashman as well. I just don't know if they're going to be able to – I'm trying to put myself in both those guys' shoes, and I feel like both of them should be thinking, all right, I've played well enough that there's more money out there for me in free agency. So unless the Texans give me a really nice deal, I'm probably not going to do it. So it all just comes down to the individual preference there. I think the Texans would like to re-sign both those guys.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they're going to be able to come to a value that makes sense.
Yeah, the guys the names we just rattled off, we rattled off a good 8 or 9 names there. Nick acknowledged it. He's like, yeah, some of these guys aren't going to be back. Like, some of them are going to hit the market, and someone's going to overpay for them. There's a lot of teams that overpay older guys in free agency based on one good year. It happens. That's how you get in cap trouble.
Of those two, I think Nelson had shown to be a good player before. I know he was erratic sometimes with penalties and all of that. I feel like Cashman's the one that's got the most upside, given that it seems like he really clicked in this system with D'Amico. I mean, he did good things for them to extend him last year, but with D'Amico especially, it seems like he still hasn't reached his ceiling yet. So if I had to choose between Nelson and Cashman, I'd probably say, all right, you probably got more upside with Cashman. And he's a younger player.
Yeah, he's the younger player for sure. All right, hey, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at the Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings. That's off of Highway 6, Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings out in Copperfield. Up next, headlines. What are Dusty's adjustments? What are his maneuvers today? Nick Caserio also commented on the Texans' culture shift in 2023. This was an interesting cut. We'll play from him. Also, big signing, at least a big name signing in the NFL that we'll get to. Rockets make a move. Headlines are next.
Bayway.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Astros. They are back at it tonight in Arlington. Rangers up 2-0 in the ALCS. Here was Dusty Baker yesterday. Astros working out up in Arlington. I know we're all thinking about the possibility of the Astros possibly falling down 3-0. You know who's not? Dusty Baker.
You guys play different scenarios, and most of them are negative results. I deal with positive results, and then if the negatives show up, then I'll worry about it when I get there. Again, I am not thinking about being down 3-0. That's the last thing on my mind.
Good. Yeah. You should be thinking about winning one game tonight against the Texas Rangers.
If he got up there and said, I've been thinking about going 0-3 my all night long, guys. Sorry if I'm a little tired. I can't stop thinking about what if we lose this
That'd be
game.
an issue, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's the appropriate mindset.
Yep.
Nor should anybody else be worried about going down 3-0.
No, win tonight. We win tonight, and then we'll figure out Thursday later. It's Christian Javier versus Max Scherzer. I'm kind of glad they're facing Max Scherzer. Scherzer hasn't pitched in a long time. It feels like Scherzer kind of lobbied, from what I was reading, kind of lobbied his way onto the roster a little bit, Well, and Verlander kind of trounced him in the head-to-head matchup between two guys who formerly reportedly didn't get along or see eye to eye. Yeah.
Verlander just destroyed him in terms of performance in that game. So I don't know. Maybe he feels like he's got a little vengeance or something, or he's got an axe to grind. I feel like the Astros need to take advantage of however psychologically unstable Max Scherzer is and pound him into the dirt.
Yes, you've got to jump on him. You got to jump on him early. They've got to jump on him early and get feeling good about themselves instead of just trudging uphill the entire game like they've done the last two games. It probably looks a little better on the scoreboard in terms of, hey, we got some stuff going offensively than it really was. I mean, it's still all Yordan Alvarez for the most part. They got those 4 runs to get back in the game, but Yordan had 2 solo home runs. Bregman had a solo home run. And then with 2 outs, Yordan and Michael Brantley string a couple plate appearances together. I think Yordan walked, and then Brantley doubled, and Yordan made it all the way around from first. So, I know they got back in that game, and people are kind of pointing at that from 30,000 feet going, well, they showed some resiliency, and they did. They got some traffic on the bases at times. But by and large, the runs that they scored was pretty much just, it was three solo home runs and then back-to-back plate, back-to-back walk and double from Yordan and Brantley. It's not like this lineup has extended itself at all 1 through 9 where they've been putting a bunch of rallies together. So hopefully, Seth, they get into this building tonight and they remember how they felt just after Labor Day weekend when they scored 39 runs and the bats come back a little bit, especially Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. No, I do. I feel good about this game. I feel good about these guys versus Scherzer. I feel great about Yordan versus Scherzer. I think that given their success versus Scherzer and how this team has traditionally performed with its back up against the wall or in improbable moments. And it's easy to say, well, okay, it's a different team this year. Yes, it's a different team, but many of the very same key and clutch players. So between Altuve, Kyle Tucker, other guys that haven't been quite themselves, I feel they're due. I've got a very good gut feeling about this game tonight.
All right, let's we'll talk more about the Astros at the top of the hour. Texans, Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday. We just got done talking in the previous segment. He did mention that there could be some in-season contract extensions. They look at every situation. I think that's one thing we've learned about Nick. He's open to pretty much anything. He doesn't have necessarily rules when it comes to this stuff like, say, Rick Smith did in terms of that stuff. Here was Nick Caserio when he was asked just sort of about the change in culture, what's different about the team this year with D'Amico Ryans.
Players came in here in spring with the right mindset, with the right attitude, and I think that's reflective of D'Amico. It's about a mindset, it's about a mentality. D'Amico's talked about it from day one, the swarm mindset and swarm mentality. I think the players have embraced that, probably some more than others. There's some players that probably have some catching up to do in that area, so what happened in the past doesn't really matter.
Okay. That's a zinger right now. That cut, I was just going through the run-of-the-mill listening to Nick's press conference and jotting some notes down, and then ooh, okay. Some are swarming Some are backing the swarm a little more rapidly than others.
Backing the swarm.
Yeah.
There's guys who's got a swarm tattoo.
That's right.
That's their
Take your
test.
shirt off.
Have you? Yeah. Like on Yellowstone, what do? They brand them.
They brand them.
Yeah.
Yes. We need a swarm brand.
If you're a hardcore, it's like if you're going to be in a hardcore fraternity and you get a brand, Yeah. That either a tattoo, a brand, or some sort, a scar. Yeah, like if you cut it into your skin, then we believe that if you cut swarm into your skin,
Right.
then we'll believe that you're all about it.
Get a brand out during training camp. Let's go, Rankins, but I'm only on a 1-year deal. Come on, take your shirt off. Let's go.
If you want, I knew a guy, Kyle Brady. I played with Kyle Brady, and no, I'm sorry. It was a friend of mine from college, Greg Bladorn, who when he was getting recruited, and Boston College was recruiting him. Tom Coughlin was the coach of Boston College.
Yeah.
Coughlin, listen to this psycho stuff that Tom Coughlin pulled on 17-year-old kids. He said, "Yeah, we really like you, but I'm not going to tell you whether or not we're going to offer you a scholarship until you tell me that you're committed to Boston College."
Up. That's jacked, dude.
Craig was like, well, no, I'm not going to do that.
No.
And Bladorn wouldn't have done well under Coughlin.
Dude,
I don't think.
I hated those Boston College teams, and now I hate them even more. Notre Dame played them every year. They were a pain in our ass, man. That's
the stuff Coughlin would pull on you, man. He'd get you alone in his office, and you didn't know which way was up, and all you felt was, you were like, man, I feel like a miserable, selfish jerk here, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to commit to something without understanding whether I'm going to owe $30,000 a year or not in advance.
Right. Oh, my God.
He basically gave him like the timeshare speech. Oh, what, you got to go check with your wife first? Who wears the pants in your family anyway?
Why are you hiring a lawyer? To get out of this timeshare with Tom Coughlin.
I just want to get out of his office, please. Let me out of your office.
All right, Seth. So the big question is, do we recklessly speculate as to who is not swarming enough right now on the Texans?
I think so. I think we should.
Do we need a break to go through the roster? Probably.
Well, you know what I was thinking? I thought I had the right website pulled up, but I don't. Oh, yeah, I do. In terms of like actual snap counts on the season, like who's got a low snap count number that you might have expected to be otherwise?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Would Brevin Jordan be one of those?
Brevin Jordan was swarming the other day. Dude, I was watching some of the cut-ups on JT O'Sullivan's QB school. You know, he plays the plays 50 times each. Brevin Jordan was very, very active in the blocking game, I will say. Like he was putting the effort in blocking on Sunday last week.
Yeah, I don't think he would be one of the ones they're talking about. He just hasn't been as active, hasn't been as heavily involved. He got that nice reception, but I don't think a swarm. You know, with Jordan, a swarm mentality has never been the issue. He's always been eager and willing. It's just a matter of actually getting it executed when it comes to the blocking side of things. In the receiving core in general, I think that most of those guys have latched on to being willing run blockers. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's anybody that I would be surprised if any of those guys were who he was talking about.
Yeah, I'll just say at 30,000 feet from this quote that Nick just gave, that surprised me a little bit. I don't watch this team and notice any glaring issues on game day, at least, of guys not giving, not necessarily giving effort. They obviously have way more access inside the building and at practice than we do, and
I wonder if it almost might even be some of the guys who are on the practice squad right now that aren't on the active roster.
Good point.
The guys, I do feel like there just aren't any glaring things I've seen of guys just flat out not hustling. Like if you talk swarm on offense, I think, okay, wide receivers run blocking, running backs pass blocking. They're not incredible at it or anything, but they're certainly willing. So it's a willingness to do all those things. Maybe offensive line,
Maybe.
It's, sometimes I don't know if guys hold their blocks as long as they could, even when they've got a good down going.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing it's more on the practice squad side of things. Text in your suggestions for who's not adhering to the swarm mentality.
Good call. Hey, let's get these other bullet points into headlines here. Julio Jones signs with the Eagles. That surprised me. I didn't know Julio Jones was still looking to play football, but he is a Philadelphia Eagle. They've got major injury and depth issues at wide receiver right now. So Julio Jones on his fourth team in 4 years. And the Rockets, they dumped Kevin Porter Jr.'s contract on the Oklahoma City Thunder. The cost to the Rockets, stapling 2 second-round picks to Kevin Porter Jr. So Kevin Porter and the Thunder are obviously immediately cutting a check to Kevin Porter Jr. to go the hell away while he deals with his legal issues. Arrested several weeks ago for domestic violence with his girlfriend. So the Rockets, they get out from under the KPJ contract. The cost, second-round picks in like 2027 and 2028. Dude, NBA trades are the most depressing transactions of all the transactions out there.
But they save how much money then?
Like $5.5 million or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
and the Thunder will definitely, they're not going to try to just maybe kind of let it fly under the radar for a little bit and see what happens. They're just getting those picks and sayonara.
Cutting him loose, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. Kevin Porter Jr. no longer here.
Are they depressing? I feel like if you can get into the complexity of it all, I do appreciate the fact that you can be way more creative in NBA trades. You're like, okay, I got a problem. We got to figure a way. It's going to be a 4-team trade. We're going to eat some salary, but we'll get some draft picks. Like, there's so many different ways to get deals done. I kind of enjoy that.
That's not fun for me. Like figuring out all the intricacies of it.
No. I don't like figuring it out.
Yeah.
I just like that you can do it.
You marvel at
it. Don't tell me how you're scratching my itch. Just scratch it, please.
That's right. Astros, they've got to get back in this thing. They're down 2-0 against the Rangers. CBSSports.com had the 4 things they need to do tonight against the Rangers to get back in this, and I think at least one of them is non-negotiable. We will get to that next.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
An Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get into the things the Astros need to do tonight to get back in this series. How do we feel about each of these things that are on the laundry list, the shopping list of things we need for tonight? I'll say this, Seth, as we welcome you back in here, 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. On the studio, in here in our studio on TV, on Get Up, they're playing the highlights of the Phillies beating the Diamondbacks last night, 10-0. The Phillies are up 2-0 in their league championship series in the NLCS over the Cinderella Diamondbacks. So it looks like the Phillies are on their way to possibly getting back to the World Series again. The Astros need to win this thing because I can't deal with a World Series of Texas versus Philadelphia. Because that means one of those two teams is going to win a World Series. And I developed a healthy hatred for the Philadelphia Phillies last year in the
Good job.
6-game odyssey that they experienced with the Astros. And we've got a healthy hatred for the Texas Rangers because we're Houstonians. I can't live in a world where one of these two cities, either Dallas or Philadelphia, is celebrating a world championship. I can't. I won't. I need Arizona to win that series, so I have a potentially, if the Astros do end up coming back against the Rangers, maybe it's an easier putt to get to World Series number 3 for them. B, if the Astros fail to get to the World Series, something I don't want to think about, I need Arizona to win because they're harmless. They just sit out there in Phoenix, and I don't even know if I know of a Diamondbacks fan, let alone an obnoxious Diamondbacks fan.
In either of your scenarios, you need somebody to come back from being down 2-0.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
In a series.
Yeah.
So you're up against some daunting numbers, Sean.
Psychologically, I am, yes.
Yes, you are, yeah. So you could kill two birds, or probably like 18 birds with one stone if the Astros would just go ahead and sweep the rest of not just win, but sweep the rest of the ALCS.
That would be nice.
No, but if not sweep, then to just win it in 7. We'll take that too.
Okay. So how you feeling about these things? CBSSports.com. 4 things the Astros have to do to get back in the ALCS. What's your confidence level on these 4 things? Getting a good start from Javier tonight. What's the Seth Payne confidence meter in Christian Javier tonight?
I feel, confidence meter on a scale of what to what?
1 to 10. Yeah, that's 1 to 10.
8. I feel 8 with Javier. Yeah, I don't, because of postseason history and recent success, I feel like all of Javier's problems that plagued him during the regular season have been temporarily washed away with a combination of adrenaline and playoff experience. Mm-hmm. And it's as simple as that. Doesn't mean that he doesn't have some things to work on or fix, mechanically, or just in terms of maybe rest and recuperation in the offseason. But for right now, for these next couple weeks, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think this is almost non-negotiable. You got to get a good start out of Javier. You got to be feeling good early in the game. And I think going hand in hand with that, Seth, is number 2. Jumping on Max Scherzer early in this game. I know you've got a high confidence level in that. You mentioned that in the first hour of the show.
Yeah, how many runs did he give up?
7.
7 runs. 7 runs in early September.
Yep,
yeah,
in 3 innings. He
against
got shelled.
The Astros.
Yes.
For those of you who might have been on a hiatus or something. Yeah.
Yep. I went into the mode where I felt like it was just you and I talking in a bar right now. Like, not letting you even get the question out. Like 7.
Yeah.
What's your next question?
Yeah, if it had been 7 runs in the month of September, that wouldn't be nearly as bad. Yeah, 7 runs in 3 innings. Did he make it 3 innings?
In 3, it was 3. It was exactly 3 innings. I think he pitched to a few hitters in the 4th. Well, here's the thing. I think he did give up 7 runs in the month of September because he was gone for the month of September after that with the teres major injury that he had there. So he's. I think what you're hoping for is that Max Scherzer's a little rusty, and I think to me the biggest thing about jumping on Scherzer early in this game, Seth, there's so many ripple effects from this. One is that I don't know if there's a cause and effect here. The Astros are just a much better team in 2023 when they score first. They're 63-22 when they score first. They barely win a third of their games when the other team scores first. That's a big sample. So I don't know what the cause is. I don't know what the psychological effect is. I don't know why the bats tend to go to sleep when the other team jumps on them early, but I just know that it happens. That's number 1. Number 2, we got a stretch here where there's 3 days in a row with games. And the Rangers' bullpen has pitched way above their head so far in the postseason. The Rangers' bullpen is due for a shellacking or two here. And if you get into that bullpen early, You're talking about 3 straight days here of baseball games.
They didn't pitch so great just in game 2.
Correct.
They've already started to crack at the seams somewhat.
Yes.
And that is, like, especially if Scherzer, if they get into the bullpen early tonight, if they can pounce on Scherzer, who's old and not that healthy, and perhaps psychologically, on edge after the last time the Astros destroyed him, then you get into that bullpen early in a 3-night series. Yes, I feel good about that. I feel very good about that.
Yeah, I feel like the Javier one is the non-negotiable one. Like, they've got to get a good start from Christian Javier. I feel like the most important one is jumping on Scherzer early because of what it means for this game and potentially games 4 and 5. Like, that's the one. That's the one, if you get on Scherzer early, that could help you win multiple games in this series.
Yeah.
Because of the bullpen.
And it's weird because we've had to adjust our psychology as fans of the Astros, where you went in with certain expectations of the pitching staff in the preseason, and those just got dashed against the rocks to an extreme degree. If the Astros are going to, I have kind of preemptively, Sean, restored my confidence in the Astros. They have not restored my confidence in their pitching staff. I have restored it because of this. Yes, Javier has pitched better. Yes, Urquidy has pitched a lot more like what we expected of him. Framber is Framber, the old Framber, unfortunately. But if they're going to make it through this series, it has to be with a pitching staff that performs a lot like they did in the last World Series. Yeah. So yeah, they're going to. It's going to be that they grind down the other team, and when that team has to rely on its relief staff, you just realize, oh wow, they can't keep pace in a 7-game series.
Yeah.
So it absolutely 100% has to be up to Javier and Urquidy to just start grinding that other team's staff into the dirt. This week.
Number 3, 4 things the Astros need to do to get back into the ALCS. Altuve, Tucker, others have to start hitting. Yeah, I mean, I think, especially considering the way Yordan Alvarez is hitting, you've got to get guys on base in front of him. You've got to make sure these swings that he's hitting, I mean, he's just hitting bombs. He's got 6 home runs so far in the postseason. We're not even halfway through sadly, we might be halfway through the ALCS if they don't pull their head out. But we're 2 games into the ALCS. The Astros are 6 games into the postseason. Yordan Alvarez has 6 home runs so far. So I think, if I'm power ranking the guys that need to start getting their swing going here, it's Altuve. Bregman hasn't been great. Tucker. Payne is kind of buried at the bottom of the order, but it does kind of hurt that he was so good last postseason, and he's offensively at least very pedestrian now. To me, Altuve's the key. He's always been the key. Getting Altuve going at the top of the order again would do wonders for this lineup. Putting pressure on, getting Altuve on, and then now Bregman and Yordan and Abreu and Tucker are in at-bats where there's just more game pressure on the pitcher because you've got Altuve on base. They're probably seeing better pitches. So I think of all those Altuve, but they need to hit. How about this for a number, Seth? Yordan Alvarez's playoff OPS is 1701. The rest of the team's playoff OPS is 607.
Whoa, gee.
So the rest of the team is basically Martin Maldonado in the playoffs so far.
Yordan is 3 players. Yordan has been equal to 3 average Astros players in the playoffs.
In the postseason, yeah.
So that's pretty good. That's also, ironically enough, his OPS career versus Max Scherzer.
Yep.
One of our listeners points out, by the way, and this is where Dusty comes in, Scherzer's been ejected twice for sticky substances this year. Remember he got all. It was just rosin. It was an amalgamation of rosin and sweat.
I remember.
Sorry about my perspiration.
I remember.
It's rosin and sweat. That's all it is.
It's an amalgamation of Dianabol and testosterone. Why are you persecuting me?
Why are you? It's just an amalgamation of rosin, sweat, and what was the sticky stuff from a couple years ago?
Spider Tack.
Spider Tack.
Do you still have your Spider Tack?
I don't know. My wife's been on this minimalism kick. She probably got rid of my Spider Tack. It's definitely something I haven't used. You know the old thing, if you haven't used it in a certain amount of time, just get rid of it.
Yeah.
I have yet to find occasion to use my Spider Tack.
I'm disappointed in you.
I didn't know if I was going to play softball this year or not, and if I was going to need some Spider Tack in the slow pitch softball league.
That's funny. Number 4, the last thing on the list here, get better luck. And I think that's one where you go, well, duh. But as you pointed out yesterday, they've had terrible luck. The Astros have these first two games. You know, game one, they're hitting lasers at guys. Game two, the Rangers get 4 runs. You know, granted, some of it was Framber's fault, but the guys getting on base to set the stage for Framber's fielding faux pas.
Yeah,
were hitting
4
nubbers
runs
they were hitting nubbers and flares and bloopers. Like they weren't Jordaning it, you know.
Right. So I mean, that's like obviously you can't control that, but there is that. Even if as a fan, if you want to remember that it's not like the Astros have been getting absolutely drubbed, it's that they've had a little bit of bad luck.
Yep.
You know, the Rangers have been a little bit more lucky. They've been playing great. They're an awesome team. Tip their cap to them, but on the margins of things, the luck has gone to the Rangers side, so hopefully that can tilt back the Astros way a little bit.
The text page is pretty funny, Seth. You and I played a clip from Nick Caserio in Headlines where he was asked about kind of the culture shift with the team this year. Let's just reset here. Here's a short clip from Texans GM Nick Caserio.
Players came in here in the spring with the right mindset, with the right attitude, and I think that's reflective of D'Amico. It's about a mindset, it's about a mentality. D'Amico's talked about it from day one, the swarm mindset and swarm mentality. I think the players have embraced that, probably some more than others. There's some players that probably have some catching up to do in that area, so what happened in the past doesn't really matter.
Okay. So we put it to the text page. Which players have some catching up to do in swarming?
Swarm side.
Backing,
and remember, swarming isn't just rallying to the ball. It's that special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Yeah.
Okay. It's really a horrible acronym. It's better just as the word swarm. I like
awesome.
it. I like it. I like it if you're just talking about, you swarm.
Yeah.
Swarm everywhere. Constant activity wherever you go. I like the mentality. Acronym be damned.
There's some funny ones on the text page. Someone texted in Derek Rivers. Derek Rivers, who's been yo-yoed between the roster and being cut and the practice squad no fewer than what feels like 10 times already this season.
Surprised. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was Derek Rivers, just because they seemingly will do anything and everything to keep him in the organization somehow.
Yep.
Like for some reason they are obsessed with keeping Derek Rivers around.
Davis Mills.
He hasn't done a thing, Sean.
Right.
I haven't seen him,
including swarm apparently.
Yeah, I haven't seen him complete a damn pass.
Hey, man, I was thinking about this as I was reading one of the gushing articles about C.J. Stroud that we've seen over the last week or two, one of the several. Like, everybody, including C.J.'s teammates, everybody's gushing about how awesome he is. Like, they're quoting teammates. They're quoting Robert Woods, like the Tyler Dunn piece where Robert Woods is, like, basically saying, we follow this kid through the gates of hell. He's amazing. He's taken this leadership role. And I feel like Davis Mills is right there. Like, this is the guy who was starting last year, and they were saying all these, not Robert Woods necessarily, but remember the team, like, almost like to an eye-rolling degree, were like backing Davis Mills like he'd been a 10-year vet at that point.
Laremy Tunsil called him a dog.
A dog, yeah. Like, now Laremy Tunsil.
Dog.
Yeah.
And said it emphatically.
I wonder how Davis feels about all this. Like,
He's a dog.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You just gotta. You can't. Of all people, Davis Mills shouldn't be reading the paper. He's just gotta. You know what this is? I've heard writers say this before. Sometimes, like, the worst thing you can do if you're kind of having trouble getting motivated to write or finish something is to read really good writing, because then you're like, oh crap, I'm never going to be as good as this. So sometimes the best thing to do is to read crappy writing and be like, well, this guy got published. All right, I can do this.
Right.
So I feel like Davis Mills should be watching crappy quarterback play elsewhere.
Mills needs to watch all the Kyle Allen snaps from last year.
Yes. Yeah.
Job,
like, okay,
Davis.
I got this. I got this. The other guy, multiple votes for Christian Harris as a non-swarm team member.
That feels like a serious submission.
Right. No, and it is. I told that guy, he said he's surprised the media hasn't been covering it more. This is the thing. I feel like I was pretty open about this. The first few games, I said, no, the linebackers were not playing well enough. And I still think they have a lot, other than Cashman, they need to continue to get better. But I was going to give the young linebackers, toe-to-toe and Christian Harris, a little bit extra latitude because, A, they're young, and B, they're adjusting to D'Amico's defense, and C, D'Amico has a way with linebackers. He's really helped a lot of guys come along, including, I think, now Blake Cashman. I think the toe-to-toe is making steady progress, and he's getting better from week to week. He's still got a lot of things he's got to clean up, but he's starting to get the feel for the NFL game. Christian Harris, I don't feel like he's on the same trajectory of improvement. I don't know if Swarm, though, is the issue. I guess the reason I wouldn't put him with Swarm is I don't think there's a lack of want to with him. I think that there's a lack of recognition at times, and he's slow to attack because I don't think he recognizes run pass as quickly as they'd like to. I think he has improved in some respects in his pass coverage, but yeah, so it's a dicey scenario. Like if I were a player, I'd rather be accused of like not playing well than not swarming. So like with Christian Harris, like I don't think Swarm is the issue. I think like right now it's just not clicking for him. And then he got the concussion, so I stopped talking about him because I don't know exactly what's going on with him.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. No John McClain today, so make a note. He'll be with us tomorrow on the show. John McClain joins us on Thursday instead of Wednesday. The biggest miss by Texan fans this past offseason, I think, was highlighted yesterday at Nick Casario's press conference. That is next.
Certainly is next.
before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Here was Nick Caserio, Texans GM, yesterday. Asked when did he realize, when did it kind of hit him that D'Amico had this energy and this competitiveness. Here's what the Texans GM had to say.
D'Amico is who he is, and I think that authenticity, from people, like you see that, and players know too. Players see it, players feel it, people around the building feel it. So again, it's important, just whoever you are, just be who you are. Be where your feet are. He's certainly emblematic of that. Can't say enough great things about him and what he's done and what he continues to do, and I think he cares about winning. He's very competitive. That's probably one of the qualities that the two of us share. Like, we're ultra competitive, probably show in our own ways, have, two disparate personalities, but hopefully we complement one another. Again, my job and goal is to support him, the coaching staff, and the people in this building, as much as possible.
Yeah, I think it bears repeating. You were on this early, Seth. You thought when there were a lot of people, I think when D'Amico's name came up, a lot of people thought, well, he's going to want to come in here, and D'Amico's the number one candidate on the market, so he's really got a lot of leverage here as to what he could potentially put in place organizationally, that he may want his guy here or his guy there, his guy as GM or whatever the case may be. I never even came close to getting to that, like quite the opposite. And I know you had said early on, amidst a lot of people saying that it would be that way, that no, you thought that these two guys would actually get along pretty well, that they have a lot in common. Maybe personality-wise they're a little bit different, as Nick highlighted right there.
Yeah.
But the partnership seems to be working out pretty well so far.
No, I do think, honestly, the biggest common variable between those two, other than, guys like being competitive and all that stuff, it's kind of a given with a lot of people in the NFL.
That's the cover charge to do their job.
Right. I do think, the lack of an obsession with extraneous stuff. I think in football, maybe more so than any other sport, people have these stories in their head about the way a football coach is supposed to act, or the things that you're supposed to yell about, or the motivational posters that you're supposed to ascribe to. Like, all this stuff. There's so much drama built up around so much stuff that's just nonsense that it gets super annoying. I think that, and really, a lot of it's just, it's old-fashioned machismo, I guess. And you got to cut away from a lot of that to just get down to the core of, okay, what really matters, and let's focus on that without any of the other stuff. And I think that Nick has that. A lot of guys that come out of New England, honestly, I feel like they say do your job, and they act like that's their motto, but they're actually also wrapped up in a whole lot of other stuff about what they think a football coach is supposed to look like. And they try to be like Bill Belichick without understanding, no, you don't want to emulate Bill Belichick at all. Are you a genius? Okay, no, you're not. So let's just get away from trying to pretend you got Bill Belichick's personality. Belichick is not every, but a lot of the super math nerd geniuses or engineers or whatever you might know, they got some quirks in their personality, but it's offset by being brilliant. If you're not brilliant, my God, and guess what? They're not trying to emulate anybody else's personality. So anyway, I do think they're just both very genuine and just trying to keep the main thing, as CJ always says. So that part I thought made sense. The only other side of it was going to be whether the McNairs themselves, held Caserio responsible for a lot of the Easterby stuff. I know Easterby was here already, but obviously Caserio got here with some heavy influence from Jack Easterby. And sometimes when you clean house of one perceived cancer or issue, it's good to try to cut out all the excess tissue around the tumor too, just to be sure you don't miss any pieces. And I think a lot of people, especially maybe that was what Michael Lombardi was thinking or had heard. People wondered if the McNairs were going to cut away some of that tissue surrounding the tumor and just get rid of Caserio as well.
Yesterday, as was celebrated multiple times on In the Loop, yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of Jack Easterby's departure from the Texans organization.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was the 1-year anniversary yesterday.
I owe him for getting me to start my YouTube channel, because that was a day that I was sitting around in the afternoon. I heard about it, and I was like, oh, I'd like to talk about this. but I hate Twitter, and I'll just go ahead and I had a YouTube channel already, but I had never done live streaming or anything on it. I'd had it for like 7 years and not done a damn thing on it. So I just went on YouTube and started talking. So thank you, Jack Easterby. Thank you for that.
And you know who thanks you? The people who watch your YouTube channel. You do a fine job on there. So
well, thank you, my
good
friend.
job, Easterby. Way to go.
Yeah, he's changing lives, isn't he?
He is a content machine and has been for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I think the other thing, too, is I was watching Nick's press conference yesterday, anytime D'Amico came up, it felt like the tag at the end was, and I'm here to do whatever it is he and the staff need kind of thing. Nick, that he's there to sort of to serve D'Amico. I think probably like the second biggest miss by fans, and I'm not begrudging fans for missing on this, but like I think taking the way that Nick felt he needed to operate during David Culley and maybe in part Lovie Smith, that was somehow going to be the way that he wanted to operate with any head coach they had. I mean, it really felt like Nick was very involved, it felt like, when David Culley was the head coach, in the game day operation and practice and things like that, like how the organization was going to run, probably appropriately so in retrospect. I think that was misconstrued as this is what Nick wants it to be forever. And that's clearly not the case.
The whole thing about the Culley hiring, though, that's okay. That's where it's hard to separate Caserio and Easterby, because I think that Easterby heavily influenced the hiring of David Culley. I think Easterby was a big reason that they ended up hiring Lovie Smith. But not because he directly wanted Lovie Smith. I think that the Texans realized at the last moment, like, whoa, why are we entertaining this Josh McCown nonsense? What the hell's going on? And they had to make a panic move. So that was 2 years of some pretty odd functioning. And it was in a situation where, Caserio was making those moves. And remember, Culley was hired while Deshaun Watson was still in the building and before there was any hint of the scandal yet. So, like, Culley, it wasn't so clear and obvious, like, okay, yeah, we got to hire this guy to just man the ship until things get right. Culley was hired while Deshaun had asked for a trade, but the Deshaun Watson massage situation had not nearly even necessarily emerged or blown up yet. So that still remains one of the curious ones. And again, I think that was also heavily influenced by Jack Easterby, but that was Nick Caserio's weirdest move by far to me. Even if it had been kind of an interim bridge coach, like, you shot way too low on the interim bridge coach.
Of course, yeah.
It was a mess.
I think the healthy thing is to look at all of it and say it all got us here. We went through that. It all got us here. You know what? At the end, we arrived at D'Amico Ryans as the head coach. We've got a quarterback that I think is the envy of about 90% of the league right now, just in terms of where he is age-wise, contract-wise, skill-wise, everything. And so let's ride this and enjoy it for a little while.
Right, okay.
Yeah. That's probably the healthy thing. Hot seats. I'm looking at CBS hot seat rankings right now. There's a couple names on here. I remember when Matt Eberflus and Brandon Staley were names that the Texan fans were hoping we might be able to land as head coach a couple years ago. They're both on the verge of getting fired right now.
Brandon Staley.
Chicago and L.A.
Man, Brandon Staley. Like, I want to like Brandon Staley because he's another guy that I feel like cuts away a lot of the BS. But at the same time, he almost might need to be, because he's kind of a nerdy guy, but he needs to be more like of a psychotic Silicon Valley nerdy type of guy with a bit more of an edge, because he loves to talk with all the buzzwords that people love with modern analytics and everything, which is cool, and I appreciate that. I think that's important to be up to speed on all that stuff. But ultimately, you realize, like, okay, he was a really good defensive coordinator back when he had 4 future Hall of Famers on his defense. That was it's one thing to be really good while you've got a bunch of guys. Like, honestly, it's one thing to do what D'Amico's doing with his defense right now,
no doubt,
versus another when you've got Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, Von Miller. Am I missing one more future Hall of Famer on that Rams defense?
Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald, Von Miller, maybe. I mean, they had a lot of good players outside of those three, too. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Matt Eberflus, they're just going to clean house on him, I think. They're going to wind up with 2 of the top 5 picks in the draft, probably be in position to replace Justin Fields.
Yeah.
The GM will be hailed as a hero for getting 2 top 5 picks, and if he's not, he will do enough interviews with the media that paint him as a hero to where he'll keep his job, and then they'll just clean house and bring in an offensive coach to pair with Caleb Williams. That's what's going to happen.
You know what I got excited about yesterday, Sean? I saw a bad take that was irrationally in favor of the Houston Texans.
Oh, really?
And it was I don't have my it was somebody somebody responding to that little musical rendition of the different quarterbacks from Ohio State.
Oh, the Diary of a Wimpy Kid meme.
Yeah, where they had all the bad singers up, and they showed like Cardale Jones and Justin Fields, and then the kid at the end that was nailing it was C.J. Stroud. That was pretty funny. But one person responded and said, Justin Fields is fine, just a bad head coach and team. If he were in Houston, he'd be balling. Okay. I'm like, yes! Quarterback incubator, Houston, Texas. Everybody knows.
Yep.
Everybody knows that Houston is the place you send a quarterback and he turns to gold, Sean.
Dude.
Gold.
I want to print that tweet, have it engraved, frame it, and send it over to NRG Stadium to hang in the lobby that people can see when they walk into the games every Sunday.
It's the first bad take I've seen from a non-Texans fan that was totally pro-Houston Texans.
You say it's bad. I'm riding with this guy, whoever he is.
That's a hard one because, and honestly, when I started to deconstruct it a little too much, because that's what I do, I thought, well, it is true. I do think he would be better off in Houston, but at the same time, you don't want to take anything away from C.J. Stroud. So it is a blend of both C.J. Stroud and then the situation with Bobby Slowick and D'Amico and the receiver. Remember, Sean, the Texans receiving core is the worst receiving core in the league.
That's what I heard, yeah.
That's what it was. It was like, it's amazing. 2 months ago, it was the worst in the league.
That's what I was told.
And then all of a sudden now, it's like, now people are saying, well, Bryce Young just doesn't have the surrounding cast that C.J. Stroud does.
If Bryce Young had a Nico Collins or a Tank Dell, how would he be doing now?
If Bryce Young had one remaining starter on the offensive line for the first 4 games of his NFL career.
Yeah. Idiots. All right. You know who's disrespecting the Texans? Speaking of the Panthers, the odds makers. I saw this yesterday. I was blown away. Are we too caught up in the Texans Kool-Aid right now? I thought this was disrespect for the Texans yesterday. We'll tell you what it is next.
Oh, disrespect.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a, what is today? Wednesday. I'm all out of sorts because John McClain's not joining us at 8:23 today. He's joining us tomorrow at 8:23, so I'm a little out of sorts. But today is Wednesday, indeed. Seth, odds makers. Sometimes I like these people. Sometimes they can go to hell. And today is one of those days. They can do the latter.
Why, Sean?
Well, it's funny you should ask. The Texans are favored against Carolina. I think that makes sense. You know, Carolina is, by record, the worst team in football. Texans are a -3 favorite against the Carolina Panthers in Carolina.
-3.
-3.
So basically that means that they are dead even as football teams go in people's estimation. You get a 3-point home field advantage.
Well, but the Texans are the road team.
That's on the road. Oh, okay. Wow. You shouldn't feel disrespect.
I shouldn't.
Sean.
Okay.
They feel like the Texans are 3 points better than them, or 6 points better than them. Then, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Carolina sucks, and I think the Texans are way better than 6 points. Seth, this is a lot like the Cleveland and 49ers game. Oh, never mind. That was remember last year, last week, I thought the Niners were going to destroy the Browns, and you're like, not so fast, my friend.
You know the thing about that game is it was just super sloppy, which the 49ers, just real quick, because I know we're talking about the Panthers.
Yeah.
The 49ers were sloppy and had a bunch of penalties, but it was really, really wet. Now, maybe Brock Purdy's big weakness is that he just sucks in bad weather, but it was, at the same time, this is the Houston side of it. I saw Deshaun Watson sitting there in a parka and a ski mask when it wasn't even all that cold out. I mean, it was
October.
And it was, on TV, you really can't tell when it's raining, except in certain angles and shots.
Totally.
When they showed shots where you could tell it was raining hard. The way like it was in Houston a few years ago when Houston was there. It was raining really hard. And all I could think was, man, Deshaun's got to be looking at Brock Purdy look like the worst quarterback on earth in this weather and be wondering just how long it's going to take his rotator cuff to heal. So the weather gets worse from here. I never actually wanted to come here, but they gave me more money than anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will my rotator cuff take long enough to heal for David Mulligetta to get me traded again?
Sean, I don't think you should take that as a slight at all, that the Texans are only favored by 3 on the road. I think that's a pretty healthy margin for two teams that are not, like the Texans are not an offensive juggernaut. And I think they're, you know what, they've shown elements. There's some parts of this team that were way too early in the process to get frustrated by, but I have seen some signs that maybe D'Amico will be your classic defensive-minded head coach. That there's if given the chance, the game plan is going to be, all right, let's keep this thing close. Let's keep it under control. Let's control the ball, which is, I don't have an issue with it. I just know some people do. So, and also because of their because of the way the defense is composed right now, they've run kind of a bend but don't break philosophy much of the time, and I could very much see them doing that versus the Panthers, just trying to force turnovers, play good red zone defense, but a low possession game.
Yeah, I can see that too, and which lends itself to a smaller spread for sure. And especially with a rookie quarterback on the other side that does throw interceptions, unlike the Texans' rookie quarterback who rarely throws an interception. I could absolutely see that. It's funny. I agree with you about D'Amico, Seth, that stylistically that may be who he is. I think he'll be an aggressive head coach within sort of that philosophy of like, hey, look, once we get a lead, we just want to win the game. We want to leave it up to our defense, leave it up to our running game. That, I guess it's an illustration of just how bad the running game is, that he chose to throw the ball twice on their last possession, when if you run it twice, you empty the timeouts that New Orleans has. Like, he essentially, with that decision, let New Orleans keep 2 timeouts when they threw 2 incomplete passes on their last possession, the Texans, with 2.5 minutes to go. So that was a curious decision. Other odds on the board have me feeling a little bit better about the Texans. They're down to 100-1 to win the Super Bowl. Been a long time since the Texans have been down to 100-1 to win the Super Bowl.
I saw one better than that. So, and I know these vary from book to book, but I saw one better than that. And the good thing too is to watch the Panthers, who were curiously high, like I thought curiously high at the beginning of the season for having a rookie quarterback and some obvious talent issues on their offense. But yeah, the Panthers have just plummeted. Plummeted.
How about this? The Texans are second on the odds board to win the AFC South right now. The Texans are a shorter bet, plus 260. You risk 100, you win $260. So basically like 2.5 to 1 and change. They are favored above the Titans and the Colts right now to win the AFC South. The Texans are, and they should be.
Right. I mean, like if you
Jags
just
are the favorite.
Boil it down to. You do the old thing that Sean Pendergast likes to do with his gambling is, okay, let me take a look at the quarterback and the head coach.
Bases.
I think between Vrabel and D'Amico, people probably look at that and the emotional vote is like, okay, this is a wash between these two guys. They both seem like they're cut from the same cloth. Former player, defensive-minded, former defensive player, and kind of like have the leader of men, haver of it designation.
Yes.
Both those guys have that. I feel like D'Amico's a little bit more of like, you know what it is? It's like Leno and Letterman. Where I feel like Vrabel's got a little bit of that kind of cynical sneer side to him, where D'Amico is more the wholesome type. Mm-hmm. So it just neither one's necessarily better than the other, just different personality types. But then you go over to Peterson. If I'm putting Peterson and Lawrence up against D'Amico and Stroud, how am I feeling about that?
No, we win. I think Doug Peterson parts his hair in the middle or close to it. You can't do that. Can't get it. I'm pretty sure he's a part his hair in the middle guy.
That's one thing that is amazing to me is the mullet made a comeback before the middle part ever made a comeback.
Yeah, it's true.
The middle part is so despised and so universally disliked.
I hate pictures of myself with it back when it was actually in style.
Man, I can remember going to Command Performance and having some woman, when you're like, when you're 12 and you got a woman cutting your hair and she like brushes up against you here and there. It's like the most.
Do I?
It's just put more mousse in it. I don't know, whatever can make this thing last longer. This experience, please, just part that right down the middle and start to curl that long hair in the back up.
Lots of rubbing, lots of goopy stuff. Let's go.
So has the middle part ever made a comeback other than ironically?
And I know of.
I think you see it here and there, but it's still somebody just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Like the mustache made a comeback at first ironically, and now for serious.
Kind of back.
People are just growing actual mustaches.
Absolutely.
Not trying to be funny. And the mullet made a comeback. And it's at first ironically and now for serious. But not the middle part.
Nope. Speaking of D'Amico Ryans, third on the odds board to win Coach of the Year, 7-1. Behind only Dan Campbell of the Lions and Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins. Which, I mean, right now I would say those are two teams that can meet in the Super Bowl. I can't believe I'm saying this. It goes to show you, like, you can turn this stuff around pretty damn quickly. These are two teams that were picking in the top 5 on the regular 3 years ago, and now Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel are the two favorites. Not only to win Coach of the Year, they're among the favorites to get to the Super Bowl this year. But D'Amico, third behind those two guys right now.
I wonder if, I think ultimately there's always going to be a bias towards hiring offensive-minded head coaches. I think it could swing back, partly because, part of the problem was Bill Belichick had such a monopoly on the defensive-minded head coaches going to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls that I feel like he squeezed some potential other ones out. Mm-hmm. Like Mike Tomlin, for one. If Bill Belichick didn't exist, I feel like Mike Tomlin would have maybe made another Super Bowl or two. But like I feel like between D'Amico potentially, Vrabel potentially, although Tennessee's got some issues here roster-wise. But Dan Campbell, I'm almost tempted to call Dan Campbell a defensive-minded head coach just because I don't think he's driving one bit of any of the offensive innovation or anything on his team. No. It's like he might as well be a defensive-minded coach because when it comes to operating the entire team, I think he's much more about the motivation and the overall philosophy and drive than he is about the X's and O's on offense. So, you can almost lump him into that same category of, look, you can have a good offense without having an offensive coordinator head coach. Let's say non-offensive coordinator head coaches.
I like
Dan
that.
Campbell's in that bunch.
If you just watch Dan Campbell operate and you said, is that, and people didn't know, and you had to ask him, is that guy an offensive coach or a defensive coach? And you just watch him operate, and you watch him at a press conference like, oh, yeah, defense for sure.
No, you'd say trick question, special teams coordinator.
No, that's true, too. He does act more like a special teams coordinator than anything else.
He's like, he's for
great
sure.
Point.
Yeah, other than his body size. I mean, his body size is the one thing that would give it away. But he also, you're right, though, even by body size, he looks like he used to be a defensive end.
Yes.
He doesn't look like he used to be a tight end. He looks like he used to be a defensive end.
No, he's a big dude. Last couple here. Will Anderson, third on the odds board for Defensive Rookie of the Year, 12-1. Last one. Seth, have you heard the good news? C.J. Stroud, he's the heavy favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Minus 200 right now. You got to risk.
What happened to Bijan?
You got to risk $200 to win a scant 100. That's how strong a favorite C.J. Stroud is. Bijan's third right now behind C.J. and Nakua. Puka Nakua is he's plus 425 though. He's 4-1. C.J. is 1-2 right now to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
I wonder, is Rookie of the Year as heavily slanted towards quarterbacks as like actual MVP of the league is?
No, because it's hard for them to come in. It's easier for running backs to come in and be good as rookies.
Right, but I'm guessing like with all like if things are relatively equal, I guess is what I'm saying. Yes, it's harder for rookies to come in and play well as quarterback, but in years, I mean, it's like in years where there are two. I wonder if the quarterback still wins out.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, it's a good point. Like, Kyler, the last time a quarterback won it was 2020 with Justin Herbert. The Chargers did make the playoffs. Kyler Murray won it the year before that. They didn't make the playoffs that year, the Cardinals. So you're right. It's not like you need to have an MVP-level performance as a rookie quarterback to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Yeah, it's just harder. Yeah, I'm looking like Dak Prescott won it. It's quarterback, Robert Griffin III, Cam Newton. Quarterbacks win it about half the time. Running backs.
2020, there weren't really any like huge breakout guys other than, was James Robinson a rookie in 2020? Probably not, huh? He's old all of a sudden. Yeah. So that's quarterbacks just get it's a quarterback's league, my friend. I am with everybody else where I feel like every offensive award should have a separate quarterback category and then non-quarterbacks. Like league MVP too, just should have quarterback MVP, best quarterback, and then also non-quarterback MVP.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it's morphed into with MVP going to quarterbacks and Offensive Player of the Year going to non-quarterbacks. They've kind of de facto done that. I get what you're saying. Someone says Doug Peterson wears that stupid little visor. That's true. D'Amico, and as a bald guy, I respect this. D'Amico, no accoutrements for D'Amico when it comes to his beautiful scalp. Like no ball caps on it, no visors.
What is it about Peterson's look? Because he's got that. You're right. He's kind of got that wispy hair that goes over his visor, and he's got middle-aged dude, like a little bit of jowl fat, like not in a ridiculous way or anything, but he's got like a little bit of a fatter face. It feels like every guy you've golfed with in your life. There's something about it. Not in a bad way or a good way, but in a decidedly non-football coach way.
He looks like every dad in the suburbs who's at his daughter's soccer game, coaching only her. Like yelling at her what to do, like not cheering for any of the other players on the team. Like, hey, Caitlin, you go do your thing, okay? Get in there,
with a much higher estimation of his soccer knowledge than
100%,
he should have, right?
Yes. No, and he actually played quarterback his whole life, but he's coaching his daughter in soccer, only his daughter. He's not the coach of the team. He's just an obnoxious parent who's cheering only for his kid.
You're right. Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
He's my fourth grade football coach and baseball coach whose son was the pitcher despite sucking at pitching.
Boom.
And whose son was the quarterback despite being a known wimp. Yeah.
This is my skill.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
He also was a coach who he hadn't gotten onto the whole hydration kick yet, and he insisted that we swish the water. He would line us up. They would squirt water in our mouth, tell us to swish it, and then spit it out so we didn't get cramps.
Oh, my God. And take these salt tablets while you're at it. Holy cow.
I remember I hated football so much. I hated it so much because I'd be so thirsty. He'd be like, now spit it out. Spit it out if you know what's good for you.
Spit out the water.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Sean, it was well known that drinking too much water would give you cramps.
Right.
And yet, if there's anything.
God, we were dumb. I mean, this was going on while we had running water and electricity. Like, these things were happening. All right. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's get to our 8 at 8 o'clock. The Ocho. Ben's like, get moving. Ben didn't even let me point at him. Ben's like, come on, guys. It's 8:01 and 27 seconds. Yeah, I got you, Ben. Okay, I got you. Astros. They get going again tonight. They're trailing the Texas Rangers 2-0 in the ALCS. They lose tonight. They're down 3-0. You know who's not thinking about that though? Dusty Baker.
You guys play different scenarios, and most of them are negative results. I deal with positive results, and then if the negatives show up, then I'll worry about it when I get there. Again, I am not thinking about being down 3-0. That's the last thing on my mind.
I'm picturing him. I'm picturing him answering Chandler. I don't even know if Chandler asked the question, but I'm picturing Dusty with his index finger poking Chandler Rome in the sternum as he's answering that question.
I'm almost glad I didn't hear the question, because in my mind, I'd like to think it was a question kind of like, so what is your plan for the week? And he was like, listen, I'm not thinking about 3-0. Okay? Tired of the implications. I'm not thinking about it. Are you guys thinking about it? Not me. That's the appropriate. All jokes aside, he shouldn't be thinking about 3-0. No. You'd cross that bridge when you come to it. Right now, you're thinking about it's a given. It's a given that your back's against the wall, and the players know the situation. I don't think you need to heap any. This is not the kind of crew that needs to be reminded that it's kind of a big deal tonight.
No, I mean, this should be a game. Like, honestly, you and I spent the last few weeks leading up to the postseason pointing out how the Astros had galaxies more in playoff experience than all the other teams that were going to be in the American League playoffs combined. Yeah. They came into the playoffs with twice the number of playoff games since 2017 as all 5 of the other teams put together. So this should be a night where that manifests itself. Like, down 2-0, Christian Javier, who was part of a no-hitter last year in the postseason on the mound, bunch of guys who are trying to get the bats going. Some of them have been making good contact and just having bad luck. Tonight is the night where this is supposed to come back to roost. You're not supposed to fall back 3-0 to a team that hasn't been in the postseason in forever.
This feels, you know what? I guess this is the best way I could think of it, is that, like, basketball feels much more like players have more control over the emotional side of it. When you're down 2-0, like a basketball team that comes out with its back against the walls can just play that much harder. Mm-hmm. They can attack on defense. They can do all those things and make up for it. You know, in basketball, you can just feel it coming. Okay, the team that's up 2-0 is going to have a letdown, and this driven, motivated team is going to. Baseball is a little trickier because, you know, you get a little too motivated and all of a sudden you're swinging at everything.
Yeah.
That's where I think the playoff experience helps. Is I think the Astros have that ability to understand where that line is of dialing in. Instead of like, it's not a bunch of fire and brimstone that's going to get you going. It's, do you let the pressure dial you in that much more? And I think the Astros have the advantage in that respect.
It's really good. I like that. Yeah, you can channel it a little bit. You're right. Basketball, football, those are energy sports. Baseball's an energy sport, but it's a different kind of energy. You got to harness it a little bit. I like that. All right.
2.
All right. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday. Texans off this weekend, as we just pointed out a few minutes ago. They play the Carolina Panthers. 3-point favorites against the Carolina Panthers. I know, listen, the previous segment, let me apologize. I'm complaining about the Texans being a road favorite. You're right. You're right. I don't know where my brain is. I'm so swept up in this Texans mania right now. I don't know.
As a gambler yourself, Sean, you should be excited about odds that you think are lopsided.
Gambler. I didn't say I was.
Go ahead and exploit the inefficiencies, Sean. Don't sit there whining about it.
I didn't say
you're like an investor that's like, everybody. Apple is undervalued. like, no, shut up and buy it, you dumbass.
That is who I am. I hate you. That is exactly who I am. All right, let's get to Caserio. Caserio, we haven't played this cut yet, Seth. This was an interesting one. Now, we should point out, this was on the heels of Caserio being asked about C.J. Stroud's rookie year. You know, and so I think, you know, everybody's expecting gushing, and he did. He had a lot of nice things to say about CJ's work ethic, and he was asked about the rookie class in totality too before this as well. Like, hey, there was the first question, like, how do you feel about this rookie class that you selected performing so well? And Nick appropriately demurred to the coaches developing the players and the players themselves. He's not somebody who's going to take credit for something like that. He was asked about Will Anderson and where Will Anderson is at right now in his rookie year, and here was Nick Casario's answer.
Will's a good football player. He's a good football player at Alabama. So, when we drafted those players, we drafted them because they're good football players. So, that's why they're here. If we didn't think they were good football players that can help our team, then we would have drafted other players.
So in a vacuum, I'm like, God, what did Will Anderson do?
No, it doesn't. He's a good football player. What? He was good at college. Now he's good now. What do you expect from us?
It is funny when I heard it in isolated that quote. I'm like, damn, that's a shortcut for a guy that D'Amico can't stop gushing about his leadership. And boy, D'Amico literally said we want all our guys to work like Will Anderson. He said that like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
I think
with Nick, there's always that added, the pressure of, okay, you traded a lot to get this guy. You traded it was a Julio Jones type of trade. Without Julio Jones type of Hall of Fame production, it's going to always be regarded as not the right value.
Overpay.
So
yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, if he were to answer and there were not, if he didn't have that attachment to the trade, I think he would say, Will is making a lot. He's doing a lot of really good things out there. He'd be the first to tell you that he's got improving to do in terms of becoming an elite pass rusher, but he's doing a lot of the right things right now. I think that's what Nick would say if it weren't also just this added scrutiny of the trade itself.
Yeah.
I do think that, it's funny. I'm trying not to get into arguments with the Texans fan base who are just trying to be positive about Will Anderson, because they should be positive about Will Anderson, but I feel some people are taking it a bit far and acting like if Will Anderson ends the season with 1 sack, it's no different than Nick Bosa or anybody else out there. No. He needs to get better as a pass rusher. When you you take that Saints game, he had a bunch of pressures. He pushed the pocket. He did some good things. When he rushes inside, he's very effective, when they do games and stunts. When it comes to just his opportunities to be one-on-one versus offensive tackles, he's not winning enough of those when it's just a pure pass rush. So with Ryan Ramczyk handled him pretty well in that game, the right tackle for the Saints. And, to the point, I got in an argument idiotically on Twitter a couple days ago with people who were claiming that Will Anderson's getting held all the time. And they showed an example. I went and double-checked the All-22 in this example, and he wasn't getting held at all. Ryan Ramczyk just blocked him really well. He's got to get better in that regard. When he's ISO'd up one-on-one on offensive tackles, he needs to threaten them. He needs to make them nervous. He needs to beat them cleanly. And he's just not there yet. He's doing a lot of other stuff really well. He's explosive and powerful in the run. So I'm not worried about him, but I'm also not going to sit here and act like he's a Rookie of the Year candidate, because he's not.
No, he's not right now.
3.
All right, number 3, the Rockets, they are out of the Kevin Porter Jr. business officially. They agree to a deal, reportedly, with the Oklahoma City Thunder to send Kevin Porter Jr. and 2 second-round picks in about 4 or 5 years, one in 2027, one in 2028, along with Kevin Porter Jr. to Oklahoma City. In return, they get Victor Oladipo back. They get Victor Oladipo, who's coming off a patellar tendon injury, and a second player whose name is not in front of me right now, who makes $1 million a year. The bottom line is they are out of the Kevin Porter Jr. business. Oklahoma City is basically, Seth, buying a couple of second-round picks because they're just going to cut a check to Kevin Porter Jr. for the rest of his guaranteed money to go the hell away.
Yeah. So, and I hadn't kept up with the Kevin Porter Jr. story. Apparently, it's more complicated, as these things tend to be, than it was initially portrayed.
Yeah, one of the charges was dropped against him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and regardless of all of that, I don't Kevin Porter Jr. in a lot of ways just I don't think was the right fit for this team. Obviously you don't want what happened in his personal life to have happened.
Yeah.
But in terms of where the Rockets are right now, are there people out there crying a million tears that it couldn't work out?
No, I think there's more people questioning why they hitched their wagon to him so hard. He wasn't a fit as a point guard. They gave him a new contract. You got a young nucleus already,
Yeah.
So
I think there's some. I think with the Rockets, it's kind of be the way it was with the Texans too. All of a sudden, if you find the right coach, everything else has a way of falling into place. When you don't feel like you have the coach for the future, and there's not a clearly defined direction for the team, a lot of the other decisions kind of seem murky and weird too.
Yep.
4.
Quick one here. Julio Jones. You just mentioned him, Seth. Julio Jones. The Julio Jones trade back in 2011. He's still playing football. He wasn't until yesterday. He got signed by the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday, Julio Jones. Sounds like he's going to start out on the practice squad, but as we know, the rules of bringing guys up off the practice squad are very, very fluid. So Julio Jones, the Eagles dealing with a lot of injuries in the receiving corps right now. And so they bring Julio Jones, who will be on his 4th team in 4 years. Falcons, Titans, Bucks, and now Eagles.
I respect, you know what, if only he'd had an Arizona Cardinals type organization that would just kind of stand by him and, maybe, I don't know how much he's played in the slot. Remember Larry Fitzgerald ended up just making that move to slot and played like 4 more years after they moved him to slot.
Julio Jones in the slot. Monster.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do it more, now it's more positionless receiving these days anyway. But yeah, I think he's just, you might ask, why are you still playing when you seem to have clearly had your skills diminished? You might just love playing football like Larry Fitzgerald did.
Totally true. Absolutely. Yeah. It just surprised me. I didn't know he was looking to play.
5.
Speaking of receivers, retired. I bet Terrell Owens would still want to play if he could. He looks like he could still play. He's playing pickup basketball earlier this week on Monday, and was reportedly, according to TMZ Sports, Seth, Terrell Owens hit by a car Monday.
Yeah.
He got into an argument with another man during a pickup basketball game in Calabasas. That's a suburb of Los Angeles. Before the man got into his vehicle and drove it into Terrell Owens' knee. The NFL legend didn't require medical attention, according to law enforcement. Officers reportedly took a report for assault with a deadly weapon. No arrests have been made. But, of course, Terrell Owens was previously involved in another strange incident in which he claimed to have acted in self-defense after a video showed him punch a man in a CVS pharmacy parking lot last November. So,
yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Didn't that guy have it coming? Not that anybody ever has it coming when we're talking about adults.
But in that case, Owens said he was approached by a person who identified himself as a fan of the 49ers, and they exchanged pleasantries before a second individual came up and threatened the fan. So he said in that CVS pharmacy case, he said he was defending the 49er fan who was getting harassed.
I'm going to have to see video of this. Whenever there's a vehicle bumping incident, it's like, okay, you can be careening towards somebody at 70 miles per hour and hit a person with your car, or you can also be going like 1.5 miles per hour and they're not getting out of your way. And you're just trying to, I'm just trying to get through here, man. Like, all right, is this a peaceful protest? What are we doing? So I just don't know.
It hit in the knee and didn't require medical attention.
If you get hit by a car but don't require medical attention,
it's a sexy headline.
I just don't know.
It's a sexy headline. I will admit that.
6.
Number 6, Grover Stewart. Man, too bad this didn't happen when the Texans were about to play the Indianapolis Colts. Grover Stewart, who's been a menace for the Texans, defensive tackle for the Colts. Seth, yesterday popped for PEDs. 6-game suspension. Of course, Grover Stewart claims he had no idea that he was taking a PED.
Well, this is a shame. Honestly, it's a shame because I really like Grover Stewart. I like him I respect his game as a defensive tackle. I really, really like his game, and yet he's kind of a pain in the ass to the Texans if he'd been in another division. I hope for his sake, since I really do like and respect his game, that it was a genuine bout of idiocy with taking a supplement that wasn't cleared by the NFLPA. Guys still do it for whatever reason. I don't know why. They take whatever supplement you're taking is not going to be worth your 6-game suspension.
No.
So, and sometimes that's just the lie they tell that.
$3.4 million it's going to cost him in salary. That would make me sick if I were him. $3.4 million because you took a supplement.
Dude, honestly,
7.
I'm still amazed Dwayne Brown was able to prove that clenbuterol tainted beef from Mexico was the reason. Because usually it doesn't matter. Especially if it comes from supplement, they're like, listen, you took a supplement, you're not supposed to because it's such an unregulated or lightly regulated industry. But because Dwayne was able to trace it to a food product, I think that's where they're like, well, we can't tell people not to eat.
In Mexico when they're on vacation,
right?
Right.
7.
We talked about this yesterday. The 2028 Olympics is going to include, among other things, flag football. Apparently, Seth, the NFL is working with the union on allowing current players come 2028 to play flag football. Yes. Yes.
Oh, crap.
Basically, the World Football Classic is what this is turning into.
Wait, where is it in 2028?
Here, it's in L.A.
So is it going to be in July or June? Or...
Yeah, probably in the summer. I mean, summer Olympics.
Well, it would be the summer. I'm saying they're not going to be in, like,
a
August.
part of the NFL camp. I see where you're
camp,
going with it.
Sean.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have the answer yet.
Crap. No, this is so dumb. All right, and somebody's going to tear an it. Somebody's going to go all, was it Robert Smith?
Robert Edwards.
Robert Edwards that almost died because of a flag football incident on playing beach flag football.
Ended his career, basically. I mean, for the most part. He was insane.
Yeah. Oh, he had, like, nerve damage and everything.
Yep. So, so we'll keep an eye on that.
What the hell? Like, it was my lifelong dream. It was my lifelong dream to represent my country playing flag football in the Olympics.
Football, yeah.
Like, all right, go die.
Yeah.
Go die like Robert Edwards almost did.
8.
His knee almost did. Number 8.
No, he almost died. Like, he had massive blood loss.
Did he really? Oh, that's right. Okay.
How many times do I have to say it, Sean?
Sorry about that. I was looking ahead at number 8 here, Trevor May. Trevor May, retired relief pitcher, Trevor May. He last pitch for the Oakland Athletics. They are probably moving to Las Vegas. John Fisher is the owner. He's kind of a silver spoon from the Gap family, the family that founded the Gap, the clothing store.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the heir to the Gap empire.
I didn't know there was one more reason to hate him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Trevor May hates him. And here was Trevor. Trevor May was on Twitch yesterday just chopping it with A's fans. He's retired now. He announced his retirement. So now he can say stuff like this about the owner, about his boss, basically.
Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually, like, takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else, dork. And also, if you're gonna just be a greedy, own it. There's nothing weaker than being afraid of cameras. So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy.
I hope this becomes a thing. That when guys retire, the first thing they do is run to Twitch and talk about what a jackass the owner was.
Hey, man, when you talk about being silver spoon in your mouth, though, this guy is extra. Phillips Exeter Academy, which is like one of the most super exclusive, like any prep school you've ever seen in the movies, like that's it. Phillips Exeter Academy, then Princeton, then Stanford at one point. But, of course, on the Wikipedia, he makes sure to mention that he worked in the mailroom. Oh, really? Like for like a year or so? No, at the Republican National Committee for a little while. And he was a fundraiser for the – he was
that dude didn't handle a single piece of mail the whole time he was in the mailroom.
He wasn't. No.
No chance.
I got to get this on my resume so I can look like I came up the hard way, okay?
That's right.
He worked in the mail.
Someone, give me some paper
He worked in the mailroom until he was rolled by a bunch of the employees for his snootiness.
Quick, somebody give me a paper cut so it looks like I was handling things. Ow! Not that hard. All right, C.J. Stroud. Nick Caserio talked about C.J. Stroud. Ryan Baldinger did a cut-up of C.J. Stroud. The one thing that separates C.J. Stroud from other quarterbacks. We've got that for you next.
Kirk Holmes. This is what separates Kirk Holmes. They have their own
Wednesday, Payne and Pendergast. No John McClain. He would normally join us right now. He's going to join us this time tomorrow. Here was Texans GM Nick Caserio yesterday. What's made C.J. Stroud successful, so successful early in his career?
I think the big thing with him is just his confidence, his belief in himself, his competitiveness, his pride, and the respect that he's earned with his performance from his teammates. You're not named a captain, and being a captain's not a popularity contest, but when you're a captain as a rookie, which both he and Will are, it's really more about what you do and how you handle your job necessarily than what you say. But he cares a lot, he has a lot of pride, and he wants to go out there and perform well and do the best thing and the right thing for the team, and he's shown the propensity to do that.
So DJ Bieneme, Seth, had a really, really good story on C.J. Stroud that dropped yesterday, I believe. A long story, but he, clearly he had a conversation with C.J., had conversations with a lot of guys in the building over there about just some anecdotes about CJ behind the scenes, and it's really reflective. I think it's reflective of a couple things. One, a guy who's mature beyond his age. When he was, all these stories that are getting told were from training camp and the beginning of the season when he was still 21 years old. He didn't turn 22 until the first week of October. And then I think, too, just the confidence, like especially people who've been in the building a while. Like Laramie Tunsil's been in the building since 2019. He's one of the longest tenured guys on the team. When CJ got in the huddle against Atlanta to go drive for what would have been the game-winning touchdown if they could have held on, like CJ got in the huddle and said, we're going to go down and score. And supposedly Tunsil said that they haven't felt this confident in years when they've gotten into a huddle with a quarterback, that was actually going to happen with CJ Stroud. Like it's just,
right,
it's a feeling that's kind of permeated the team based on his leadership skills and his confidence.
It hasn't happened. I respect Tunsil for not saying it hasn't happened since Deshaun Watson, I suppose. So it's been since 2020 that they haven't felt like that.
Yeah.
And I think obviously, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like people didn't like playing with Deshaun Watson. That was just CJ. If you compare CJ to Deshaun, though, I think there's a part where if he continues to show this type of play and improvement and aptitude, it does feel like he's more of an architect wants to be an architect of an entire offense more so than Deshaun did. In that, a lot of that just comes down to the little execution of the minute details that Deshaun really didn't start to have an appreciation for, I think, until 2020, when it comes to actually understanding. And even then, I don't think Deshaun ever felt responsible for the run game the way good quarterbacks do. Then I think CJ will feel that way and will understand that, no, the quarterback rating and passing yardage and everything is nice, but ultimately scoring points is how a quarterback is measured.
Yep.
If you're in the top scoring, if I'm in the top 5 in scoring, Tom Brady was always this way. There'd be years where he was rated a better passer than others, but they were always in the top 5, usually the top 3 of scoring. Whereas a guy like Aaron Rodgers, some years would be 15th in scoring, other years would be number 1 in scoring, but he always had great quarterback ratings. I feel like CJ is more Tom Brady than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for the stories. DJ's got a slew of anecdotes in this article about CJ. I would recommend going and reading it. It's a really good piece. He did the requisite, pay for the skill guys to go to California for workouts thing, but he's doing it as a rookie who's never taken a snap with any of these guys yet. I think it's the stage he's doing these things at. DJ had a story where CJ organized a bowling event for all the offensive players, and he had separate group texts by each position group. So he didn't have 30 guys on one text. So the interaction's a little more direct, and I think that that's little things like that. There was the one that really got me where I'm like, okay, this is a good story. You remember the preseason game against the Patriots where CJ only had 2 series in that game, and one of them he got wrecked because Austin Deculus completely whiffed on a block, badly, to the point where we're like, God, Laramie, you need to get back and play so this guy doesn't get killed. And there was a story in the piece about how he went over to Austin Deculus and was like, "Hey, man, it's cool." He was pumping Austin Deculus up, And I'm not saying the normal quarterback would go over and excoriate the left tackle for getting him hit, I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that just wouldn't do anything in that case.
I think honestly that part too, because like I don't want to like try to just paint this fairy tale image of a person, like you tend to do with every. There's a fawning piece about every young quarterback that comes into the league. Remember Marcus Mariota and how he used to push in the chairs at the table and clean up after they left and all that. Like there's always these nice stories about what they do. I think the nuts and bolts part of it that is exciting and is true is like what Ryan Day has said about him, about really learning and understanding and grasping after his sophomore year, like that taking responsibility for your teammates. It's not even as much about leading them as much as like taking responsibility for your teammates. Like them playing well is like it's up to you to help them play well. Mm-hmm. It's not for you to demand them to play well or anything else. It's like, and that you need to play well to help them out. Like if they want to do their jobs well, then you better be doing your job well. I think it's like more of a captain of the ship approach to things where everything that happens is your responsibility. And the fact that I feel like he's thought more about it on a nuts and bolts football level compared to a lot of guys who, Trubisky was this way. Trubisky had read 7 different books about leadership and everything, which is great. It's great. But sometimes you get a little too highfalutin with that stuff. At the end of the day, you got to just form relationships with guys on your team and show accountability for them. And I feel like CJ is really taking that to heart.
Yeah, he's very real. I think it's absolutely. So what's on the field, between the lines, what separates CJ Stroud from other quarterbacks? Here's Brian Baldinger breaking down some of the plays from the game this past weekend. Some of the games where CJ is just running to his left and flicking the ball and making it look so easy in tight windows. Here was Brian Baldinger, former NFL player, now analyst for the NFL Network, who does breakdowns on his Twitter feed.
So when I watch him, he goes from one side of the field to the other side of the field. And when he goes from one side to the other side, his feet move. He's always got his feet underneath him. But here's what separates him. And here's what he's going to be special. It's just the conservation of movement. It is an airtight, compact delivery. I mean, it's quick. It's a flick. He doesn't have to step into his big throws. He can just weight transfer, and he gets the ball out.
Yeah, he's effortless, man. When you see the back view on the All-22 of some of these throws coming off his hand,
yeah,
holy crap.
That's what annoyed me a little bit about some of the pre-draft discussion about Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud. Sometimes there's a little too much claiming that somebody's just a natural at something. So, C.J. Stroud does just have a nice natural throwing motion at the core of everything. But a lot of the really good stuff that he does is very much trained and coached. So it would annoy me that Bryce Young, who had every advantage in life growing up and seems to have been treated like the chosen one since the time he was in junior high, has a lot more flaws to his game than C.J. Stroud does. C.J. Stroud is very much worked at it. The fact that he doesn't, his footwork and his platform is very sound and solid in the midst of traffic. That's something that's learned. That's not necessarily natural. So all that stuff, he's really, really worked at it, and it's serving him very well now. Whereas CJ, whose father was whose father is a psychologist, and Bryce Young, whose father is a psychologist, and Bryce had access to the S2 cognition test and was able to take it multiple times. All those little, those nice fluffy little things that make a kid seem like the chosen one. There was no proof in the pudding when it came to his actual mechanics and his throwing ability and all of that.
There was a video floating around yesterday. I feel like I've seen it before. I think it's from last year at Alabama. Looks like it was a Halloween party video. But Bryce Young is dressed up as Spider-Man. Doesn't have the mask on. He's just got the outfit on with the fake muscles and everything and the cape.
Yeah.
He looks like a kid getting ready to go trick-or-treat.
Does he look like Tobey Maguire trying to play football?
No, he did no.
He doesn't even look as manly as Tobey Maguire?
No, he looks like a little kid. He looks like, I know it was curious casting of Spider-Man. I'm with you on that. But, he looks like a little kid. And the replies to it are tremendous. They're just great. Text message. Baldinger's tweet was gushing about Will Anderson. Look it up. I saw that before we hit play. No, Brian Baldinger sends out more than one tweet about the Texans.
He's never tweeted. He's got more than one tweet in his career. What are you talking about?
He did send one out about Will Anderson as well. We may play that one later, but he sent out more than one tweet. Texter, appreciate you listening.
Because he had sent the one about. No, he had suggested he wanted us to look up one about Will Anderson, and I thought that's the one you were playing. I don't know why you were gonna, because I had seen the one about Will Anderson.
Yeah. Text message. This goes back to the Rockets. Tillman Fertitta said, "Pray for Victor." Now we got him. His prayers worked.
Pray for Victor.
Yep. He said that back in Galveston at Mardi Gras. There's a chance he meant Victor Wembanyama and not Victor Oladipo on one leg. I'm pretty sure he meant Wemby, but he prayed for a Victor, and he got one.
This is what I'm going to say about Victor Wembanyama. When I watch him play, it's almost hypnotizing. It's really pretty amazing, and yet there's a part of me that just wonders whether human beings can actually play and move that way long term without getting injured a bunch. Yeah. I don't know. It's just in football, it tends to be the guys who are freakishly big and strong and fast. You just wonder if they can stay healthy. Like Fred Taylor was so big and strong and fast that it felt like almost at times he was like running past his ligaments and tendons, and that might have been why he got injured a lot when he was younger. Wembanyama, the angles and the speed and everything is just too extreme. It's too extreme.
I'm excited to watch him. Like, that is somebody I will go out of my way if he's on TV. Like in the, especially in the months where there's, it's just basketball on TV. I will go out of my way to watch that.
Sorry, Sean. As a noted amateur, non-licensed Twitter doctor, I will tell you that mere physics will not allow him to last in the NBA.
So enjoy it while I can.
Yeah, enjoy it. Drink it. Enjoy it while you can. But I would say 2.5 years. That's the over/under. Yep.
As long as we're talking about 2.5 years.
That's right.
As a Rocket fan, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but as a basketball fan, I'm kind of excited to watch him. Speaking of former Rockets, at least, James Harden. Okay. The tally of things that James Harden is just saying screw this on as a Philadelphia 76er. How close is he to actually getting moved? And the greatest Dion impersonation that you're ever going to hear is next. But I want to tell you about Texas sinus and snoring. No impersonation there. That's me. I admit it. I snored for a number of years.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, in the category of thank God that guy's gone, because the team seems to be on the uptick. No, this isn't about Deshaun Watson, I promise, although it probably could be. According to Shams Charania of The Athletic, the Clippers and the Sixers remain engaged in talks surrounding a trade for star guard James Harden a week ahead of the start of the regular season. So the regular season starts here pretty soon, and James is still in Philly. And he has done media sessions in Philly where they're like, so, do you think there's any chance that you guys make up? No.
Yeah, he said there's no chance of reconciliation between him and he will not even refer to Daryl Morey by name now. It's the front office. And people assume that when he says the front office, he's talking about Daryl Morey.
Sure.
But, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's what you need to know. Harden has not attended any of the Sixers' 3 preseason games.
Not even attended it?
Not even attended. He's skipped a shoot-around, and he's only participated in one 5-on-5 live competition in 2 weeks since training camp began. That's funny to me because I think it was the very first day or maybe first or second day of practice, and James is out there practicing with his teammates and playing 5-on-5, and the Twitterverse is like, look, he's cooperating, like he's being a good soldier. Like, okay, yeah, that'll last one day.
I just to double check, I control F'd the word fine on here, and the only time it comes up is when he was fined $100,000 for his public trade demands after he called James. That was when he had called Daryl Morey a liar in China.
Yep.
So and that was the league fining James Harden. I wonder about the fines now for skipping shoot-arounds and things like that. Like, what's the? How does this poker game continue?
Yeah.
Do the 76ers just start fining him into oblivion or what?
I don't even know that they're fining him at all. I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah, I
They're
don't.
probably trying to keep things somewhat like cordial, if that's the right word, or at least non-explosive until they can find a trade partner.
Yeah, and the problem is that James only wants to go to one place, the Clippers. So. And the Clippers, the story this week was that the Sixers, if they do a trade with the Clippers, they want a bunch of first-round picks, and they want Terrence Mann, who's a young player on the Clippers. And the Clippers, this is where we are with James Harden. Like 2 years ago, the Rockets traded him for 3 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps, and like it was viewed as like, okay, a lot like the Deshaun Watson trade. That's why I say like these two, James Harden and Deshaun Watson, it's amazing the similarities of their journey up to and including the fact that they each requested a trade within hours of each other. Like back in January of 2021 was when they both said we want out of Houston, and now they're both at a stage like the James Harden is at a stage where the Clippers are saying nope, we're not parting with Terrence Mann, whoever he is, in a trade for James Harden. This guy was a first-team All-NBA player for like 7 straight years, and now the Clippers aren't going to part with like their 4th best player for James Harden, who was one of the best players in the universe at one point. Similarly, like Deshaun Watson, you would have to do an Osweiler trade to get rid of Deshaun Watson's contract right now if you were the Browns.
And it also just goes to, I mean, if you just look at, if you take all the emotion out of it and whether what's right or what's wrong or anything, at the very root of it all, like you're there on a team with a young MVP of the league, you know, and it's not enough. Like there's no, I don't know if, I almost feel like there was that part of him when he was the Rockets where he continually re-upped ahead of when he had to, and that he seemed genuinely devoted to the Rockets themselves. And I'm not even saying that like as some kind of noble thing or anything. It just seemed like he was all in on trying to get it done with that one team. And I almost feel like when he really got his way and everything blew up in his face with Russell Westbrook, like it almost broke him in terms of wanting to stick it out with anything. It just because and as he gets older and you start to get a little bit more panicky and desperate about maybe what your legacy is going to be or winning a championship or what have you, he's just so far down he's gone down that path of wanting to put together a super team that he can't see on any other way.
Do you think at this stage, I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I was thinking too. Like, okay, maybe it's a basketball mortality issue. Maybe he's like, man, my shelf life is, I mean, clearly the league is speaking to James Harden in terms of not wanting to pay him and the Clippers not wanting to give up a whole lot. But as far like, real quick, do you think that if he were to go to the Clippers, if he gets his way and he gets traded to the Clippers and they win an NBA championship with him and Kawhi and Paul George, that his legacy, the word you brought up, that he's viewed as a champion in some way because he wins a championship there?
I don't know if he's concerned about his legacy or if he just wants to win a championship.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, obviously they're intertwined. Yeah. But I think sometimes people worry about the legacy, I think, way more than a lot of athletes themselves do.
Maybe.
The most prime example was after John Elway won his first Super Bowl. And I remember, like, the roar of media that demanded he retire because this is the perfect ending and it'll hurt his legacy. And then he comes back and wins another Super Bowl. And the exact same people are then demanding, you've got to retire. This is the perfect way to end it. Like, he just wanted to go out and win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
He did retire.
Yeah.
And it was the perfect way to end it, except for, like, the ensuing issues.
Yep.
But, I think he just wants to win a championship. But it's, because remember, the irreparable rift is now because of the trade issues. It's not the irreparable rift that led to him demanding a trade,
right.
Then opting in, and then still wanting the trade. It's everything that happened after he decided to leave the 76ers.
Here was Deion Sanders, shifting gears for a second. We're setting something up here. I just want you to take a listen to Deion Sanders' voice for a second, everybody. Here is Deion Sanders on what he told his players at halftime of the catastrophic loss to Stanford last weekend.
What I just said in the locker room to the team is they got to make up in their mind, are they in love with this game or are they in like with it? Because when you love something, you give to it unconditionally. You give everything you got to it, but when you like it, that's just the button you push. And it lights up in a like. That's what they do on social media.
All right, so that's Deion. Why am I playing this? Because Joey Molinaro is hilarious. He's a comedian who does – we played him on here before, and if you've been on social media, you've probably seen – he does some of the best sports impersonations, largely football, that I think I've ever seen. If you don't follow him, follow at Joey Molinaro on Twitter. He did Deion Sanders as the owner of a coffee shop yesterday. Here's Deion Sanders as the owner of a coffee shop.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Now help me understand something, because I'm trying to understand how you're going to work at a coffee shop, a place where people come to start their day with some energy. And I walk in, and I don't feel no energy. Help me understand that. You work at a place where you're supposed to greet people with a smile to start their day, to give them energy. How are you supposed to give energy when you ain't got none? Help me understand that. See, I'm not coming in here to get coffee. Prime don't need coffee. Prime got his own energy. Prime bring his own energy. Okay? I don't need manufactured energy from something called PSL. Okay? Understand me? I get my energy from someone called G-O-D.
What is it? He doesn't get his energy from what?
I don't know. It sounded like it was I don't know. Maybe an ingredient in coffee. I'm not sure. Not sure.
That's good. I thought it was a little too much Ed Orgeron bleeding in. I felt like it was Deion mixed with Ed Orgeron. Okay. I didn't think I thought the spirit of it was really good, which is that Deion is a low-key, under-the-radar grumpy old man. Mm-hmm. He really does do a lot of grumpy old man kind of griping about stuff, including trying to make people feel ashamed of themselves for various things. It's so I thought he nailed the spirit of it, and then also just putting a little bit of a preacher twist on it too. That's that part of it was really good.
The rhetorical helped me understand that multiple times is key.
Yeah.
Where he's definitely not looking for you to help him understand that. He's just.
You know what I was thinking about his halftime speech when he said, "You got to figure out whether you like it or love it."
Yeah.
I feel like he was a little too much existential there. I could see some players sitting there and reflecting upon it, like, well, I don't know, actually. I like this Rolex. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, Coach. To the point where they're like having little discussion groups on the bench
Right. They're
about
trying
whether they like or love it or not. Yeah.
Go back out on the field for the second half, and Travis Hunter's still sitting over there in his thoughts. Like, Travis, you going to come play or you going to not? You going to come play? You're right. There is a little Coach O.
Can we define love? Different types of love, aren't there now? So, I feel like he should have been more just shaming them into being diehard guys who love and can't live without the game.
Are you hitting the blue thumbs up or the heart when you're on Facebook? All right? All right, let's get back to the Astros as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Today's a big day. Today's a huge day. I would submit that Christian Javier, who pitched in the biggest game of the postseason last year and pitched well, tonight is bigger, and we will tell you why next. But first, AEW.
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, man. It's 2-0 Rangers in this ALCS. Astros got to get this one tonight. And Christian Javier's on the mound. And I think just the math of the situation, Seth, to me, this is a bigger start to me than the Game 4 in the World Series last year against the Philadelphia Phillies, based almost solely on the fact that going down 3-1 is still a workable thing. Going down 3-0 is only one other team's ever done it thing. You got to get the version of Christian Javier. I'm not asking for no-hitter Javier, but you got to get the version that you've gotten his last couple starts, where he closed out the regular season, did his job against the Diamondbacks B team because they were resting guys, and then against Minnesota, he was a little trafficky, but he only gave up one hit. He had a bunch of walks. Like I will sign up for a second. In a second, I'd sign up for what he gave them against Minnesota.
I would say too. Javier got hosed on some strikes that should have been strikeouts and should have been inning enders that ended up, turning into rallies and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So it was. I'm not I feel like I've turned to that guy that's like blaming every bad thing on bad luck in this series, and I'm really not. Or in this playoffs, but I'm just acknowledging that there are some things that paint a more complete picture. And I think with Javier, it was an even better performance than some of the runners on base and everything would suggest. So the other part about if you were to go down 3-0 in the series, yes, the Red Sox did it in 2004. They came back from down 3-0 to win a 7-game series versus the Yankees.
Yep.
But with this particular team, I mean, Framber's going to have to pitch again. And I just do not feel good about Framber right now at all. It makes me nervous as hell. So to go down 3-0 knowing that Framber's going to pitch again and that you still got to hopefully get awesome performances out of Verlander, it's dicier. It's a dicier pitching situation this year than last year.
Dude, it absolutely is. I mean, the way you just illustrated that, think about what we're counting on right now. I'm with you. Like, I can't count a Framber start as a win anymore. Like, I look at Framber starting, I guess, what potentially be Game 6 of this series, because who knows? If they go down 3-0, maybe it's an all hands on deck in Game 4, and you start Verlander
go bullpen,
on short. You try to get 3 or 4 shutout innings out of Verlander, and you go to the bullpen after that. I don't know.
Okay, this is not that we should even be talking about this, but I would say that's when Verlander comes through with a complete game. That's when Verlander, honestly, comes in and pitches a shutout complete game, and your bullpen is completely saved and ready for the next
3 days rest. I feel like you'd end his career. But this is like your assessment of Framber there, potentially pitching a Game 6. Let's pretend that that's the scenario here. It goes to show you how treacherous the situation is, because in that scenario, Seth, what you're saying is they got to win the other. They've got to win the other games in this series. You can't count on Framber in Game 6, which means you are counting on Javier twice, and in the short term, you're counting on Javier tonight and Urquidy tomorrow. And think about compared to last year, because you brought up last year. Last year they had a 15-game winner and a 13-game winner in mothballs on the bench. Yeah. Like they had Jose Urquidy and Luis Garcia basically pitching like twice each the entire postseason. Those guys were good in the regular season. Like Luis Garcia won 15 games last year. He barely pitched in the postseason. This year you're not just starting Urquidy, who won 3 games this year. You are counting on him. Like he has to come through for you at this point. Like it's not okay, we need someone who can eat 4 or 5 innings. Like no. We need 5 good innings out of you, man. Like, we've got to have it.
One of our listeners says, y'all got to stay off the crack. 2 things. 1, no.
No, never.
2, why? Why particularly? Like, why are you saying we're not handling our crack right this moment?
What do we say?
You said Verlander on 3 days rest. In what scenario would that be?
If they pitch him tomorrow.
I'm not talking about tomorrow. No, I'm saying Verlander when it's his turn to save the bullpen for Framber's next start.
Okay.
Yeah, like Verlander has to go 9 innings and then the bullpen's ready for the next.
No,
start.
I'm just throwing out scenarios here. Like let's entertain the possibility that they lose tonight. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Urquidy starts. Urquidy has to pitch awesome, and the bats need to come alive.
And that's it.
And then Verlander. It's as simple as that. So then Verlander goes 9 innings, possibly 10 or 11 if you need him to.
I thought you meant on 3 days rest. I'm like, damn, this is aggressive.
No.
Okay.
I wasn't being that ridiculous.
Okay. No, look, Verlander may have it in him. You know, if you can keep the pitch count down, it's all about the pitch count. It's not about the innings. So if he's in, let's just hope we get there, man. We got to get to Game 5.
Yeah, then listen. Scherzer is not himself. Scherzer gave up 7 runs to the Astros in early September. Scherzer is going to get shelled tonight. And, that'll start the onslaught if that's what it takes. If facing Max Scherzer is ironically the thing that it takes to really get the Astros bats going, after they got a nice warm-up versus the relievers in Game 2, then so be it. But I fully 100% trust that they will tonight, especially because the Astros are super comfortable up in that ballpark.
Yeah.
So honestly, all the negative energy from the Rangers fans who are there is going to be awesome for the Astros. We know that. The positive energy from the many, many Astros fans that'll be in attendance will be good for them. I'm honestly not worried about tonight one bit. I would I feel as confident about them winning tonight as I have any game all season. It's what do you do with the remainder of the games after that? So as far as if you think I'm being overly negative because I'm on crack or something, no, I'm doing just fine with my crack.
Yeah, I think you've been more positive than I have. I think you've got the opportunity tonight with Scherzer pitching. If you jump on him early, like you did last time you were in that building back in September, where you shelled him for 7 runs in 3+ innings, you've got the opportunity to win games 4 and 5 in some way tonight if you get on Scherzer early. There's no off days here until, what's today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's no off day till Saturday. So you get into that Rangers bullpen early, a bullpen that's been pitching way over its head in the postseason here. This bullpen is due for a couple shellackings here. Mm-hmm. You get into that bullpen in the 3rd or 4th inning, you're going against a rusty Max Scherzer. I mean, of all the time, if you're down 2-0 and you lost the first 2 games at home, you're heading into about as optimal a scenario to win a Game 3 and restore some momentum back as you possibly could ask for. You're going to a stadium where you've had great success recently. You've had great success all year against the Rangers. You are going against a pitcher who, albeit is a future Hall of Famer, he hasn't pitched in forever, and the last time you saw him, you shelled him. And I think if you shell him, it's Game 3. So you got games the next 2 nights. You get into the bullpen tonight, and now the Rangers have to get big performances from their starters these next couple of games. They've got to get – I haven't even looked ahead to see what the Rangers' plan is beyond Game 3. I just know that if they can get into the bullpen early tonight and get the Rangers to use up some of these relievers, that it's going to have a ripple effect in Games 4 and 5 that the Astros could really benefit from here.
One of the issues that you have with Max Scherzer is that you feel like he would hit on your wife if given the opportunity.
Yeah,
not just like your wife specifically, just anybody's wife. You feel like he's got that vibe about him.
Yeah.
I was curious. I got to playing that out in my mind, and he's got that heterochromia where he's got one brown eye and one blue eye. Do you think most women find that attractive, or at the very least, it's probably a big conversation starter?
I don't know that any find it unattractive necessarily. I think you find it's definitely a good icebreaker.
It's an anomaly.
Yeah.
I mean, some people are going to see anything that's a genetic anomaly and be like, yeah, that's a sign of danger right there. I don't need this passed off to my progeny.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like it with dogs. Some dogs, when they have that, usually they're kind of crazy dogs.
Yeah.
Like sheep herders or something. I like it. But in him, I hate it. In him, I think it's a sign of a weakness of some sort.
Scherzer seems like, man, Scherzer a dog, man. Scherzer a dog. Really? Yeah. He's a dog? Yeah, look at him, man. He's got 2 different colored eyes, just like a dog. He's a dog.
What's her name apparently has that, too. The Mina,
Kimes?
what's her face from the 70s show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis.
Who's Mina Kimes? Oh, Mina Kimes is ESPN Mina. There's some more Minas in my life than I thought.
Yeah, and I had Minka Kelly on my mind too. Mila Kunis. Yeah.
Not Mina. Mila Kunis has. Thanks, Ben. Mila Kunis has one brown eye.
Does she?
One blue eye.
Okay, I'd never noticed. I like her though. I like her vibe, Mila Kunis. I'm a fan. Thumbs up on her. Okay, so you're confident Max Scherzer is going to get shelled tonight. I'm with you on that. Along those lines, we've had multiple people ask us, are we hexing Max Scherzer tonight?
Oh, yeah, 100%. He's the hex. Yeah.
Okay.
We pull it out we only like to whip it out, the hex, for pitchers. We will whip it out for a pitcher anytime we're up against a hard place. And tonight we're up against a hard place. We're whipping it out for Max Scherzer. He is the recipient of the nearly undefeated, world champion winning Payne and Pendergast hex. Sorry about it, Max. You're going down tonight. You're going to get it, and you're going to get it hard.
Thank you. After we whip out the hex on you,
take
that.
It's like a Chinese throwing star.
Same
right between your freakishly weird eyes.
Same exact thing.
Hex is hitting you, baby.
We're getting texts here. One thing the Astros remember is Scherzer in 2019 when he played way over his head, and we've shellacked him ever since. We have a permanent vendetta for revenge against Scherzer, and I already put a hex on them ever since that 2019.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Oh, good job. A double hex?
I guess. I mean, I don't know if this is some sort of wizard or some sort of, I don't know what the, Sith Lord that is able to do these sorts of things, but good. Good on you. Good spirit. I like it.
He had that, remember, he was coming off a neck injury in that game, was he not?
I don't remember.
It was, it was 5 innings in Game 7 coming off of his neck injury. So ever since then, he took a cortisone shot, flew to Houston in a neck brace, and didn't even test his body out.
I don't remember this.
Yeah. Well, we were too busy, planning the victory parade.
I know. That's probably, dude, you nailed it. I probably didn't remember it because I was so caught up in, how the road team is winning all these games. What is going on?
It's just amazing. Oh, how drunk are you going to be by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning? Yeah. Meanwhile, Max Scherzer is rolling out in his neck brace.
That was the cockiest we've ever been as an Astros fan base, where it came back to bite us in the ass, I feel like. Like when they lost to the Braves in the World Series, I wasn't cocky. I thought the Braves, that was a good baseball team. When they came back here, the Astros, up 3-2, regaining the lead in Washington against the Nationals, God, we were so cocky. I don't mean like me and you, Seth. But I just mean we as a fan base. I felt like we were planning the parade at that point.
Honestly, thank you to the listener for reminding me of that, because that is probably a huge part of the lore there in Washington. It would have to be. 72 hours ago, Nationals ace Max Scherzer was so debilitated by a neck issue that he couldn't properly sit down during a press conference at National Park.
Okay.
He received a cortisone shot, flew to Houston in a neck brace, and didn't even test his body out until he played Catch Tuesday.
Okay.
It was far from certain he would be able to start Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah. You've got an article in front of you, it sounds like, so answer me this. Are we sure that the neck brace wasn't on there because the spouse of some woman that he hit on right in front of him decided to, like a Bobby Petrino situation where now he's showing up at press conferences with a scalded face and a neck brace? Are we sure?
Bobby Petrino, the World Series.
Are we sure? Do we know? Now, I would say tonight, Seth, as far as things Dusty could or would, or maybe some might even say should do, I would say it's not Yiner in for Martin Maldonado. Yiner has not, when he's gotten his opportunities, he hasn't hit yet in the postseason, so I don't know what to make of that. We know Maldonado is going to start. I think probably the things to look for in the lineup, what's going to happen with Kyle Tucker? Dusty mentioned that he might move Tucker down in the lineup to take some pressure off of him. So does he do that? Does he bump Brantley up in the order? Brantley needs to be in the lineup. Brantley is just... He's especially coming off of an off day. He rested yesterday. So Brantley has to be in the lineup, and it's a must-win situation. You got to put your best lineup out there. I think the third question is, does your best lineup involve Mauricio Dubon in center field now instead of Chas McCormick? Chet.
Oh, okay. That's let's see. Going in reverse order, I'm okay. I'm totally cool with that. I think Dubon being in center field instead of Chas, I'd be fine. I know it probably angers a lot of people given Chaz's heroics and whatnot, but that's a very reasonable, non-desperate, non-grasping for straws move, I think.
Yeah.
I think as far as moving Tucker down, I think that's a panic move. Look, It's a guy that you're talking about, is he the guy that the Astros should break the rules on and give a 10-year contract? It's not an aging Abreu who just showed up to town in the regular season or anything. I don't think you do it. I think you keep him right where he is. And I will always, for the rest of my life, until it's no longer relevant because the rules of baseball have changed, will still be invoking the spirit of George Springer in 2017 and the horrible slump that he started off in the playoffs, and you didn't budge him.
Boy, it'd be so nice if Tucker started swinging the bat well. Then if you have Tucker, Abreu, and Yordan Alvarez swinging the bat well, like you can plow back into this series with those three guys.
I wonder if somebody just needs to go up and give Kyle Tucker a good hard slap, like in the movies, like a shake and a slap. Snap into it, man. Snap into it. I think Bregman is obviously the guy to do it.
I was just going to ask you who's the guy to do it.
Little Bregman getting up on a stool so he could reach and see him eye to eye and then just shaking him around and slapping him.
That's where we miss Correa. That would have been Correa. Correa would have been the guy
that would have shook some sense into him.
Grabbed Kyle Tucker by the lapels and gone all Godfather on him and slapped him. They said, "You can act like a man. Look at you. Look at you. 10-year contract."
Men don't slap other men nearly enough anymore.
No, you're right. You're right.
We've gotten soft in this country. Back when men were men and they slapped each other.
That's how problems got solved. All right.
When you'd slap a friend.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about violently slapping an enemy. I'm talking about slapping a friend to slap some sense into him.
Means it's coming from a good place.
I want to do that the next time you piss me off.
God, please, no.
No, not that I'm doing it out of anger, just to slap some sense into it.
Right. No, just to make me a better version of me. I understand.
I know what Ben's been waiting for ever since he started being a producer for this show, which is when I let Job Tennant slap me in the face once. Job Tennant, who's now a lawyer. Hopefully this doesn't come back to bite him with the ethics committee or something. One day we decided, I can't remember why, but we're like I couldn't remember I think the last time in my life I'd been slapped was by my mom when I was a certain age, And so I was like, I wonder what it's like. So go on, Job, come out here and really haul off and slap me. And Job is not a big guy,
No.
Not a mean-spirited guy either, I thought. And he slapped the hell out of me.
Did it hurt?
I caught some of the. There was too much heel of the palm.
Caught
in the
some
slap.
bone,
Yeah. Dude, it was done immediately. Immediately, I thought that was a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I actually might have a little bit of a micro concussion here.
It was really dumb. So when are you scheduling Ben to do it to you?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That Ben's been waiting, and I'm not going to let him do it.
Not going to do it?
I have a 9:30 available.
That's true. You forget Ben just walks around the building slapping people. He's got to actually put people in his calendar. Just had a cancellation at 9:30.
There's probably a market for it on some OnlyFans channel or something.
I'm sure there's a fetish for everything. All right. Hey, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Speaking of fetishes, and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at the Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings off of Highway 6. Thirsty Thursday, grab some wings and a cold Bud Light. Enter to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show and watch the game. Thirsty Thursday. These have been fun with the drive and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Copperfield. Up next, Nick Caserio. Would he do a deal with a current Houston Texan, an extension in season? And what do you have to say about the culture shift for the Houston Texans? We will have the Texans GM for you next. Stay.
same when I was asked about it. It doesn't. We have no control over that. That's all we can control is our performance and our attitude on a day-to-day basis. So I think the expectation and the focus is on what can we do this week to get better and improve, and then the focus in next week will be what can we do to prepare for a good Carolina team. So wherever we are at the end of the year, where we're going to end up, we can't control that right now. Nobody has a crystal ball.
A good Carolina team. Nick, I'm going to call you out on that. They're 0-6. They're not good, but I get why you say it. You're not here to give accurate analysis. You're here to make sure the team stays appropriately grounded. Texans are a 3-point favorite as of right now against the Panthers in Week 8 in Carolina. As we welcome you back in, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. That was Nick Caserio yesterday. And when he was asked about the assessment of the team, felt they'd be competitive, and he, of course, gave the, depending on how the team's doing, the quote that either gets ignored or gets people really, really triggered that they don't have control over the wins and the losses. It's only the process they control and being the best version of themselves.
Yeah, it is, which I get it. That's exactly, that's just natural.
Yeah.
I do. Part of it is how you deliver the message, I guess, because there is the problem is that Nick's been in the NFL for 20-plus years, and he's seen, even with the Patriots, there's times where you do everything right and you end up having a subpar season. There's other times where maybe you would have done it differently, but you end up, having a really, really good season. So what you have to worry about is just the things you can control. And over time, it should all add up to hopefully a whole bunch of victories. I think that right now, the things that they're doing that will sustain themselves that I do feel good about are C.J. Stroud. That's it. That's the thing they're doing, C.J. Stroud, that I feel really good about. And having a good quarterback will sustain you in a lot of different ways. It's rare that a genuinely good quarterback has more than one or two 4-win seasons in their career. Even when things are really bad, they tend to at least be average. And then two, as long as D'Amico is the coach, no matter what the talent level is on defense, they're going to make up for a lot of mistakes and errors by just absolutely demonically flying around to the football. And that goes a long, long way. I think they are playing above their talent level right now on defense, largely and mostly because they're playing with discipline, but also just flying around so that when there are breakdowns in discipline, they get swept up with hustle. So that's going to stay that way. So those are the things that, as far as the process goes, that I feel pretty good about right now.
Here's Nick Caserio was asked by Cody Stutes about the possibility of doing in-season contract extensions with guys on the team. Here is what Nick Caserio said.
Matter of fact, D'Amico and I visited this morning, just going through the roster, kind of where we are currently, talking about some players potentially for next year. As long as we have a clearly defined role or what we think the role is going to be, then it's something that we'll look at or do. In the end, you're talking maybe a handful or less of guys that may fit that bill. A lot of it is they just trust in themselves and want to better themselves a little bit, which you have to respect that. So reality is we're probably going to lose some players after the season, might be able to keep some, but we'll just kind of keep moving, focus on 23, but start to have an eye a little bit on 24.
You and I kind of workshopped this thing a little bit earlier about, okay, who would be the guy? Because he said a handful of guys. There's only a handful of guys where it's even a conversation. And by my count, I jotted down 8 names that you and I wound up talking about to varying degrees in that segment, in no particular order. Guys that are either on one-year deals or they're in a contract year at the end of their deal. Dalton Schultz, Blake Cashman, Jonathan Grenard, your 2 specialists, Kaimi Fairbairn and Cam Johnston. We mentioned Weeks too, but we think Weeks is just basically he's on a lifetime series of one-year deals. So Fairbairn and Johnston, and then they wouldn't extend Weeks in season, I don't think.
Well, and that's what I wonder with the specialists. It's not like you worry about getting into a bidding war with specialists necessarily, though not to say it can't happen. I mean, teams will draft a punter in the first round at times. So I don't know if that's high on his priority list right now. It's as much as something that'll probably get done maybe before free agency, but you're not going to see it in season.
Shaq Griffin, Sheldon Rankins, Steven Nelson. Those are the other names. So about 8 names that you and I were kind of, messing around with as to whether or not they would do something.
Yeah.
So who are the ones, if you were Nick, who are the ones you're prioritizing on?
I think Dalton Schultz is a big one. I think Dalton Schultz will be he might be, if they had to power rank, how do we want to move forward over the next 5 years? What can we depend and rely upon? I think it's that Dalton Schultz is he's developing a very good rapport with C.J. Stroud. And this is an offense that can be very, very good for tight ends, and tight ends can be very, very good for it as long as you find the right guy. And Dalton Schultz also, he's already had the sting of free agency to where he saw like, oh, wow, all that money that I thought was going to be out there wasn't out there. So maybe his self-esteem is damaged enough that he might just sign for less than he's worth. It's a little bit like, yeah, not even a hometown deal. It's a little bit of like, man, I don't want to sit out there again and like be like I've already seen what it's like sitting out on the market and not getting the offers that you really, really want. So yeah, I'm going to take this. I'll take this bird in the hand right now.
Would you give him a multi-year, not top of market contract, but would you give him maybe what he was looking for last offseason, like 3 years?
Yeah, I think he's proven himself that like he's going to be a very reliable weapon. I really, really, really wish he would block like even 1/8 as well as George Kittle. That's the one thing and I do wonder, honestly, I wonder how much, in discussing it with Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, I wonder how much they're, just like we as fans tend not to value the wide receiver blocking and the tight end blocking as much as we really should. I think with the contract negotiations too, with this offense specifically, where in San Francisco, one of the reasons that offense is so good is because everybody blocks their asses off. Dalton Schultz is trying to block, but he whiffs a lot, and I just wonder how much that decreases his value in their eyes.
Schultz is the only one, Seth. As I look at the kind of the makeup of the list that you and I came up with here, 8 names. Put the 2 specialists aside, Fairbairn and Johnston. I think they're both valuable pieces that if they extended them at a normal market rate for what these guys are worth, I would do it. But the other 6 names on this list, Schultz is the only one on the offensive side of the ball. Blake Cashman, John Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Steven Nelson, Shaq Griffin. And I guess the question becomes, other than Grenard, who was an actual draft pick of the previous regime on a rookie deal still, the rest of these guys are guys where you got to ask yourself, okay, are they performing well in what we do because these guys are actually good? They're good players who we must have here, or is the market full of guys that we can plug and play as long as our superstar players play like superstar players?
This is where I'm skeptical. This is where I'm doubtful that Grenard ends up getting an extension. And maybe this is more of a Nick Caserio thing, and it'll be different now with D'Amico around. But Okoronkwo, I loved Okoronkwo. I thought he was the right kind of guy. I thought D'Amico would have loved Okoronkwo. But he's up in Cleveland now. He got a nice contract to go up to Cleveland. I think it was way more than the Texans probably felt comfortable paying Okoronkwo.
3 years, $18 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that maybe that's like generally how they feel about Grenard too. That there's a lot to like about him, but we're not willing to pay what some of these other teams. We'd rather draft a young guy or find more of a marquee type person. Which is a shame because I really, really like Grenard. I just don't know if the numbers are going to match up between the two.
I think health is always going to be a concern with him too. His most available season, he missed 4 games. That's a quarter of the season. So. He's played, I think you and I added it up earlier, 33 of a possible 50 games coming into this season. Now, he's been healthy and he's been good this season, but I think he and Nico Collins both are kind of facing similar things. Nico, they can't extend until after this season. He's in his 3rd year. But I think similar tracks in that, hey, look, these guys can be very, very productive, both former 3rd-round picks that have probably went on the field, outplayed their draft slot. Nico definitely has, but they've dealt with injury issues, both of them. Every year they've been in the league so far.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right. Up next, we'll take a final look at the Astros and the Rangers coming up tonight. Also, Seth brought this up in the previous segment. Does Kyle Tucker just need somebody to give him a friendly cohort slap in the face?
To get him moving, to get him going.
Yeah.
It's like a slap into it, mate.
Right,
like
right. We've had people text in one major Houston historical example of an attempt to do this with a championship level squad in our city's history. We will have the audio of that next.
Hey, championship level representation. That's what you get with Mokaram Law. And it's not just like, oh, call us during office hours from 9 to 5. No. Mokaram Law knows that if you've been in an accident and it's not your fault, that you've got a whole lot of stuff going on in your life. You might have work disruptions. You've got to worry about childcare, your hospital bills.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth's suggestion for Kyle Tucker, it's kind of violent, but I think it makes a lot of sense, is that one of his teammates needs to basically just kind of grab him by the jersey and give him a good, healthy slap across the face.
So snap into it.
Snap into it. Snap out of it. Whatever it is you're doing.
Snap out of it, man.
Yeah.
Say man the way they, not like the way we've been saying man since the 60s,
right,
but like they used to say in like the 1940s, like snap out of it, man.
Come on, man. Yeah. So that's your suggestion. I would say that technique probably has some history of success and maybe some history of failure. It does have history in the Houston sports tapestry. In our history, we had texters pointed this out to us, that when it comes to teammates slapping, one teammate slapping another teammate, one of the most famous examples, which I had forgotten about, was Hakeem Olajuwon, right, Seth? You've rewatched this video here. Hakeem Olajuwon.
This is you'll hear a couple of the voices that are pretty distinctive, but Kenny Smith is in there describing this situation, Vernon Maxwell and Hakeem Olajuwon, and most of the main voices you'll hear.
Okay.
We played in Seattle, and first half, I had a confrontation with one of the players on Seattle's team.
Now we've got Payton and Maxwell, John.
It broke up, but I was so upset when I used to get mad. I don't know why I used to do this. I just go to spitting on the floor.
So Akeem says, have some class. Stop spitting on the floor. So Vernon's like, who's this guy I think he is telling me I should have class? And who is he? Doesn't run this. He's not run my life. So Vernon spits again.
Maxwell pushed me to the point, let's fight.
And then he walked up to me, stood over me.
He said, what did you say?
I looked up like this here, man, go ahead, bow. I said, damn, this motherfucker slapped the shit out of me. That motherfucker hit me so hard, man, knocked me out the chair. I jumped up, grabbed my chair, and threw it at the motherfucker and bust the glass all in the damn locker room. Everybody running out, police coming in with the guns drawn. I'm like, what the hell going on in here? Max, please put it down. I picked up a big piece of glass. I was gonna chase Dream and stab the shit out of him.
Okay, that was one. That was one that maybe didn't work out as well as we would. Put it this way:
wait, it's not clear when it was.
Yeah,
it's not. It's like it was against the Supersonics,
right?
That's all we really know. So I don't know if this was leading up to a championship or what exactly. It was part of the composition of the team, though.
Yeah, Dream used to have a temper back in the day.
It was part of the milieu that constituted a championship basketball team.
Yeah.
Okay? You got to have that kind of fire, that kind of passion. And maybe it's time. A lot of times, I can't tell you how many times people compared Vernon Maxwell to Kyle Tucker. They really just
Oh my
come from
God.
the same cloth, those guys.
My God. Dude, if you had to do a scale of intense personalities, and you know how you name a scale is when it's given a name with surnames, they name it after the left end and the right end of the scale.
Yeah.
It would be the Tucker Maxwell scale.
Tucker Maxwell, a little too laid back on the left, a little too extreme on the right. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Vernon Maxwell and Kyle Tucker, kindred spirits.
But I'll tell you what, honestly, I feel like Kyle Tucker seems like the personality type that would be more appropriately moved and motivated by a slap than Vernon Maxwell. I don't know if Vernon Maxwell can separate a slap from a friend.
Dude,
like a slap
he said he was looking for broken glass to stab him. And I don't think he was kidding.
I wanted to get someone. I busted a glass. I had glass in my hands, cutting my hand up.
Dude.
They're telling me, Max, put the glass down.
Dude, Vernon doesn't
Man,
play.
I'm mad as hell.
Dude, Vernon would have stabbed him. Vernon Maxwell's like now, he's like a big advocate for mental health now. He just had yeah. No, I don't know if the audience knew it. He had like a big a mental health kind of seminar or Q&A or panel. Vanessa Richardson hosted it. It was in town in the last few weeks.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, to be clear, he's not. Honestly, in this situation, Hakeem was the aggressor. So, like in this very situation, I think Maxwell was just trying to defend himself from a slap with a piece of broken glass. Just as any man would, Sean. But since then, he's calmed down a little bit.
He was a little disrespectful, Vernon Maxwell. He spit on the floor, and then Hakeem said, "What are you doing? Don't spit on the floor." And what did Vernon Maxwell do? He spit again.
I'll be honest with you. I kind of side with Vernon in this one. A grown man tells me not to spit on the floor, and then when I'm mad and angry, I feel like, you know what? You got to pick your moments, a teaching moment, a teachable moment.
Yeah.
And I feel in that instance, Hakeem should have realized that, like, maybe right now is not the time to talk about workplace hygiene. I'll talk to him about it afterwards, after Vernon cools down a little bit. But maybe commanding that he not spit on the floor and then slapping him in the head might not have been the best way to handle that situation.
The part where Vernon's like, who's this guy think he is to tell me? I'm like, he's Hakeem Olajuwon. That's who he is.
So it must have been relatively early in his, yeah.
My guess is it was before the championships were won. So you know what, Seth? It worked. They went on to win two, and yada, yada, yada. They went on
trying to tell you.
They went on to win two NBA championships.
Maxwell got there in 94, 95, though. So it wasn't like.
No. Vernon was on the 94 championship team. Vernon was there before 94. He was.
93, 94. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Either way. My guess is that came before the NBA championships for the Houston Rockets. What do you think of Caleb Williams wanting equity in whatever team ends up drafting him in the NBA?
Stupid.
Yeah, that's a thing. Vernon got here in 90. So he was.
Of course, I was way off on that. Yes. I think he was. I think Caleb Williams is being dumb because first of all, I don't believe the report is true. So there's a report that Caleb Williams wants equity in the team that he goes to.
Florio had it.
I don't think Caleb Williams is dumb. So maybe one of his advisors is stupid, but that's simply not allowed. Like, there's a very strict pay schedule that you go by and it's also verboten to actually give active players a share of the team. Yeah. So, you'd have to change the CBA and everything. What's the report say?
Here's what it says. Per multiple sources, the representatives of USC quarterback Caleb Williams have been making it known to prospective agents that Williams wants partial. Okay, so this is them recruiting agents to then represent Williams. So people in Williams' inner circle making it known to prospective agents that Williams wants partial ownership of the team that selects him in 2024 if he declares for the draft.
Yeah, his inner circle are idiots.
Well, how about this one?
Yeah.
Likewise, a league source tells PFT, it's a league source, that Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers attempted to secure equity in his contract discussions with the New York Jets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that makes more sense in at least that there is some way. I remember, there's some way you can basically meander around it and get it done. It just makes it a huge headache with salary cap and everything. So, it's all but forbidden, I guess, I suppose. There's reasons that it's never been done before. But definitely not with rookies because they are very subject to a strict pay scale on exactly how it all goes. Unless he lobbies the union to somehow negotiate a change to the current CBA.
Can you imagine if it were allowed and teams started doing that? Because there's a lot of dumb teams in the NFL that would do that. They would say, you know what? You're right, it's a pay scale, so you can't do that anyways. But let's pretend for a second that you did. Like when you draft a player who's a bust and you give them their contract, their rookie contract, all you're doing is paying them money, and then eventually they go away. Can you imagine if all the busts actually still had some sliver of ownership in all the teams? Can you imagine if Ryan Leaf still owned part of the San Diego or the Los Angeles Chargers? Or,
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be. It's not like they have voting rights or anything.
I know, but
it's just a percentage of the team. I don't know. I don't think it's that big. They're not profiting or losing by specific instances or games or anything. I don't think it would be as. I think it's more of a salary cap issue more than anything else. I honestly feel like you should want your star athletes to own parts of the teams that they own. But you're right. They would have to divest themselves if they left the team. Unless they're retired, if they're on another team or something, then no, you can't. You got to sell your shares to somebody else.
Part of my take is just an old man take, where I wasn't put off by Rodgers doing it because I'm like, that guy's been around forever. He's going to be retiring in a few years. He's proven he's Aaron Rodgers. Caleb Williams just threw 3 interceptions against Notre Dame on Saturday. He wants equity in the team that drafts him.
July of 2023, they passed a rule prohibiting the giving of equity in the franchise to players or other employees.
Okay, there you go.
They cited 8 reasons. Well, we're not going over
Let's
all
go
those
through
8
all
reasons.
8 in the next 4 minutes and change. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me a little bit nervous about Caleb Williams, honestly. I'm going to go, well, wait a second. What am I going to have to deal with if his clown inner circle doesn't understand that this isn't actually an option, if this report is true? Then what else are they going to be advising him to do or not do if we enter into, if we have to be negotiating with him or operating with him?
Dude.
You got to get a grip on your inner circle, Caleb Williams.
Knock on wood, man. I mean, knock on wood. He's young. Who knows what happens over the next few years? I feel like we got really lucky. Not just with how good a player C.J. Stroud is, but he really does seem to have his head screwed on right. You know, like I feel like we got really fortunate. Not that Bryce Young doesn't, or Anthony Richardson doesn't, or that even Caleb Williams doesn't. But
well, I mean, he is represented by the agent who is representing Deshaun Watson.
No, I know. That's why I'm caveating everything, man. That's why I'm saying, like, it could go sideways. You never know. But like early on here, it feels like, man, we really got fortunate. You know, 6 games in, so. We'll see what happens.
Do you think Deshaun is in Cleveland this time next year?
Yes, I do. I don't think he makes it through the whole contract.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably still too prohibitive for them to trade him next year.
They've shoved a ton of money into future years.
And now it would be a point where teams, they would look at it and they'd have to say, okay, well, Houston maybe we get because it was a really weird situation. But Cleveland, it was this just a money grab? Like, were you not aware of the issues the Cleveland organization has had historically, or that it was cold? Like, Deshaun was completely out on Cleveland. And then they offered him more money than anybody had ever seen before, and all of a sudden he was gung-ho Cleveland.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he just flat out grabbed that money, got up, realized, wow, it rains and it is cold up here and it is windy, and I'm not happy.
Yes, 100%. Cleveland was out of it earlier in the day, and then we get to tweet that they gave him a $230 million fully guaranteed deal. Absolutely.
Ian Rappaport told me it clearly wasn't about money. That's what he said.
That?
That's what he said on his Twitter.
That?
Remember?
And he says a lot of things. I think the big difference is, like, who's going to trade for him? You know, like,
right.
Who's going to trade for him?
They're not going to get what the Texans got.
No, there's a better chance they would have to. I mean, Landry brought this up last week. There's a better chance that they would have to attach things to Deshaun right now to get out from underneath the rest of those salaries in future years than they get something for him. He's just, it's a mess, and yet they're 3-2.
I think he needs his girlfriend hasn't showed up on his Instagram posts since July.
That's juicy.
She'd been all over the place there.
And she just released a song where basically she was saying what a jerk
talking about. Yeah. So I don't know. It might just be, maybe he just needs a puppy or something.
Trouble in paradise.
This is like a man who's desperate for companionship, obviously.
Yep.
And maybe he just needs to find. Yeah.
This is our first chance to
see what you did there.
This is our first chance to do crosstalk this week, John, because we're out early on Mondays and we had Mark Henry yesterday.
Well, what the heck is going on?
Well, this is the first chance I've had to say, what do you have to say for yourself?
About?
Predicting an Astros sweep.
Look, I said Astros in 4. I didn't say which 4.
Okay. Classic Lopez
good point.
right there.
Good point.
That's true. They win the next 4?
Astros in 4.
It was those 4 you were talking about.
Astros in 4.
I got you. How you doing, my friend?
I am great. By the way, Jilly, Deshaun's girl, she's posted Instagrams from Browns games.
Recently?
Yeah, this year.
Okay.
I know the opener, maybe another one, but there are rumors that
there's rumblings I've heard.
Rumblings and rumblings.
Okay.
That there's some problems in paradise there.
Trouble in paradise.
Yeah.
That's too bad. That's too bad. All right. In the Loop is up next. You got those guys for the next 4 hours. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2. An Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and appropriate wording in your promises of sweeps to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You said Astros in 4.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there you go. All right, we're done. Go Stros tonight. Let's get this thing moving in the right direction. In the Loop is up next. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
You definitely said sweep. Let's just be serious.
I think I might have slipped that in once.
You definitely did.
Hey, podcast your show. You know that, right?
And this is.
I'm not denying that.
This is where we are, though.
Let's go back to the tape.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna go back to the tape today. You know we will.
You definitely said
about something else.
Sweep. What are we going to the tape for?
You were irresponsibly dragging my name.
No.
We can do it right now if you want.
No.
We can do it right now if you want.
No.
We can do it right now. if you want.
You were being a selective slime ball.
Nope.
Is what happened. You were being a selective. I didn't think we were going to start this. The Astros got a big game today. He's got it. The Astros got a big game today. The Texans, they're 3-3. I actually think there's a big power move that could be made that could maybe shift the vibe of what's going on.
I do too. I wonder if it's the same one.
But yeah, we can start there.
Let's start there.
We can start there
because I've got to defend.
Set it up.
I'm going to defend my good name.
Okay.
Because yesterday I brought up during Internet Going Nuts, hey, did you see the Chargers fan? The wild and crazy Chargers fan, so passionate about everything. And I said, quote, there's a theory out there that she's an actress or she's a plant or something. I also said Mike Florio was told. And I also said, who cares? And you very irresponsibly said that I was claiming she was an actor or a plant.
Well, I gave you a chance to say whether you thought she was or not, and you would not say. And I think sometimes Florio does dumb stuff, and you just hide behind it. It's like when you accused Bobby Slowick of tampering because he was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And I think sometimes you just scroll through your your feed, and you see what Florio says, and then you present it as something that has validity. And I thought that it was crazy to say that this lady was fake. And I gave you a chance. I said, "Hey, do you think she's fake or not?" You wouldn't answer the question.
No. I was aggregating.
Did you say she was fake?
I said there's a theory out there.
Did you say she was not fake when I asked you?
I never said she's fake.
But when I directly asked you, do you think she's fake? What did you say?
Hold on.
You hid behind Florio's conspiracy.
No, I said Mike Florio said. I said there's a theory out there. I am disseminating information just like you do, just like Figgy does, just like everyone does. I am merely the messenger.
No, you are the reactor, and you have opinions. And
I do have opinions.
And I asked you, I said, do you think she's fake? And you did not say, you would not say whether or not you thought she was fake.
There is tape.
There is tape.
There is tape of this.
There is tape. I did not know we were starting like this, Vic.
I am merely disseminating information just like you and everybody else on this particular thing.
Do we have the tape?
Yep, the tape of the young lady on the McAfee show.
No,
or John Lopez.
The Lopez.
Yeah,
the
we got
the original thing.
Yep.
We got the tape.
We got the tape.
We got it all the way to the end, right?
We got irresponsible.
All the way to the. You want to play that full?
It starts at the 24-minute mark.
Yes, we got it. We don't need to do on-air production. We did that before, John. I know you wouldn't know about it, but we do it before.
Wait a minute.
Lay it out. All right, lay it out, Fig.
There you go again.
Just lay out. I'm just saying. You don't need to do the on-air production. We don't need that.
Disparaging my good name.
We don't need that. It's just a fact. Figgy, play the tape. Play the tape of how this whole thing came up.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get the whole tape so we don't have any other stuff.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Landry Locker, John Lopez.
I actually think
with you.
You're the Slimeball nomination on this one.
That's fine. If you think, I think you just take Florio's stupid ideas and you present them and put your hands up. I just asked you flat out. Do you think the lady's
what
fake?
do we do when
you brought it up? I was trying to talk about the Astros. So if people are coming here to actually hear about sports, this is the Lopez. This is when Lopez grabs the show and takes it where he wants to take it. So that's where we are right now.
And you're wrong there. I said we can go there right now.
So we got there. Now let's get right to it. Let's hear it. The lady apparently is not fake though.
Right.
She's a big Chargers fan, and we have the thing in question. Hit it.
So you saw the Chargers fan making all the woman making all the rounds, being way over the top in last night's game. There's a theory out there that it was a plant. And, just to kind of generate more interest and do stuff, make it a better experience and hype it up and get some social media going.
Is this?
Actually, Pro Football Talk.
Oh, yeah. He's always nails.
She was
hits the nail on the head.
Really animated.
Yeah, she might have been a fan.
Pro
Football Talk. Florio's out of control with some of his conspiracy.
I don't know if it was his conspiracy or if he got it from someone. He's an aggregator. And he said there's a theory out there that she was an actress. Here's my point on this. Who cares? Who cares?
It was pretty cool.
That was me saying that.
Wait for the end where he's asked, do you think she was fake or not, though?
In the NFL. I mean, look at her. She is nuts. And the one thing that
doesn't look like an actress.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is what Mike Florio.
I mean, she's into the game.
Either was told or whatever. When someone acts like that at a game, don't they usually interact with someone else? It was like just her on camera.
No.
You don't high five people.
Why do you adopt so many of his foolish
theories?
I adopted
it?
Did I say I adopted it? You're acting like this isn't silly.
No, I said there's a theory out there. There I go again, making it very clear.
Well, you're playing with it. You're having your cake and eating it too. You're having your cake and eating it too.
I'm sharing information.
He's having his cake and eating it too. Well, doesn't a fan usually do this and this? And yeah,
I'm sharing information accurately without implementing my own opinion.
Okay.
No. Tell me where I said I agreed with it. Tell me where I said just pick anywhere in there that I said I agreed with it or I endorse it. Anywhere.
You're playing it up, and then you're adding like some clues that are stupid, by the way, to the stupid theory.
Yeah, but tell me where I said that, where I agreed with it or endorsed it.
You do this like court crap that's so annoying. Where no, it's stupid. Like where you like say I didn't directly say it, but you can read between the lines. Like if everyone acted the way you did, like when someone went to the podium and said something like, we knew that D'Amico Ryans last year was calling out Dameon Pierce on the run game. D'Amico Ryans, if he were John Lopez, he could come on and say, well, I didn't exactly say that. Well, you did. But, I mean, you're sitting there saying, usually when you're a real fan.
That's not apples to apples, because I literally said, there's a theory out there. Mike Florio was told, and who cares? Figgy, we have a slime ball here.
Keep the tape going. He had a chance to say whether or not the lady was fake or not. He would not say it. How convenient. Just some stupidity by Florio.
Did I add validity or did I share some information?
No,
Thank you. That is making the internet go nuts.
You presented it as if it was like a valid theory. It's a Mike Florio theory.
I don't know how I presented it as a valid theory. I said there's a theory out there.
So do you think she's an actress?
I don't know.
Come on.
You want me to say one way or the other because you're trying to validate your point, which is erroneous.
No, I don't think she was. Do you think she was?
I don't know. I said merely
I don't know again.
There's a theory out there. Thank you, me. And then you took it.
People are saying
to another place.
Okay.
All right, Figgy. There is a slime ball here.
I don't think so.
Disparaging my good name.
Yeah, Figgy. You said you didn't think she was fake too, right? Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I ain't think so.
Yeah, but did I say anywhere in there? Anywhere? Did I hint? Did I indicate? Did I go sign off on Mike Florio's theory?
No, you did kind of indicate.
I did,
but you didn't. But you didn't say. You didn't say.
How did I indicate? I'll ask you what I asked Figgy. Where did I indicate that? Where?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I think you did when you said, "Hey, fans usually cheer with other fans."
No,
that's
the
fair. Other. That's the only. You kind of made it seem like that was kind of weird.
It was. That doesn't mean I'm signing on with Mike Florio's.
But see, Mike Florio, this ain't the first time he did something like this. Said something a little crazy.
I agree with that too.
And it was a couple times where he said, "Hey, man, you see that BS?" He said, but you kind of brung it up like, it might be something here.
I don't
want to lean one way or the other.
He goes to direct quotes. Mr. Investigator goes to direct quotes.
I never said there might be something here. I never indicated there might be something here. We're gonna have our first double slime ball?
Nah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a crappy way to start the show, but you've got the steering wheel here on this one.
No. I just said we can, if we're gonna be accurate, like we're trying to be, we can go there, and we did.
All right. Well.
So was she fake or no?
I don't know. I'll say that again. No, actually, I do know now. She said she wasn't, and I believe her. That was pretty good. She's lively, that's for sure. There's no question about that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got the Astros in about 9 hours. The Astros are going to attempt to survive. Now, you can say, well, they got to lose 4 to be eliminated, but they're going to attempt to survive tonight. Max Scherzer on the mound. Now, if we're looking at Vegas, Vegas has the Rangers as a healthy favorite in this game. Minus 135, which isn't huge in baseball, but that's where they're at. Max Scherzer on the mound, been there, done that, hadn't done it in a while. and he's going to be opposed by Christian Javier. The good news about Christian Javier is the last 3 times he's started in the postseason, he hasn't allowed a run. That's the good news. The bad news is the last time he was in Arlington, he went 4 1/3 and allowed 8 earned runs. So do with that what you will, but this is going to be, dare I say, a must-win game for the Astros. This is one that you're going to have to figure out. And then if they win this, then it's going to get real interesting because then Dusty Baker might be doing something even more desperate that we'll get to in just a second.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Altuve and Tucker and Bregman and all kinds of Maldonado. We talked about all kinds of things that are going to play into tonight's outcome. It's very simple though. Are we going? You have to answer this question, Astros. Are we going to get postseason Christian Javier? That's it. That's what the game comes down to. You gotta. Are we going to get that guy? Is the story tonight, and we're probably going to find out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I'm lowering the bar, even though what we're saying if Christian Javier can give me 4 or 5 solid innings, and then you can pass it off to the bullpen, I think that's a good thing. The one advantage, like we can debate lineups, all that type of stuff. But the one advantage that the Astros do have is the bullpens, and everybody knows this. Like it's all about the bullpen. So if you can chase Scherzer out of there in a few innings, and I think that's all they're expecting, then I think you're in pretty good shape if you can get to the bullpens. I have a suggestion, though, that if the Astros win 2 out of 3 games.
Okay.
If they win 2 out of 3 games and it comes back to Houston, I have a suggestion, and I think this would be really good for the pregame festivities.
Okay, and what might that suggestion be?
You know how at big playoff games you have former Astros throw out the first pitch, or people from Houston. They had Jason Castro throw it out.
Yeah.
In game 2. Come on.
All right.
Like, what are we doing? The Rangers got Ian Kinsler today. They got Michael Young tomorrow. I mean, and we're throwing Jason Castro out there.
Yeah, and then the Astros hit like him.
This is true. Now, if the Astros come back for Game 6, I think that they should allow a guy who has had some very, very good memories for the Astros, a guy who has risen to the occasion in many big moments, a guy who at one point, back when he used to play for the Astros, was one of the best players in Astros history. I think they should have him throw out the first pitch if there is a Game 6.
I'm listening.
Kyle Tucker. Former Houston Astro Kyle Tucker throwing out the first pitch in Game 6. How about that, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
a man who used to play here. One of the prominent members of a championship run.
I thought you were going to say Roy Oswalt because he pitched the big clutch game after they blew it.
I would take Roy Oswalt all day, have him come out there in a tractor.
Yeah.
But I think Kyle Tucker should throw out that first pitch.
Former Astro Kyle Tucker.
Former Astro Kyle Tucker, first pitch.
Well, is Altuve going to be a part of that? I don't know. Oh, Lord.
There's all this talk about, if they win this game, let's start Justin Verlander in Game 4, which would be 3 days rest for a freaking 40-year-old that just threw 6 1/3 innings in a playoff game. So they're talking about that. There's talk about moving Kyle Tucker down the lineup, a guy who led the league in RBI. He led the league in RBI. Let's move him down the lineup.
Yeah.
Are these desperate-ass moves? Because
yes.
So why not just bench the catcher that everyone knows is inferior to the guy behind him instead of making that guy just go up there and pinch hit whenever you just see fit? If we're going to do desperate moves, I don't think that it's rational to start a 40-year-old on 3 days rest. I don't think that's smart. We've seen Justin Verlander do it. It hasn't gone well more times than it has. It has not gone well. We didn't even see Abreu really moved out the lineup that much. We saw it for a little stretch. Jose Altuve damn sure ain't not going to bat leadoff. So why are you messing with stuff that's desperate when the move that's been right there in front of you all year long is not even going to be addressed? This is stupid.
It is stupid, and my mind is exactly where yours is on this. I saw the Tucker thing came down yesterday afternoon, and I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, I get it. You got to wake up the bats. People do this. I actually wasn't that bothered by Kyle Tucker moving down in the line. That okay. I
to
get
where?
I think 6 probably. I don't know. We'll find out. Probably.
So one spot? 2 spots?
Look, I don't explain. I mean, I don't make these decisions, but I understand them when you're trying to get. So that one by itself didn't bother me. The next one bothered me, and then I'm going to get to what really bothered me. The next one about Justin Verlander potentially starting Game 4 on 3 days rest. I was like, yes, we have seen some epic pitching performances on 3 days rest in our lifetimes. Not 40-year-olds. I don't, unless, I don't know. I did Rock ever do it? Did Roger Clemens ever do it? I don't know. But I don't remember seeing any 40-year-old on 3 days rest. And Justin Verlander is such a stickler.
Routine guy.
He's such a stickler for routine, for the habits, the preparation, and all that. I hated that one a lot more than the Justin Tucker. But then I started thinking
Kyle Tucker.
But maybe Justin Tucker's better. But then I started thinking, well, if you're going to be deflecting away from what the real problem is, you're doing it completely wrong. This is what really angered me. There's a simple solution right there, man. Batting number 9 in your lineup. If you want to do a desperate move, a shake the bats up move, why aren't you doing that? And hell, they trotted Martin Maldonado out for a press conference yesterday. He's going to start today. He was on the podium. Martin Maldonado was on the podium yesterday.
For someone who has such a good presence in the clubhouse and stuff, and has so much respect and so much over romanticized hype, I don't get pumped hearing Martin Maldonado.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that resonates and he owns that clubhouse. Even Rex Burkhead, I would hear, okay, maybe he's not that bad.
Yeah.
I hear Martin Maldonado, I'm like, dude, this is common sense, sir.
Yeah. They took him to the podium, so he's going to start. I mean, we knew that, but it's not like it's any big secret now. But you're gonna risk moving Tucker down, and then maybe even Verlander on 3 days rest. But you're not making that move.
It's wild. It's wild.
Dusty literally dreams about Martin Maldonado.
He does.
Yeah.
And then he wakes up with wet sheets. Adam Spillane joining us in 30 minutes. What? Sometimes you sweat. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Sometimes you sweat, sicko. Goodness gracious. What the hell are you talking about? We'll talk to Baseball Spo in 30 minutes. Coming up next. The next time C.J. Stroud takes the field, it's going to be against Bryce Young. We know the history there. However, could there be a power move that could be made that would level out the playing field and close the gap between CJ and Bryce Young? The answer is yes. I'll explain why next. First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
A power move. CJ Stroud right now has the upper hand with Bryce Young, but could a power move even out the playing field? I don't want to say it, but I'm just saying. First, though, we got some big news.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, so Anthony Richardson is out for the season. Jim Irsay put it out there. Scheduled season-ending shoulder surgery. So the Indianapolis Colts, 3-3 along with the Houston Texans. They will be without Anthony Richardson. Minshew Mania lives on in a much bigger way. Anthony Richardson done for the season.
Obviously devastating for them. I'm not going to shed a lot of tears, but very big news because these guys, you know, as they move along in their careers, these are the things that people are going to be talking about, and especially with him, consistently, as you've mentioned repeatedly, consistently hasn't made the grade for the whole season. By the way, that's a sweet Astros hat you got right there.
So I got it at Academy Sports, Bunker Hill. There's T's on there, like you put T's there. It's like called the golfer. It's like a new era, like
that is a badass
I think it
hat.
looks goofy as hell, but I kind of think it's part of the thing. I think it looked like
I'm going by there today.
Look like
I'm gonna have to pick
like
that one up. Would we be Twinkies?
I got a fishing shirt too.
You did?
I got an
Astros fishing shirt.
I got an Astros fishing shirt.
You're coming along, son.
Yeah. Nah, I'm starting to appreciate the fishing shirt a little bit more than like the polo.
We're gonna be Twinkies.
Yeah,
because I already have a fishing shirt and I might get that hat.
Yeah, see, there you go. Nah, I can rock. See, so this is me. This is me being an old, stereotypical white guy without being stereotypically white, because I don't play golf and I don't fish, but I'm rocking the fishing shirt with the golf hat.
I'm serious. I'm going to get that hat.
It's a sick hat. It's a sick hat. It's
Shout out to Academy.
It's called the golfer.
Yeah.
Put the tees there. I'm going to start putting golf tees on there even though I don't play. I'm going to go get
Of
some
course,
during the break.
absolutely.
Go get some during the break, some Sports Radio 610 golf tees.
Yeah, get some.
And I'll be in on that. So I have something that I'm going to say, and I know that people will get upset because I'm even suggesting this. I'm not saying that I want this to happen. I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of the Carolina Panthers. And we know what the debate was in the offseason. Some of us were Bryce Young guys. I'm raising my hand. You can see it on YouTube and Twitch. But C.J. Stroud appears to be the guy right now.
Mm-hmm.
And quarterbacks, the best thing that they can have is favorable surroundings, whether it's a good organization, whether it's good coaching, etc. That's important. Like Tua right now, we're watching Tua, and there was a time where it was almost just laughable that Justin Herbert was taken. Tua was taken before Justin Herbert. Then it wasn't. Then it was. Then it wasn't. And it's been a back and forth. And the thing that has propelled Tua into that conversation is the hiring of Mike McDaniel. Mm-hmm. Tua was a wreck when Brian Flores was there. Mike McDaniel's there. So now Tua's kind of figured stuff out, and the investment that Miami made at the quarterback position appears to be paying off. The Carolina Panthers hired Frank Reich. Frank Reich has already called out the owner. There's been suggestions he did not want Bryce Young, which were the same suggestions that were made when Brian Flores had Tua, that maybe he wanted Justin Herbert. There were reports that were put out there. And he's already given up play calling duties. So there's a lot of stuff going on there with the Miami Dolphins. Through 6 weeks, meanwhile, the Houston Texans offensive ranks, and this is from Storm Report. Shout out to Patrick Storm. They're 11th in total points. They're 14th in points per game. They're 8th in total yards, and they're 9th in yards per game. I would say that's pretty good.
Yes.
I would say Bobby Slowick so far, 6 games into his career, is doing a pretty good job. Carolina's a mess. They're an absolute mess. C.J. Stroud has a great relationship with his offensive coordinator. Bryce Young, they don't even know who the hell is going to call plays from week to week. When an organization in the last 5-6 years is dysfunctional, what do? They go to Shanahan, guys. 2017, San Francisco 49ers, the Jim Tom Sula experiment, the Chip Kelly experiment. It didn't pay off. Jed York and the 49ers were a joke. Jed York was getting treated like a little punk-ass rich kid at press conferences. The guy was telling him to say something. He looked like an absolute buffoon. The 49ers were getting mocked. There was turmoil. You know what they did? They picked up the phone. They called Kyle Shanahan. They said, Kyle Shanahan, you got Matt Ryan as an MVP candidate. Bring your ass to San Francisco and save the day. Rest is history. 2022, the Miami Dolphins. Brian Flores was butting heads with Tua. Brian Flores was out there cussing everybody out. What did the Miami Dolphins do? There was talk about the owner and all this crap tampering, just like Jed York. He was a joke. What did they do? They picked up the phone. They called the Kyle Shanahan guy and Mike McDaniel. They said, Mike, bring your vape pens over here and let's blow some clouds and turn this thing around. Rest is history. Tua, who, by the way, kind of going through some stuff that Bryce Young's going through, Tua's kind of turned it around a little bit. 2023, Houston Texans, worst organization in sports, absolute joke, laughing stock, blah, blah, blah. What did they do? What did the Texans do? What was the first move that brought this organization to where it currently is to where it was? And it's not one or the other, but what was the first move? Picked up the phone, called an old friend. Oh, he happened to work for Kyle Shanahan. D'Amico, come save the day. Next big decision for D'Amico. All right, I got to find a young quarterback. Who do I want to trust? We can interview this Cliff Kingsbury character. Nick, you want to talk about that system? Get your ass out of the room. I'm going to call Bobby Slowick. I'm going to call a Shanahan guy, and we're off to a historic start. You could even talk about the Jets. The Jets are one of the worst organizations in recent history. They were a quarterback away this year, at least they think, with Aaron Rodgers. It's been rock bottom, but Robert Saleh has that team 3-3, and they're fighting their ass off. Where was Robert Saleh at? Shanahan. If I'm the Carolina Panthers, with my quarterback where he's at right now, looking at what's going on around the league, in a tumultuous situation that is similar to some of the ones I mentioned, I don't want it to happen. And I know it's early, but there are unconventional paths sometimes. I'm picking up the phone and I'm calling the Texans. And I'm bringing Bobby Slowick to coach Bryce Young. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I just laid out the case. That is what I'm doing. I don't give a damn if it's unconventional or not. I don't think there's a direct path. But history has shown when your organization is in trouble, when your quarterback looks like he has nowhere to go, you pick up the phone, you call a Shanahan guy. Don't shoot the messenger.
No, I am not going to shoot the messenger. In fact, not only do I think that that's plausible, I think it's probable. Because there's a bunch of factors at work here. Number one, the Shanahan system, as you just laid out, is all the rage in the NFL right now. It is the premier tree from which you pluck head coaching candidates. Bobby Slowick is directly from that. That's the first thing. The two things that are kind of like wild cards is, what does Bobby Slowick think of the ownership himself? I mean, it's been a mess over there. Does he want to, drop himself into that situation, or would it be a bad career move? He's going to get advice from everywhere. That's the second thing.
I think he probably likes the quarterback to work with. I think that's important.
And it's a head coaching job.
Yeah.
I mean, like that.
Same with McDaniel. McDaniel had never been an OC. They're like, okay, come on down.
Yeah.
He came down, and he's figured it out.
No, I think it's a factor. Ownership is a factor because it's a mess. But it is a head coaching job. So that oftentimes, balances the field. And then the third thing, and I think this is very important, what did he really think of Bryce Young when he was coming into the draft?
Good question.
What did he really think of Bryce Young coming into the draft? But not only do I think it's possible, I think it's probable. Monday, I was came across 2024 head coaching candidates already. And there's already a list. Number one, well, they're not numbered, but these are the four. Ben Johnson from the Lions, OC, makes sense. Kellen Moore, Chargers, makes sense. Eric Bieniemy from the Commanders, and Bobby Slowick. He's already on the list as a 2024 head coaching candidate. So, yeah, Figgy, it's like, oh, no. They got everything going so well right now. But that's the way life is. It's the ultimate compliment, to the organization and to what you're doing.
I'm just looking at that's what I would do. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
So who would step in for Bobby?
Gerard Johnson.
Gerard. Okay.
Probably Gerard. Maybe D'Amico has another Shanahan guy that, although Gerard's basically a Shanahan guy now, too. I mean, he's doing everything.
Gerard Johnson.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Don't love it, but
I think it's probable.
I just think,
Yeah.
I think there's a copycat thing. And the other thing is, like, when you copy it, like, show me where it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
If you're the first one that it does, like, show me where, like, if we want to say, oh, you're a Patriot, this guy sucks, this guy was terrible, this guy was awful, we can do that.
Yeah.
Show me where it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Still waiting. Baseball Spo. I don't even want to know how he's feeling right now. Actually, I kind of do. Rangers, Astros tonight. Astros looking to survive. We'll talk to Baseball Spo next.
The bye week is here, and there's plenty to talk about with our hometown squad. Want to be a part of the conversation? Join Sean Pendergast and Sports Radio 610 at Yellow Rose Distillery for a bye week whiskey talk next Thursday evening, October 26th. How to get in? Easy. We're giving away tickets every hour, 6A to 6P, tomorrow and Friday to this exclusive event. Brought to you by Yellow Rose Distillery. Don't miss your chance to hang out with us and get that bye week football fix on Sports Radio 610.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
What's going on with the Astros? What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
AL West, up and down. What's going on here? What are we doing here? What's the deal?
They're down 0-2 in the ALCS.
Why?
Wow, that's inside.
Well, I mean, they have lost 2 very close games, and that's how small the margins have been in this series. You look at Game 1, they gave up the run, and I guess it was the second inning, and it's a ball that Evan Carter hits that just sneaks by Jose Abreu, and then he stretches it to a double, and they almost throw him out there. You have the play that Carter makes in the 8th inning against Bregman. I mean, that's how small the margins were in that game. And then even you go to Game 2, obviously Frember was bad in the first inning, but you look at just the first 2 hitters he faced. Marcus Semien, first pitch, sneaks one past diving Jeremy Pena at short. The second guy, Corey Seager, hits a little 66-mile-an-hour flare down the left field line that happened to drop in, and then Frember made a mess of the ball that got hit back to him. So, they have been in every single game. Both teams, I think, have played really well. They just haven't gotten the big hits when they've needed them, and that's kind of been the case for them this season.
You said something right before we came on. They could have won both games, you said. And I'm like, well, that's practically true. I mean, that's very, very true in terms of what could have happened. But they ain't hitting squat, man. And they don't, worse than that, they don't look like they're getting out of it. Like Tucker was saying yesterday, yeah, it felt good. Well, if that's feeling good, it didn't look like it.
Well, Tucker said his swing's messed up.
Yeah.
And like he said, when he says he felt good, it means he's healthy. He's not hurt. But he's hitting the ball hard. He's just hitting the ball on the ground, and that's a swing thing. But they could have easily won.
No, they absolutely could have easily won both games. But they're not. I mean, that's a big if when they're swinging the bats the way they are.
But again, and I hate saying this because it's so corny and hacky, but they played poorly at home all year. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just been one of those things. And then you saw once they got to Minneapolis, they did start to swing the bats a little bit better. And they faced good pitching too these first 2 games. I mean, you can't deny that. Jordan Montgomery was really good in Game 1. Nathan Eovaldi, who's been an elite postseason pitcher now for a while, was really good in Game 2. And the Astros haven't been able to get to that middle part of the bullpen. Chapman is just waiting. I'm telling you, Chapman is just waiting to blow up and give Bruce Bochy credit for getting him out of there as quickly as he has in these 2 games. But you look at today, Max Scherzer, I don't think is going to go deep in this game. He hasn't pitched in a while. He's not built up. So if you can get Scherzer out early and you can get into kind of the belly of that bullpen, then I think that you've got a chance to at least do some damage there. And then at some point, you're going to have to get to the leverage guys. You're going to have to get to Spores. You're going to have to get to Chapman, which they have a little bit. And then Leclerc is the big one. And they've had chances against Leclerc, and they just haven't been able to come through.
Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What do you think about this idea of potentially starting Justin Verlander tomorrow?
I would not. I don't like the idea. I don't like starting guys on short rest period, especially a guy like him. He's 40 years old. He has pitched on short rest once in his entire career. He's started on short rest. He came out of the bullpen once. He started on short rest once his entire career. It did not go well, and then he pitched poorly the rest of that postseason, too, when you look at what he did in 2019 against Tampa. So, to me, it decreases your chances to win Games 4 and Game 5. And first, you got to get to Game 5. I understand that. But I would not do it. Plus, you've got this guy signed for the next couple of years, so he can't get hurt for you because you're really relying on him.
Yeah, and it's kind of terrifying when you think about how desperate things are right now. And it's the craziest thing for me right now is Christian Javier, where you can point to his last 3 playoff starts, but then you look at the last time he was in Arlington, it didn't go too well.
No, but you can only go by the last start, and the last start was very good. He's been.
That's the rule.
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, you can only go by the last start.
Well, I mean, that's how he's been pitching most recently.
He did walk 5 guys.
Hey, he didn't give any hits. How many runs they score? And listen, and I get he's playing a much better offensive club, but this is who you got.
You seem kind of confident. I like this.
This is who you got.
I like this. Look at this confidence. So Strozen 6.
Why not? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Strozen 6.
This is who you've trusted. You kind of don't have a choice. He's the guy You gave him a lot of money. He's pitched in big games before. And I'd say the same thing about Jose Urquidy also in the next game, in Game 4, assuming that he gets to start tomorrow. That's a guy who has pitched in big games and really come through in basically every single big game. So I think he had one bad start in an LCS. That's been about it for him.
I do think, for all the stuff we're talking about with Altuve and Tucker and everything else, it's Javier. I mean, if you get postseason Javier, you're gonna win tonight. It's as simple as that.
And pitching has not been a problem in this series, aside from the one inning on Monday. They've given up 7 runs against the best offensive team in the American League. I mean, you should be able to come away with a win when you give up 7 runs in 2 games against that team, but they haven't. And now they have, they've got some urgency here, and their backs are up against the wall at this point. But they have come through. This is the 3rd time that they have trailed 2-0 in a series in this era. Both times they took the series to 7. You look at 2020 against the Rays, they went to 7. 2019 against Washington, they went to 7. So they have. It's not the team. It's not the type of team that's going to roll over and go away just because they're down 2-0 in the series.
It's just kind of crazy, though. The Rangers have trailed. I think you put this out there for 1 out. 1 inning.
1 inning, yeah.
1 inning.
The first inning, they trailed after the first inning in Game 2 against Baltimore. That's it.
Yeah.
They have basically either been tied or led after 62 of 63 innings. It's been a remarkable run for a team that kind of looked dead at multiple times in September and October.
Yeah. They won it. Hashtag.
But they lost 3 or 4 in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
They were swept by the Astros in Arlington. I mean, you can go through a bunch of one coach told me it's the streakiest team he's ever seen.
Yeah.
And right now they're on one of those good streaks, and you have to hope, if you are on the Astros side of things, that streak kind of goes the other way.
I mentioned the Landry and the loopholes yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if the Astros come back and win this thing. That said, this looks like the start of the beginning of the end of this run. Just because age, some of the guys that are going to be free agents after next year, the fact that the Rangers and the Mariners and all those other teams are coming up. No, I said like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they win because of the pedigree, as we mentioned, and all that. But it looks like the beginning. Would you agree with that?
Nothing lasts forever. I think that some of the stuff, the way that they've handled some things, make it seem like it's gonna be hard to sustain this sort of thing. And there are always teams coming at you. The one thing is, you look at the division. You bring up Texas, and this is a Rangers team that's got some age to it. They've got a lot invested into Scherzer.
It's got a young core that's going to be around for a while.
They do, but you got to wait.
Peace,
You got to wait and see those guys actually do it. I don't know what Seattle's going to do.
There you go again.
If Seattle goes and spends some money, then who knows? I mean, obviously they've got a great player in Julio Rodriguez, who's still very young and locked up for a long time.
Yeah.
The problem that the Astros have, and it's just the way that they have conducted business, is that it just doesn't seem like they're going to bring a lot of these guys back, and they don't have the talent in the system to where you can supplement.
What about Dusty? Is he going to come back?
I doubt it. They could lose the next 2, or they could win the next 8, and I think my answer would probably be the same. I think that he spent last year. I know last year he wanted to come back, and he was telling people that he wanted to come back, and he kept saying, if I win 1, I'm going to want to win 2. I haven't heard if I win 2, I'm going to want to win 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've not heard that from him at any point this season. So yeah, I think my expectation is that they will have a new manager. I think we'll see what happens. The easy move would be
Jeff Bagwell's making the hire, right?
Well, the easy move would just be to bump up Joe Espada.
Yeah.
And I think if you do that, then you keep most of the coaching staff together. There might be a guy here or a guy there that leaves, but that keeps the continuity together. If you go with Espada, assuming that Dusty does in fact retire, he does not return. But they've got a lot of other questions that they got to get to. The bullpen. They've got 3 key guys who are free agents after the season. We'll talk about the extension guys, and I think that if you're not going to sign those guys, you have to think about trading them.
Yeah.
Because you've got to try and get more back for them. If you know you're not going to re-sign them, you've got to get more back for those guys than just the comp pick. Because the comp pick just isn't worth enough, and that's what's going to keep you. That's not going to help you maintain a winning roster if you just take the comp picks for those guys. They've been content doing that because they've had other guys behind Garrett Cole and Carlos Correa and guys like that. They don't have that anymore.
Spo, appreciate you, man.
Of course.
World Series preview next week, right here on In the Loop.
How about that?
610.
Phillies and
Astros.
Man.
Astros. You talked me into it, Spo. Astros in 6.
Did I?
That convinced me.
I don't think I was serious. You put money behind it? I hope you didn't.
Did not.
Okay, good.
Coming up, desperation And what are your Martin Maldonado things in life? Plus, little game of real and fake next.
Where do we go? Join the drive.
Real or fake? Let's play a little real or fake Texans version. 6-6 right now. Then we're going to talk about desperate times, and we're going to ask you, what is your Martin Maldonado in everyday life? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Lopez, you brought this to the forefront. Little real or fake?
Yeah,
Texans
because I think we did this right before the season started, and you're going to have to correct me if some of these answers that from before the season are correct. This is how I remembered it. But is this real or fake? These are the ones that I know I asked before the season. C.J. Stroud will throw for 3,600 yards. I believe we all agreed no on that.
This is fake. This is fake. This is fake. Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake.
But he has 1,660 now.
Yeah, I think it's real now.
Figgy?
Yeah, it's real.
3,600 would be like last year, I think it was 8th in the league. Isn't that something? Will Anderson.
Can you imagine?
Could you imagine? I believe you said yes on this, and I said no, but
can you imagine?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Will Anderson will have 10 sacks. Real or fake? He's got 1.
I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say real, too. I'm changing my answer.
11 games to get 9. I'm going to say real. I'm staying in.
I'm changing my answer.
I'm staying in. He's close.
Because even though I said no before the start of the season, this is the cliche bell, but these things do come in bunches, and he's got 20 pressures. Figgy? 10?
This
comes
is fake.
The hater.
I'm going to say it's fake.
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake.
The hater right there.
I don't see it right now, man.
All right. This is one I believe we all said yes before the season. Tank Dell will be wide receiver 1.
I think it's Nico, man. And I don't know, like, does that mean Nico is a wide receiver 1? Does that mean he's like a unquestioned wide receiver 1? No, but I think that even if he's not, it's 1A, 1B. I think it's back and forth. So
I agree with you.
No.
We all said yes, he would be wide receiver 1, but I'm changing my answer on that. I think Nico is wide receiver 1. I think the numbers speak that out, and we'll get to those in a second. And Noah Brown's a factor. You know, Noah Brown is going to be a factor in terms of Tank being, getting touches, et cetera. Figgy?
I don't think he'd be wide receiver 1, but I think he would be the best receiver on this team.
Yeah, like explosives and all that stuff. This is one I couldn't remember exactly. I think I said yes, and you said no. Dameon Pierce will rush for 1,200 yards.
No.
I'm changing my answer,
Absolutely
too.
This is fake. This is fake. This is fake.
I'm changing my answer, too. I don't think he will. Figgy?
Yeah, I think it's fake.
Yeah. The Texans will win at least 7 games. I think we all said yes.
7? Yeah.
Hell yes.
Easily.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Figgy?
Almost insulting.
Yeah.
Now, here are some that we didn't answer before the season, but I think they're worth considering now. Steven Nelson will be a Pro Bowler. Real or fake?
I think he'll get in and say, now, can it be like
not like first stuff? Pro Bowl announcement. Like he's a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get in first, but I think he'll get in.
I'm gonna agree with you, but I'm not real confident in this one. Figgy?
As good as the year you're having right now, I don't think so.
Okay. I think a lot of there's going to be kind of bias against him. DeMeco Ryans will be Coach of the Year.
I think Mike McDaniel might.
Yeah, I was just about to say him, man.
I think if you get the 1 seed, you'll probably get it.
Yeah,
but I think he'll get votes, but I got to give it to McDaniel.
That's exactly the logic that I was using.
Yeah.
Nico Collins will have at least 80 catches and 1,100 yards. Right now, I believe he's at 29 catches and 567. 80 catches, 1,100 yards for Nico Collins.
You said how many catches?
80.
How many catches he got now?
29.
I think they're going to spread it out a little bit more, so I'll say no. I'll say he's in the 70s. I'll say he's like between 70 70-75.
I'm going to say yes. I think he's feeling it. I think they're gaining confidence in him, but that's a tough number to hit. Figgy?
I think he'd get the yards. I don't know about. I think he'd be between 70 75 catches.
Okay. Blake Cashman will be a Pro Bowler.
No.
On my mama, that's fake. On my heart and my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now, that's fake.
I like what he's doing, but let's just let him break his career high of 40 tackles before.
He's 8 away.
Before we start this.
I agree.
And I love Cash.
Yeah. Henry To'o will lead the team in tackles.
Yeah, but I don't think it really means a ton.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play more than Perriman, even the healthy Perriman.
Yeah, Perriman cannot cover.
Yeah, I agree with you. And finally, the Texans will make the playoffs. The Texans will make the playoffs. They're a half game back.
Yes.
I can't believe this. I'm going to say yes. Figgy?
I think
that's
so.
A tough one.
It is really tough. If they don't make the playoff, it'd be probably by a little.
Yeah.
But I'm going to just say yes. They beat the Jags. I don't really trust the Jags like that.
Yeah.
Everybody else is.
Week 12, I said it yesterday. Week 12 is going to be huge. It's pretty amazing that this is where we are just 6 weeks into the season, that we're here already.
Real or fake here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Martin Maldonado.
What's your Martin Maldonado?
He ain't going nowhere.
I've got some just to kind of give you an example and set this up. Like, what is that one thing?
Dusty Baker's doing a lot of desperate things, but he's keeping Martin Maldonado. He cannot quit him.
Yeah. Like, what is that one person, thing, habit that you always go back to, even though it's frustrating and it's disappointing for you, and it's whatever it may be. I've got some just to set up as an example. Number one is Aggie football. I mean, it sucks me in every year. I'm willing to admit it. That's one. And I mentioned this earlier, Figgy. Like, this is probably going to end up making me diabetic or something. Knock on wood, because so far so good. Pastries, pie, and cheese. Dude, I love that stuff so much, more than life itself. Like a good pie, a good Mexican pastry, some pan dulce, or whatever. Baking, as much as I cook, as much as I can get by, more than enough cooking and smoking, barbecue and all that stuff. I can't bake for squat. I've tried and tried and tried to make desserts. It's a whole different world when you bake. And then there's this one, and I'm going to be doing that this weekend. So there's this one spot where I go fishing. At least 20 years ago, I had the most epic day at this spot on the bay of my life. I mean, I was catching massive trout, like 26s, 28s. You may not know what that means, but big,
I have no idea
fat
what that means.
Trout.
You are correct.
A good trout is an 18-inch trout. I was catching 26s and 28s, one after another, after another, after another. It was just a historic day for me. I've gone back to that same spot literally every time I'm on that bay. And maybe I've caught a fish or two, but I've never had that day. But I guarantee you when I go fishing this weekend, I'm going to give it a shot. It's like I'm going to give, like, it was that epic of a day. So, like, those are my Martin Maldonados that popped into mind. What are your Martin Maldonados?
Fast food. I know I shouldn't, but I can't quit. I can't quit it.
You're an expert.
Yeah, can't do it. Fast food. I guess just fast food would be the one.
713-572.
I know I should not be doing
4610. If you have any, what are your Martin Maldonados? Figgy?
Yeah, my number one got to be salt, man. So no matter how,
that might be on my list.
Oh,
That might be on my list. Yeah.
Like, no matter, every time I get a plate, I reach right for the salt. And it got so bad now, I use Slap Your Mama seasoning.
Yeah.
So that's something that's awful for me, but I can't give it up, man.
Yeah.
I can't.
You have any others?
Yeah, another one. Honestly, I hate this too, but I can't quit Kanye West music, man.
Oh wow, that's good. That's good.
And
There's
look,
nothing wrong with that.
let me be clear. His music is not as good as it used to be, and he tricked
Nothing wrong
us.
with that.
He tricked us a lot with his recent music. But every time it's word on the street that he releasing a project,
you're in.
I'll be like, okay, I'm in. I can't wait. I can't wait.
This time it's gonna be good.
Every time I listen to it, I'm like, man, I'm done with Kanye. I'm done with his music. I don't care no more. I'm not spending all this energy on it.
Yeah.
But as soon as he release a date, like, oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Some good ones on the text board. Golf. Boy, that's a good one. Not for me necessarily, but people just can't. It's so frustrating. Energy drinks. That used to be you.
Oh, gee, man, I'm kind of creeping back a little bit. I gotta
watch
slow
that.
down. That's crack for me.
My wife. Well, I knew that one was coming.
Oh, wow.
I knew that one was coming. Somebody
wow.
said. Diet Coke. That used to be me. It was probably before I even.
What about McLean with Diet Dr. Pepper?
That's his Martine Maldonado. It's awful for you. It's frustrating. It makes you gain weight. But
he was obsessed.
I've been off of Diet Coke. I mean, I'll occasionally have one here and there, but I've been off of. I used to drink 2 and 3 a day. Probably before I met you is when I stopped. And Diet Coke's a good one. What's your Martine Maldonado? Poker. Adam Sandler movies.
Happy Madison.
Yeah,
still doing his thing. Shout out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Maldonado thing is interesting, man. I do anticipate the frustration, though. Just can't really go with it. By the way, the drive today, 3:40, they're going to visit with Roger Clemens.
Oh, good.
So Roger Clemens, 3:40 on the drive. My opinion, the best pitcher of all time.
And not only that, he is so good now. I don't know if it's age, being away from the game for a while. He is. We had him over at that golf tournament where we were, and he's really insightful. That's going to be good.
Tomorrow, by the way, the drive, they're going to be at the Copperfield Buffalo Wild Wings off Highway 6 for a Thirsty Thursday. So they got a lot going on. They got Roger Clemens today. They got Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. Grab some wings and a cold Bud Light. Enter to win some awesome prizes. Stick around to watch the games. There's going to be a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Thirsty Thursday with the drive and Bud Light tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings, Copperfield. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports
Latinas, somebody said. Nothing wrong with that.
They don't think that Latinas are good for them?
Yeah. But they keep going back. That's their Martine Maldonado.
They got a few divorces in there or what?
Yes. I hate to just characterize them all the same, but that temper does seem to be a little more intense.
There is going to be some frustration with the Astros, even if they win this series. I'll talk about it in the hits, but there's going to be a lot of anger. Let me just put it that way. There's going to be a lot of anger if the Astros
win.
If they win the series, there's going to be some frustrated people. I can read it right now. I can hear it right now. I'm living it.
Really?
It's very clear. And if the Rangers win, they're going to be pissed off. So we'll get into that.
Wow.
A little bit later on. Big news today. If you're just tuning in, Anthony Richardson out for the season. How about that? Few games in, out for the season.
So when was the last time he played a complete season or
complete season?
Yeah.
Did he last year?
Well, he was injured though. But
yeah, last year,
but he probably played.
Never, yeah, never. Been a while.
That's the storyline in Indianapolis right now.
Yeah, I don't think that got enough attention. I do find it funny that Jim Irsay just felt that he had to be the one to say it. Like, can you imagine if Cal McNair were like, "Hey, step back. So and so is out for the season."
He does Irsay does kind of inconsequential. Like signings too, like so and so has been signed to the practice squad. It's bizarre the way he does that.
Yeah. So what's up with the Texans? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Astros they're considering doing something that is wild, and it has me thinking about a move that was made that we didn't see coming and where this team would be without it. Let's discuss next.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
All right. So I want to get into a couple of moves that have been made by the two biggest teams in town. I want to start with the Deshaun Watson trade. I think that's been Nick Casario's best work. The fact that he got what he got for Deshaun Watson with everything going on. Cleveland obviously gave the guaranteed money. Does the fact that Deshaun Watson is in his current state and CJ Stroud looks as great as he does that almost like lower the expectation of what the picks need to look like? Like, in other words, now that we've seen this, and Deshaun could turn it around, I guess. I wouldn't bet on it. Does it even matter if Kenyon Green's worth a damn anymore? I'm asking because does it at one point it did, but you didn't trade away a top 5 quarterback. It might be a big blessing in disguise if what's continuing to happen continues to happen. And we've seen kind of a decline for a number of reasons. Does it even matter what Kenyon Green looks like anymore?
No. Not for the fans and not for the Texans and not for D'Amico Ryans. It might, though, for Nick Caserio. So it's almost like you have to parse it a little bit. But in terms of like what matters the most to us, nah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, look at San Francisco, man.
Yeah.
They drafted Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody talking about that.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't think so. Like, I think the Deshaun Watson trade, and I put it out this way. I asked the question the other day, and I think this just kind of shows where things have gone. Like, at the time when the trade was made, it was, man, that's good compensation given the circumstances. But when you're trading what we thought was a top 5, top 8, top 10 quarterback in his 20s, you probably want a little bit more. Since then, we've seen Deshaun Watson. The materialism continued. The intangibles are being questioned. The PR was mishandled significantly. When he was on the field, he looked very bad. And then when he got back on the field this year, he looked kind of up and down, not great. And now I honestly believe that another trade that the Texans made with the Browns, if you told the Browns you have to give Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed, no questions asked, you still have to give him the contract. And instead of the compensation that you got for Deshaun, it's the proportional compensation that was given up for Brock Osweiler. In other words, the Texans would give you a second-round pick and Deshaun to take him. I do not think the Browns would do it. If they were completely honest with themselves, if they could go back in a time machine, and let's say that they still had to give him, keep in mind they still have to give him this $230 million contract. I don't think they would take Deshaun and a free second-round pick at this point in that trade.
Knowing what they know.
Knowing what they know right now.
I don't think that's outrageous. I really don't.
Knowing what they know on the field?
Knowing what they know
about everything.
On the field, off the field, everything.
In the building.
Everything happens the exact same right now. And you can either just never make the move for Deshaun Watson, and it never happened. So you can just eliminate it, and you don't owe him the contract is gone. It never happened. You never picked up the phone and called the Texans. You can either go back in a time machine and do that, or you can give him the exact same contract you're giving him right now, and instead of giving up your draft picks, the Texans throw you a second-round pick. I do not think they would do that. $230 million is a large chunk of pie. That's the other thing.
For that?
For anything, like even if you have a really good quarterback, if your quarterback's making 30% of the pie on a salary cap, it becomes much more difficult to build your squad. If your quarterback is not playing when he's cleared to play, and he's not playing well, and he's bringing in unnecessary attention, and your team's rallying together and beating the San Francisco 49ers when he's not out there, then that's a completely different story. I truly think if you gave them those two options, they would say, all right, we never called him.
He spoke less than 5 minutes ago. Said, I don't know if I'm going to practice today, and I don't know if I'm going to play Sunday. Okay, so that's the injury aspect of it. People saying that's not necessarily a lot of pain. What did you hear, Figgy? It's not a lot of pain, but there's some weird.
Yeah, I seen someone saying he's not really in pain, but his throwing motion isn't right.
Affected. Yeah, affected by.
I don't really get that, but.
And then there's this, and I've mentioned it a couple of times now because it came out a lot after he left. In the building, he was a pain in the ass here. You know he's the same thing there, even more so. So it's not just like performance. It's like this guy isn't what he says he is. We know that. So there's also just the headaches that he is. I'll take it a step further. What did you used to always say about Deshaun Watson when he was here? He saves all butts.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud is saving all butts. But he's got a better, obviously, personality, but better system, better head coach, all that. I'll take it a little step further. I'm not even that concerned. Maybe that's not the right word. Obsessed with where the Browns draft this year. I'm really not. If it's a top 5 pick, great.
No, because
if it's a top 10 pick, fine.
Yeah, because the Texans are going to be top 3.
Yeah, if it's a top 16, 18 pick, I'll take it.
Now, if the Texans were 0-6, you would be.
Right. But what I'm saying is you got C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You can get what you need at 18 as much as 5. I'm not even obsessed with that. Like I heard Sean saying, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I get the logic's like, well, they're 3-2, so that kind of sucks. I'm like, I don't care. You know, if they pick 18, I'm good with it because we have C.J. Stroud.
You care a lot less whenever you have a good quarterback and good coach. You care a lot less about other things.
Exactly.
Like Nick Caserio was up there yesterday. Hey, I mean, it's kind of a lot easier when it doesn't. I don't care how it happened or anything. But when you have the right coach and you have the right quarterback, you feel better about him. You care a lot less about that. I didn't throw anything when Cleveland won last week. I was fine with it.
Yeah.
We were talking about tanking last year. The only tank I'm worried about is the wide receiver. Is his ass going to be back? I don't care about tanking. So you care a lot less about these things. And I just think that with the way that stuff has gone, I don't want to say like Caserio was on some sort of hot seat. I just kind of changed the way I look at it.
Look, before the season, I was like, man, I hope the Browns just crash and burn. Top 3 pick, top 5 pick. Right now, I'm like, just give us your pick.
Yeah, it's kind of like how the Texans.
Give us your pick.
It's kind of like how the Texans got Deshaun Watson. Remember that year he ended up getting hurt, and the season was over at that point.
Yeah,
wasn't nobody crying about not having that first round pick because you had a quarterback.
Kind of sucked when it was 4, but
but you had a quarterback.
You weren't that upset about it. But I mean, you have the full draft compensation, and a lot of stuff changes. And my goodness, there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of blessings in disguises. There's a lot of stuff. It's a fluid process. Hell, we might be saying the complete opposite next year. That's the beauty of sports, and that's why it's so fun to talk about it. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. What are the Astros doing right now if they don't trade for Justin Verlander? I thought it was the right decision to let Justin Verlander go.
Fishing.
Yeah, what is going on? Like if they did not make that phone call and bring in Justin Verlander, where the hell are the Astros?
Not in the playoffs.
Looking for a head coach.
Not only are they
looking for a manager.
Yeah, not only are they not in this series, I don't think they're in the playoffs. I mean, do you? I think it's a possibility, but I don't think so in my view.
I mean, we're damn sure. I mean, what are we talking about right now? Framber Valdez starts game 1, and then what the hell's happening after that?
Lord.
I mean, I don't even know what we're saying at this point with that. And now we're talking. Now it's to the point where we're asking the 40-year-old, like, you got the guy at a bargain. Like, I think it would be a disaster to start Verlander tomorrow, which is what Dusty's talking about. Why can't Urquidy go out there and take the ball and go do his thing, give you a few innings, and then use your bullpen or something like that? Like, I just don't. I do not think that is a smart thing to even think about.
It's a dumb
and even
thing.
then, after that, what are you doing? What are you doing those next 3?
Yeah, you're just mixing and matching. Now, I get the concept if it's a very, like, let's say the Astros win today and they're in the game tomorrow and it's the 7th or 8th inning and it's a tied game or the Astros are up by a run. All right? I wouldn't mind Verlander going out to the pen because that's desperate time. That's true desperate times. You know what I mean? Like, pitch the back end. Don't start the game. Because starting the game is just playing with fire.
I like their bullpen, though.
I wouldn't even want him to do that, but I'm saying I would understand it more. But 40 years old, 3 days rest. We've seen some epic performances on 3-day rest in the postseason. This is not with a 40-year-old dude, man. And a guy that's so precise and committed to the routine of getting ready for his day to pitch, you know?
I am intrigued as hell to see what that environment is going to look like in Arlington. You're right. I mean, for the most part, it's been 50-50 Astros. Hell, they were selling Astros gear in that ballpark as recent as this year. Yeah, they were selling Astros gear in the fan shop.
Holy
right
crap.
there on display in the front with the Ranger stuff. Now, I don't know if they'll do that now. I think all of a sudden there's a lot of Rangers fans.
Yeah.
And I told them I was on the the Fan, our sister station, with Kevin and Reggie at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I told them I was talking on the radio, and I said, "Hey, I just want a little message for all the people out here in Dallas Fort Worth for today."
Mm-hmm.
It was last week, but I was like, for today, Google Maps or whatever, because I know you don't know how to get to the ballpark.
I'm sure that went over well.
Or just hey, it's by Cowboy Stadium if you need to know. It's
Look
like
for the
right
Cowboy
there.
Stadium.
Yeah. Look for Cowboy Stadium, and you'll be able to take it from there. Google Maps it, and you'll be able to figure it out when you go to the.
It's that other building over there.
Yeah, it's that one.
There's still two buildings.
Not the old one. Hey,
yeah, there's still two buildings.
No, they don't play there anymore.
Yeah,
it's this one.
People are going to be like trying to.
Yes, they actually have a new building. They actually have a new building.
Wait a minute! I came to a game here 6 years ago. They don't play here anymore? No, it's that one over there.
It's been a few years since they had that new building.
Yeah. That's a wild complex up there, man.
Man, because you got the ballpark that everyone grew up going to, and then you have like a mall-looking thing up there, which is actually a cool yard when it's full. I went and saw the Stros play there a couple weeks ago, and then you got Cowboy Stadium right there, and they got a bar scene. Imagine that, a bar scene. They don't have a crappy-ass old stadium. And by the way, that ballpark was pretty legit, but they don't have the Astrodome just sitting there smelling the place out.
Yeah. If only.
If only.
Yeah.
Coming up, why Astros fans might still end up being upset even if the team wins the series. Plus, D'Amico Ryans gives us an update on that juice and that tank next.
Fox Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Do not fight me on this. I know you people. And yes, I do mean you people. Why Astros fans would be ticked off even if they made it to the World Series. The hits are lit here on In the Loop.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, did you see the bet line of who everyone is picking in this series and who everyone is rooting for? This is on the Houston Chronicle.
Yeah, go ahead.
And by the way, Houston Chronicle, I'm going to talk about y'all on Lunchtime Confessions,
Oh,
too.
wow.
Yeah. I'm talking about y'all.
Okay.
A little bit. I think it needs to be said.
Something that needs to be said.
I think it needs to be said.
Okay.
The Astros, though, the only two states that are rooting for the Astros, Texas and Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
All other 48 states are rooting for the Rangers.
I'm actually a little surprised about that.
H-Town versus everyone. I know. I thought Texas would be rooting for the Rangers.
I did too.
Like outside of Houston.
Yeah. Because of so many people, whatever, But I guess the Astros, they've got a pretty good, they have a strong fan base in San Antonio. The Astros.
They do?
Yeah. They have a strong fan base in San Antonio.
So do the Cowboys.
It's weird, right? Cowboys and Astros?
They had camp there for a while, right? Did the Cowboys have training camp in San Antonio?
It was only like 4 or 5 years at the most. Yeah. Well, Cowboys, it's like genetic in San Antonio.
What does that mean?
It's like, well, you're born, you're a Cowboys fan. Okay. I was a rebel. I was a rebel.
But see, it's a lot of random Cowboy fans all over this country, man.
Oh, yeah, all over. But I used to get in arguments with my buddies in high school all the time about the Oilers versus the Cowboys.
So why Astros fans may be upset even if they make it to the World Series?
I'm listening.
Because everybody, including the broadcasters, are going to be rooting for the Phillies. Phillies have become the adopted team around the country, and I don't know what's going on. I like. Have you been to Philly? Have you seen what they're like there? I love the city, but have you seen what they're like there? It's not that fun. Go to Philly and then go to Houston. See how you get treated.
Philly's a nice town.
Here was Pat I love it.
Yeah.
Here was Pat McAfee yesterday on ESPN and the McAfee Show. He had Sean Casey on, and just listen to this drooling over the Phillies.
We watched the Phillies in Philadelphia put on a first-inning explosion that just continued all the way through. Leadoff homer. First pitch, Schwarbo says, see ya. 2 batters later, Bryce Harper, friend of the program, first pitch, fastball, see ya. Then Castellanos in the second inning, see ya. And then that environment over there with that production on the diamond is perfect for baseball.
Playing at the bank there in Philly, you kidding me? Those fans are the best. I mean, I think right now Bryce Harper's must-see TV. If you're a baseball fan and you're watching this postseason, tuning into that Phillies lineup top to bottom. But the Phillies offense for me is must-see TV. Just the way they're going about things, been pretty awesome so far.
Yeah, that fan base deserves all the credit because watching it, you want to be there.
Yeah.
And I don't think that happens with baseball a lot. So shout out to them.
Yep, and I'm just telling you, it's going to be ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a Phillies. You remember the Joe Buck days?
Yes.
God, he wants the Astros to lose. Joe Buck sucks.
Yep.
He's not a professional.
But the thing is, they're right. I mean, watching the Phillies is fun, man.
See, you're part of the problem.
I'm not part of the problem.
Is that why you're wearing those colors?
It's blue.
It's old school Phillies, the blue and the red right there. That
Did
is
they wear
Phillies
this
red.
color? Really?
Yeah, they've worn those blue hats before.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a Columbia
So
fishing
you're going
shirt,
for the
man.
Phillies, huh?
No, I'm not going for the Phillies. I've said
I
for
already
a
knew
while
you were
now
against it.
that they're scary, man, and they've got that chip and they're hungry. All kinds of folks are showing there. The Kelsey brothers showed up, and Always Sunny crowd showed up last night.
I wouldn't recognize them if they walked down the hall.
Oh,
they
they're
might
funny.
have yesterday.
They're funny. They're really good.
Who's
too.
in Always Sunny?
I forget their names. This, the guy that owns Wrexham and all that stuff, the soccer team. It's a great show. You'd like.
Who else is in it?
Well, Danny DeVito is the one I remember, but I can't remember their
Danny
names.
DeVito?
Yeah. It's the Phillies are hot, and they're very, very popular right now. And I think no lies detected, as the kids say.
Blake Cashman. He is your AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Let's talk that cash-ish.
Mm-hmm.
He joins D'Amico Ryans, Brian Cushing, and Whitney Merciless as the only Texans linebackers to win Defensive Player of the Week. So Blake Cashman, man, well, you mentioned it, the D'Amico impact. We weren't really looking there. We were thinking of him as more a complimentary guy. Blake Cashman's been great.
Pixie Dust is working. He's the guy. He's the guy that we didn't mention him. He's the guy that D'Amico has laid his hands on his head and turned him into a big-time linebacker. What do you have, 15 tackles this past week? I saw that. He's having an incredible year, and this is the stat that just blows my mind. He's been in the league for like 6 years. He's only 8 tackles away right now after 6 games from his career high. That's how good he's been compared to what he's been. He's been a serviceable player, but he's really good now, and good for him.
He's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Juice Scruggs, Tank Dell. 2 guys we're waiting to see come back. We don't know what's going to happen with Stingley. Here's D'Amico Ryans with a little update heading into the bye week about those 2.
Yeah, we'll see where Juice is when we come back from the bye. He's had a good week last week, so we'll see, if he continues to progress in the right direction. And Tank should be back and ready to go after the bye as well.
Okay.
I expect
Tank's
both,
good to
don't
go.
you?
Yeah, I don't know what Juice is, though. If people say,
I wouldn't put him in the lineup.
Like, what is he?
I wouldn't put him in the lineup.
Like, what is it?
Maybe work him in, obviously get some
reserve offensive lineman,
contact,
starting center, starting guard, backup. Like, what is he?
I think he's a reserve offensive lineman right now.
Yeah.
I
have no idea. I hear about him, and I'm like, okay, what's the deal here?
Yeah. Tank, for sure, is going to get right back at it, and I expect them both to be there.
And then what does it look like? Dalton Schultz has kind of emerged as kind of a go-to guy at the wide receiver. When Tank was in, it was 1 week Nico, next week Tank, Nico, Tank, back and forth. Noah Brown is healthy now. John Mechie, they've kind of slowly tried to get him going. What is it going to look like? It'll be interesting. What was originally like a real strong concern is at the very least intriguing right now when it comes to that wide receiver position.
I think Mechie's the most interesting one to me because I know what Tank's going to be. I think Noah Brown's going to be contributing. Nico's the number 1 receiver. He could have 1,100 yards this year. But Mechie, I think he only has like 8 targets and 7 catches, but only 8 targets. It's weird how they're implementing him, just really slowly getting him out on the field.
They had him running fake reverses the other day and stuff like that. Yeah. So, it was an interesting look for old Mechie. Astros on the field tonight in Arlington. Rangers are minus 132 favorites, which means the Astros, if you want to bet on them, $100, you'll win 110. So you'll bet 100, you'll get 210 back, along with your 100, obviously, if you bet on the Astros. What's it going to look like? Who knows? Christian Javier taking on Max Scherzer. Spo seemed pretty confident this is coming back to Houston. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that.
He did feel pretty confident about it. I was disagreeing with him on just the concept of, well, they easily could have won both games here.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way. I was like, I feel like you could say that a lot in the postseason.
Well, practically speaking, yes, they were close games.
Yeah, I don't get into that.
Realistically speaking,
like could have. What does that mean?
Well, obviously, practically speaking, they could have. They were 1 run down in these games, 2 runs down, 1 run down. But realistically, these guys aren't hitting, man. And they never. Not only are they not hitting, they didn't look like they were going to hit.
When you do that, I think sometimes it works. Like I think like if you go week to week football and you're talking like if D'Amico's talking to the Texans, he says, "All right, if we would have finished, we could have beat Atlanta. Let's carry that into New Orleans." I think you can say that, and I think over the course of a baseball season, you can say that every once in a while. But in a postseason where Game 1, Justin Verlander's out there, and that game goes that way. And then Game 2, that game goes it's going to be completely different with Christian Javier or Jose Urquidy or Justin Verlander on 3 days rest. So I don't know what one has to do with the other.
Well, Spo, and I know he listens, so
shots fired coming.
I'm not going to deny that.
Why you ain't say when he was here?
Well, I've told him this. He's a closet Dusty Truther.
Wait, what?
Spo is a closet Dusty Truther.
No, he is.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Okay, who's reporting it?
Me. You know how many times has
All right, come on.
He's a closet Dusty Truther. He is. Like, he even quoted, well, that one ball that Jeremy Pena barely missed. That's what Dusty said, first of all. And I say this again because I saw it. It was 109 miles an hour off the bat. It wasn't like a dribbler that he fumbled. It was 109 off the bat. And how many times has Spo been here and said, kind of, sort of, and sometimes not even kind of, sort of, defended the Maldonado stuff?
Well, he just says that they say they like him a lot.
That's a Dusty truther.
What? I think
is he defending Dusty or he's saying what it is?
That's defending Dusty.
I think Spo is kind of a Dusty said this, so this is what we have to go off of.
That's a Dusty truther. Dusty also,
but he's just reporting that though, right?
No, not
he's
on
just
here.
saying what's
not with
going
us.
on.
Not with us. This is not on our show. We ask opinions and stuff. I've told him this. Giving him a hard time about this.
He's a Dusty truth. I did not know this. This is breaking news for me.
So
I'm learning something.
We could have won both games. Yeah, technically. That's not what I was looking at. Hopefully it changes tonight.
But I don't think he's like trying to talk himself into the Astros winning or anything.
Well, it seemed, you said it too. It seemed like he was kind of.
It seemed like he was confident.
Yeah.
I think it feels like he thinks it's going to play out that way, but.
Yeah. He's a Dusty truther. And that's not to say that we don't like Dusty. We always have to qualify this. We both love Dusty, Hall of Famer.
We're all some Dusty haters.
No, we're not that. We just question some of the things he does very, very vehemently.
I question one of the things he does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
Well,
he's a championship coach.
Now is
he definitely is.
The other thing now is the Verlander on 3 days. I would question that very much.
I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't know.
I do not think he's going to do that.
I don't know. I think
I find no chance that he does something that crazy.
Yeah, it's not like moving, Kyle Tucker down in the lineup. That's almost standard for some managers trying to wake up the bats.
But would you move him down?
I wouldn't be against it. I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal, but Verlander, yeah. Verlander would be a big deal, and I think it would be a mistake. And if you're going to be that desperate, and these are desperate times, and you're doing desperate things, you're still trotting Maldonado out there. You want to be desperate? Go against your own, theory, philosophy, or whatever at the catcher position. And somebody, last time we mentioned this, some texters were saying, Yonder Diaz isn't hitting right now in the postseason. Yonder Diaz is a better hitter when he catches. You've brought that up repeatedly. You get him in the lineup, get him some at-bats.
And the only reason he got all those at-bats is because Brantley was out and so were others. But it wasn't to insinuate that Yonder Diaz had the season he had because he was coming in and pinch hitting in the middle of games without catching and then catching a few innings is idiotic. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know what you were watching. When he's in the lineup every day, whether it's at first base, whether it's DH, you figure it out. And that's just kind of common sense. Yeah. So let's not try to make something that is just so blatantly foolish justifiable. Yeah. That's my thing. Like, do I think that Dusty gets a little bit too much blame at times? Yes. But the fact that Martin Maldonado catches every day, let's not try so hard and be so thirsty to have these weak-ass, crumpled-up receipts, these imaginary receipts, where you're trying to act like that makes sense. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's nothing short of stupid, okay?
Yeah.
And that doesn't take away from Dusty's legacy or anything, but Martin Maldonado being a unquestioned everyday catcher is dumb, and that was not why Yonder Diaz got his at-bats. He got his at-bats because he was forced to get them because Brantley was hurt and Abreu was struggling and hurt.
Yeah.
And the reason he was hitting is because he was getting to hit every single day and getting to get in some rhythm. So let's not try too hard to justify the silly. God, I just can't get away from this Martin Maldonado stuff.
No.
I swore I wasn't going to talk about it. Good Lord, I hate myself right now. Coming up, from crap to trap. Could the Texans be facing something they don't have familiarity with, and could it be more important than just one game? It's next.
Is it time?
Two cities that were talked about for a long, long time, connected in many ways. History on the line. A huge game that we are going to witness. I'm talking about the Astros Rangers. I'm talking about Texans Panthers in 2 Sundays. And I feel like we're kind of just glossing over it right now because we're kind of lost in the sauce. I feel like we're eating the rat poison. For months, we talked about Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud. For months, we talked about how bad the Texans and Carolina Panthers were. We've been gloating over how much better C.J. Stroud has started off his NFL career than Bryce Young. We've been looking forward to this matchup for a long, long time. And now, just because the Carolina Panthers are at the bottom of the NFL and the Texans are 3-3, it's almost like, well, and I heard Sean do it today. Well, they're a 3-point favorite. I don't want to gloss over it, but you're damn right you don't want to gloss over the number 1 and number 2 quarterback being selected. This is a big game. This is a big opportunity. And not only is it big for the Texans because you can go to above 500, this is a chance for Carolina to justify themselves. This is almost like a 1-game season for the Carolina Panthers. You are playing for nothing. You don't benefit from losing. You traded your draft pick. The Bears have your draft pick, so you don't even benefit from losing. You can't even talk yourself into, we could suck.
It's a rebuild, guys.
Yeah. Can't do it. Can't do it. You traded your draft picks. You can't do it, so it can't happen. But if Bryce Young goes out there, and let's say Carolina puts together their best game. By the way, they're the best offense in that division. I know that they suck, and they're one of the worst teams in the league. They are the best offense in that division. But if Bryce Young goes out there and outplays C.J. Stroud, this is the one game that could at least give Panther fans some sort of encouragement, because right now, here's what Carolina Panthers fans are saying to themselves. On top of a lot of things, there's a lot of turmoil, but the bottom line and like what the main level of frustration is, oh damn, did we take the wrong quarterback?
We got the wrong guy.
Did we get the wrong guy?
Yeah.
You go out there, Bryce Young plays his best game of the year. You beat the Texans, and I'm not going to sit there and say they're going to rush the field and tear down the goalposts like they're in college or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think it's a big game, and I think that I don't want to say we're lost in the sauce. There's obviously a bye week, and maybe next week when it happens, when we get in, we'll get more into the rhythm. But this is the game that we've been talking about. These two guys and these two organizations, they were front and center for months, for a long time. And they were a big part of our lives. And now all of a sudden it just kind of seems like there's, not a very good team. Should win that one.
See, I think we should get lost in the sauce. Let's get lost in the sauce.
No big deal.
I'm serious because.
How'd that work for San Francisco and Philly this weekend?
What do you mean?
I mean, even the best teams can get lost in the sauce.
No. I mean, lost in the hype sauce. So
you just want to gloss over the Carolina Panthers?
No. Lost in the hype over this. Like over the Texans' perspective in this game. C.J. Stroud going out there and saying, yeah, you got the wrong guy. I'm the guy. That's what I mean. Like, I'm basically agreeing with you. I don't think it's necessarily a big game either way. We're not going to be down on the Texans in terms of the standings and where this team is going, and they're not going to be printing any Super Bowl tickets. I think the story is Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, and that's what we need to get lost in. And just ride it, man. And because we've been on that other side way too many times where it's like, we don't have a quarterback, or did we get the right guy? Brock Osweiler, yay, all this other stuff. We've been doing that for too long. I'm with you in terms of like, it's not going to be necessarily the headline game, across the country, but it's going to get a lot of attention because of those two guys.
I think it's going to be huge, and I'm really, really, really I'm excited for it, man.
Yeah.
I know we got some time. We got a little bit of breathing room, but I think the magnitude of it is kind of and maybe it's just a natural bye week. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. A little off week. D'Amico said you need to get away. I'll get away. I'll listen to D'Amico. I'll get away and try to get my mind right. I do wonder, because I don't want to say that the cap is capping D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see him getting away from football for a week.
He's going to go to Alabama or something. He'll probably still have his mind.
He said he's going to be in the carpool line a little bit more, like with the kids. And
he's going to stay?
Yeah. But he said he said it's important to get away from football. Caserio said it too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I think they are.
No way.
They're always going to have.
You think Nick Caserio watched any film today?
What I was going to say is they're always going to have football on their mind, and maybe that includes film or whatever. But I think they do get away. And by the way, I know for a fact D'Amico does tell everyone, including his coaches, get away. Like just
yeah, but sometimes that's easier said than done.
It's still going to be there in the back of your mind. Like you're getting away this weekend. I'm getting away this weekend. At some point, I'm going to be thinking, okay, let me write that down because we're probably going to talk about that next week. Whatever. So it's still there.
Yeah, but you're the doc.
Yeah, you're getting away though. You're not obsessed with that one game. The next the game plan or whatever. It's just kind of there. No, I think they are. I didn't know he was going to hang around. Well, maybe he still is going to go home to Alabama for a while or a day or two, whatever. But
I think this is home now.
Yeah, but he's got a lot.
It's not like he's in San Fran.
He's got a lot of connections there, though. He's got
but he's got his wife. He lives here. His wife. He's from here.
I heard James Harden's in town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Not practicing with the Sixers.
Good for him.
He skipped practice again. He's in Houston.
Good for him.
He got away.
He bores me.
He got away.
I hate James Harden.
Yeah.
God. Just a lot of wrong stuff with the NBA.
Yeah.
Bores the hell out of me. Just move on, please. Go away. Awful.
Figgy, you getting away?
Nope. I'm working. I'm staying in the playbook, man.
Look at that grind.
All right.
Figgy's got his
I'm working.
today.
Nobody likes to show off.
I'm working.
Nah, he's taking some days off.
Good.
Yeah, he's done his thing. He's rested up a little bit.
Good.
Not really.
Well, taking days off here. Yeah. He's off here. Couple.
Yeah. When you think I ain't working, I'm working.
Damn. Hardo.
Wow.
Hey,
Hardo right
man.
Hardo.
Somebody got to pay the bills. I ain't where y'all at yet. I'm trying to get to where y'all at.
Look at you. Look at you.
Look at that. I think Carolina should strongly consider hiring Bobby Slowick, even if it's a little early in the process. And dysfunction is solved in one major way the last 5-6 years in the NFL. Dysfunctional organizations. Hiring Shanahan people. We know it here.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico Ryans, Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, disastrous Texans organization, mocked, ridiculed, all that. Pick up the phone, call D'Amico. Problem solved. 2017, where it all started. San Francisco. You 2 one-and-done coaches. Jed York getting looked at as an absolute joke, a disaster. What a disgrace this guy is. Kyle Shanahan. You've done some good work with Matt Ryan. Bring your ass over here, please. We need you. Boom. Rest is history. 2022, Miami Dolphins. Man, our quarterback's struggling. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
He's from Alabama. Sound familiar? Unstable ownership. Mentally. Sound familiar? I'll be damned. Mike McDaniel from San Francisco. Shanahan guy. Boom. Problem appears to be solved. And then you can even go 2021 Jets. Disaster. Disastrous. Robert Saleh. Might not have my quarterback, but seems like we got a little culture. I know it's early. I know that we don't have like a large sample size of Bobby Slowick. But I mean, until it doesn't work, you got to do it, right? Like, so like if I'm in Las Vegas, Lopez, and I'm walking by a roulette table and I see the top 3 numbers and it's 23, 23, 23.
What are you putting your money on?
I gotta at least
at least a buck.
I gotta at least do it until it doesn't happen, right?
At least a buck.
Like you gotta like it's like
God, I've lost a lot of money doing that.
No, you know when I lose the money is when it's black 6 times in a row and I'm like, oh, it's gotta be red.
Gotta be red. No, still
Here's
black.
a hundo.
Still black.
Here's a hundo, gotta be red. So you got to figure that at some point, I mean, and in this instance, you're talking about a quarterback and a dysfunctional organization.
And here's the other part of this, and you touched on it. The Shanahan system is the rage, all the rage in the NFL. There have not been there haven't been any really like failures.
Yeah.
Especially on the offensive mind side.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel. You're going to hear me talking about him during confessions because
Blow some clouds.
Yeah. Look, It is all the rage. So you wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't kick the tires on Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Even if it's just 1 year. The Texans on the track that they're on, let's say they win 8-9 games. Boy, they're going to look at that guy.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to look at that guy.
Well, and the other thing is you're sitting there saying, why the hell is the guy that we chose not on the same level as the guy that they chose?
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to look at Nico Collins and say, well, they have an awesome wide receiver. They're not going to look at Tank Dell and do that.
Yeah.
They're going to say, oh, wow, look at that. Look at that coach. And you've seen it before.
There are two sort of buts here. The first one is Bobby Slowick is not only on a track to be interviewed this year. By the way, I was looking at a thing Monday. He's already on a lot of lists for 2024 candidates. So
I've seen it.
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, he's already on that list. But there are two things that you kind of maybe take a step back. Number one, if he's going to be that hot a commodity, why does he want to mess with that owner?
Because the quarterback.
Well, I think the quarterback, but it's a head coaching job.
But my thing is that I think they were probably telling Kyle Shanahan that with Jed York. I think they were probably telling D'Amico that about the McNairs. I think they were maybe saying that about Woody Johnson with the Jets before Saleh, and that Miami Dolphins owner is an absolute disaster before McDaniel went there.
Yeah.
So there's like a history of guys dealing with and I'm not saying the reputations were deserved or not, but there's like a history of guys dealing with that.
I think the lure of becoming an NFL head coach, there's only 32 of those, oftentimes trumps the maybe skepticism over the owner. So that is a question nevertheless. And then the other question is this, and we'll never know this answer unless he comes right out and says it at some point. What did he really think of Bryce Young going into the draft? What did he really think of Bryce Young as a quarterback?
Well, I think they had him as their top guy.
I think so too, but we don't know. So there is that. But yeah, you're not doing your job if they keep going like they're going. Bobby Slowick keeps doing the things he's doing. I thought he had a hell of a game on Sunday.
My thing is this: Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I want to do a little exercise with y'all, and I want you to join in. Loopholes too. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. So just rank the fear 1 to 5.
Okay.
Of how much you fear these teams long term when it comes to you reaching your ultimate goals.
Okay.
In other words, like if you were in Jacksonville and I asked you what's your fear level of CJ Stroud, like when it comes to reaching your goals, what would it be?
They would probably be saying 4 or 5.
4 or 5, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with D'Amico. You think he knows what he's doing?
Yeah.
So let's go Jacksonville. Doug Peterson. Where are you at? 1 to 5.
Probably lower than you think.
Yeah, I'm probably about a 3.
I was going to say 3.5.
2.5, 3.
Yeah.
Fig?
2.
Yeah.
2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I
was low.
It's kind of stale.
Yeah.
Now, where are you at with Trevor Lawrence?
4.
Okay, I'm 4-ish.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm 3.
All right, so there you go.
I think he's feeling it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel.
4. I don't know his roster.
Yeah.
But as
he's
a coach,
gonna scrap, right?
Yeah, as a head coach, 4.
He's gonna fight. It's like Tomlin-esque.
Mm-hmm.
The trio of Tannehill, Willis, and Will Levis.
2.5.
Mine's a 1.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah. Well, Tannehill's probably bumping him up a little bit. If those other two guys,
Tannehill is the 1.
Okay.
Now Indianapolis, Shane Steichen.
3.
Okay.
Right.
I'll say 4, 3, 5, 4. I think he's a good coach.
I would say 4.
Quarterback, 1-5. I'm not worried about Anthony Richardson.
2.
Okay. So I do all that to ask you this. If Frank Reich were still in this division, where would he be?
2.5.
He would be a 0.5 for me.
Really?
It's the same thing as Doug Peterson. I think it is very clear the game is not what it once was for Frank Reich. I think there was a time where he was a really good coach. I don't think the game is where it once was.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think the Texans deserve a lot of credit for willing to go one and done 2 consecutive years. I know a lot of people like to say, oh, you can't do that. Well, they did it, and it worked out.
Yeah.
Bye-bye David Culley. Bye-bye Lovie Smith. Keep it moving. San Francisco did it with Jim Tom Sula. They did it with Chip Kelly. They found Kyle Shanahan. If I'm Carolina, I'm one and done. I'm not going to sit here and cross my fingers and hope that Frank Reich figures out how to adapt to today's NFL. I'm going to charge it to the game, and I'm going to move on.
Yeah, I think the head coaching thing is separate, but I think it was part of the plan. I never thought they were going to, you know how I felt about those guys. They were never going to stay with him, but it worked. And Frank Reich, I don't know, man. Maybe one and done.
And then Bobby Slowick.
He's benefiting so much on so many levels. He's benefiting from Domenico, from Shanahan, from McDaniel. I mean, if I'm an NFL owner, I'm interviewing Bobby Slowick this year, based on what I've seen already.
Yeah, and we don't know. I mean, in hell, we have a small sample size. We have a very small sample size of Bobby Slowick, but we have a historic sample size with the quarterback that he's overseeing, and we have a large sample size with the person that he learned under. And when it comes to the quarterback and it comes to handling that, very fragile situation. Very fragile.
Ain't no more Belichick disciples going to be hired, that's for sure. So that helps.
Yeah, that Dable thing's not looking as good either. I thought they overachieved last year. We're a little crazy right now.
Yeah, that is a mess.
A little crazy right now.
Absolutely.
And who was that offensive coordinator too?
For the Patriots?
No, for the Giants. Because he was like the flavor. Yeah, he was like the flavor of the month too.
Yeah,
at one point.
He should have left right after that 1 year.
Yeah,
he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there now, like, what is going on?
He might be
here?
somewhere else, a quarterback coach or something.
He's in trouble now. Coming up, little lunchtime confessions. A former Astro that should throw out the first pitch if they return to Houston. A call out of a legendary platform round here. And I'm going to give Brock Osweiler some flowers. I really am. I'm going to give Brock Osweiler some flowers next.
Let me go. Join the drive with
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I had no idea until I started seeing the more and more people mentioning this yesterday that actual NFL players could play flag football in the Olympics. Did you see this? I mentioned it yesterday, I think during Internet Going Nuts, that flag football is going to be an Olympic sport in 2028. Well, Micah Parsons, Tyreek Hill, Rob Gronkowski are three that I saw immediately say that they want to do it, and they're expressing interest. And then I saw on, I think it was Front Office Sports, that the NFL is actually encouraging it. Could you imagine how badass it would be to see actual NFL players playing flag football in the Olympics?
Can you imagine?
I don't think they understand how much different of a game it is.
Yeah, but
I like some of these guys.
The players or the NFL?
Players. I don't think they understand that some of these guys that aren't even like some of these like real pro like college guys will go out there and they'll just get worked. It is a strategic
No, I
game.
get it.
It is a very, very strategic, nerdy game. God, I had some friends who were in these national.
No, I get it, and I agree.
Tiny, puny looking dudes,
and they know all the laterals and
plays.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, they're gonna get coached, on the intricacies of flag football. But I mean, imagine like Lamar Jackson, in flag football.
He'd be screwed.
He'd be screwed.
He'd be screwed.
How?
I mean, he might be able to run, but the flag, dude, I'm telling you, it's
No,
weird.
I agree with you. I'm just saying they're going to be coached. They're going to have these nerds all over the country helping them out.
There's going to be
That'd be good for the NFL,
It'd be great. And I'm
There's going to be so many injuries, though.
I don't know. My biggest surprise is that the NFL is actually encouraging it. I think it's awesome. Like, it's like Dream Team Light,
Well, here's the thing. Like, the NFL can encourage it all they want. If I'm Nick Caserio or Cal McNair,
yeah, that's a whole nother thing.
You ain't playing.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, the NFL can encourage whatever.
The NFL want it because that's going to put them out there more,
I want it.
even more.
Or they just don't want to. They just don't. There's no they don't want to, just openly say no. It's really up to the teams.
Yeah, kind of a wink, wink. I just think it'd be awesome, especially if they get, like you mentioned, the right coaching.
Have we gotten rid of curling yet in the Olympics?
No, I hope they never do.
You don't really like it.
I love curling.
Love.
It's during the Olympics. I watch it. It's
love.
It's fascinating.
Love.
I said love, didn't I?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Dusty Baker should send a message to Kyle Tucker and have set it up to where he throws out the first pitch in Game 6 of the ALCS. Just like how you usually have former Astros throw out first pitches, former Astro Kyle Tucker should throw out the first pitch.
Let's hear it for Kyle Tucker,
former
ladies and
Astro Kyle Tucker, batting .91, might as well not be playing here. That would be my message if I were a manager. I'd be the most petty manager ever. Kyle Tucker, hey, get out there and throw the first pitch, kid.
Not that you're bitter
and
or
not
anything.
have him introduced as former Astro. Get it together, Tucker.
Not that you're holding a grudge or anything.
Get it together.
That'd probably be the best first pitch in history, too.
Oh, it'd make some headlines. It definitely would make some headlines.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't agree with this growing sentiment that has really kind of taken hold after this past weekend, that there's no truly great team in the NFL. Like, the Super Bowl is wide open. I think by the end of the year, there will be one truly great team, and I alluded to it earlier. I think the Dolphins are starting something special.
Oh, wow.
Jalen Ramsey's coming back.
Hitting that vape pen.
I think the Dolphins are starting to, by the end of the year, we'll revisit this if I'm wrong, I think everybody's going to go, man, they might be unstoppable. They're averaging 47 points a game at home. They are, I'm not a Dolphins fan, but I am impressed. This is, everybody that's saying there's not a great team, okay, let's remember that, because I think at the end of the year there could be.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. It's confessions. It's about being honest with the audience. I'm disappointed in your boys, man.
My boys, my sons?
No, not them.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not disappointed in them. I'm disappointed in the Houston Chronicle.
Oh, you mentioned this. I'm curious. Over what?
I'm just disappointed in how much they've started to half-ass their sports coverage. And whether it's letting Chandler Rome get away to The Athletic or letting Brooks Cabina on the Texans beat. And by the way, the Texans beat is rough, man. Like, it's a really rough beat. I don't think Brooks Cabina had the support that he needed. I don't think they forecasted enough and put enough into it. Maybe it's nothing they can do, but I think it's a damn shame that the Houston Chronicle inherited someone who was a local kid, an elite beat reporter.
His dream was to work here. And he didn't get the support that he deserved, and you let him get away to Philadelphia to work with someone else at The Athletic. I'm happy for Brooks. I think this is going to be good exposure, but as someone who loves the newspapers, who still loves like going in there and even looking at the hard paper, I think it's a damn shame and a damn borderline disgrace that the Houston Chronicle has allowed the two best beat reporters in town to go to The Athletic, which, by the way, have you seen The Athletic?
Yeah, they might be.
I think they just lost $100 million since I started this confession.
And
you let him get away. I'm sorry. I think it's an absolute disgrace, and I hope that maybe they can figure something out and not just. It's got to be someone out of market at this point, I think.
Well, I agree with you, to be honest.
I think it's sad.
But
it's sad.
But I don't think it's not for lack of wanting to. I think they have no budget.
Yeah.
Like no budget. And newspapers don't have a lot of big budgets. I mean, he did the right decision.
It's a damn shame, man.
It is a damn shame.
It's a real damn shame. Real disappointed.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel dirty.
Look kind of dirty.
I'm not dirty. I said I feel dirty. I put $100 on the Longhorns.
You did.
Tomorrow night.
You zelled me.
Barf.
It's Saturday.
Money's green. I mean, Saturday. Money's
I
green,
guess we're
man.
In Friday mode for some reason.
Wonder why.
Me too. Hashtag me too.
Money matters, man. It's green. It was at 22 and a half. It's gone up a little bit.
Yeah. I think you should just put it all in the half.
First half?
And then adjust second half. That's what I'm doing.
Nah, 50 and 50. First half and total. But you know what? I'm a college football fan, and I'm a gambling fan, so why not? But it does feel a little dirty.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I've thought a lot about this, and I've been thinking this for a while, but I wanted to keep it in my pocket because I don't like giving this dude flowers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Brock Osweiler gets the credit he deserves.
Oh, brother.
For the every interception has a story quote.
Every interception really has a different story.
Like, we made fun of him for it because he was easy to make fun of, and he was annoying, and it was bad. And when he said it, he was justifying his own poor play. But every interception really does have a story.
Oh, bro.
Why, Brock? Why?
Like, when you throw an interception at the end of the half for, like, during a Hail Mary, it's a lot different than if you throw an interception like when you're driving to win, but we just look at total interceptions. Sometimes an interception's tipped. Sometimes it was worth the risk. I saw Josh Allen throw an interception the other day where it was a 45-yard interception, and it really did have the same result as a punt. It got downed inside the 5, so it was a risk worth taking. I do not think Brock Osweiler, the context might have been out of whack, but I do not think he gets enough credit for how brilliant that quote was. Brilliant.
Well, it wasn't brilliant. I might be able to sign up for your theory if it was a quarterback that actually played well. See, the problem was it was a series of bad Brock.
This is fair, but that doesn't mean he was wrong.
And then you say every interception has a story.
That doesn't mean he was wrong.
No. If it was like Patrick Mahomes, I get it. He was reading this, he was seeing that, but you couldn't even respect his story was bad. I'm bad at quarterbacking. That's my story. That's the interception. That's the story of every interception I throw. It's just bad.
It was.
But
the quote lives on.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got one more, and we're going to dig in a little more during Internet Going Nuts. But this, like, irrationally bothers me. And I would never even go to one of her concerts, all due respect. But Lauren Hill is getting destroyed today. Have you seen this, Figgy?
I haven't.
No, but I'm guessing she came on late.
Yep.
She didn't show up.
Some people
that
want
been
it. How you know that?
That been happening
because she's been doing it every
years,
concert.
Man.
So last night,
is this a tour?
Yeah.
Man, she done had concerts where she showed up 3 hours late.
Man, that used to be the norm. Though.
She had,
living back in the day.
Okay, let me
that
finish.
used to be the norm.
She had concerts where she didn't even perform none of her hits.
Yes. Let me. This is my confession. Call me an old. I don't care. Those days, like this tradition of, well, it's a concert, they're going to come on late. Okay, 20 minutes. Last night, she had a concert that was scheduled to start at 7:30. 10:35.
Come on.
She took the stage. Figgy.
No, that's ridiculous. I would never go to a concert, man.
The other thing is, like, it ain't like is that even like a great concert to go to? I like Lauryn Hill. She's a legend.
No, she got some music. I mean, she got that one album.
10:35.
Come on.
Yeah, that's somebody who make some good music. Made some good music, but I would never go to that concert.
I will say this, like back in the day, especially when you would go to rap concerts, it's like, man.
No, I get it.
But at least when they come on, they put on a show.
Well, like even, and by the way, it was Tuesday. On a Tuesday night.
Nah, she don't care, man. She do not care.
What is
about
she
her
like?
fans.
I've only heard her sing, and she was in Dangerous Minds, right?
She started.
Am I gonna get race?
No. She started out as an actress, right?
I have
She's
no
not in
idea.
Dangerous Minds. You can race car me. And kill
I think she started out as an actress, but I'm like 10:35 for a 7:30 concert.
She do this all the time. I'm surprised people making a big deal out of it.
Well,
at this point.
I guess that was beyond the
She
pale.
do it all the time.
Damn,
man.
I don't think she was in Dangerous.
And the other part of my confession is, I don't mind 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes. I think Guns N' Roses was 15, 20 minutes late. That's a rock concert. You're going to be a little late. I get it. They're doing drugs, all that good stuff. 3.5 hours.
I don't feel like rock concerts are as late.
No, there wasn't.
No, they get right to it, and then they perform. No, that's the other thing.
Yes,
Lauryn Hill, she get out there late. She act like she don't care. She don't perform.
No.
She don't perform none of her good songs.
Yeah.
Oh, she was on Sister Act. Okay.
All right, that's a race card.
Race car!
That's a race card.
I forgot about that.
I know she started out as an actress. I just can't remember which show it was she was on.
Okay.
I don't want a race card.
Yeah. Well, God.
Yeah. That's Lauryn Hill, though.
Dude.
Sister Act. Okay. I mixed up Sister. How do you mix up Sister Act? How do you mix up Whoopi Goldberg and Michelle Pfeiffer? That's damn sure not a race
she
card.
she was in As the World Turns. She was in a soap opera. That's where she started.
Yeah, she's done her thing. How old is Lauren? Who wants to go see Lauryn Hill, though?
She's 48.
Now, it's people back in the day.
She's 48?
She's 48.
Yeah. She been around.
Damn, she started
She was
young.
in the 90s. Yeah, she was in the 90s.
Young.
With the Roots.
I was going to throw out a bad joke that most of the people who went and saw her probably had to go to bed by that time, but I didn't know.
Even if you're young, it was a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday.
I was talking to Leroy at the front desk. Shout out to Leroy, the man. And I was talking because I saw Leroy this weekend. I saw on his Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
He was at ACL.
Oh, wow.
And he was like putting pictures of like being in the pit and like there's like little Yachty and like a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, brother, I could not do
no
that
way.
right now. He's like, it was fun. I'm like, man, that looks like hell for me. There's no chance there.
Way.
You cannot have me in a pit with kids jumping around and stuff and all that. That is not.
If I go to a concert in this general admission, I'm standing towards the back where there's a little room.
Yeah.
I don't like to be in the front.
I used to be a concert going fool.
Yeah.
Back in the day. The lawn, the better inside, elbows getting thrown, everything. I was in the mix. I did not care. But now,
elbows getting thrown.
Dude, I don't even want to bump into you at the concession stand.
I still love concerts. You know, I go quite often. But come on.
Yeah, don't go to a Lauryn
Come
Hill.
on, man.
She was in the Fugees, too, by the way.
Yeah,
Not
I
the
knew
Roots.
that. Yeah.
I made the mistake and
how
said
stupid
the
do you think
Roots.
I am?
No, I said
A race card yourself.
that ain't no race card.
That's a huge.
That's a group
That's
card.
worse than Dangerous Minds Sister Act.
How?
Man,
That's two hip hop groups.
Man, she was with Wycliffe, man.
I know that, and I always get the Fugees and the Roots mixed up.
Oh man, damn! Shout out to Wycliffe. Goodness gracious, you're making me feel better about myself, Figgy. Coming up, the Astros versus the Rangers. How risky is too risky? Next,
the Texans are.
and presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
How risky is too risky for the Astros? Do they need to change anything that they're doing? Spo was on earlier today, Baseball Spo. We got the Astros less than 7 hours from now in Arlington. Shout out to all the people in Dallas that might be listening in on the Odyssey app. Just use that Google Maps or just go to Cowboy Stadium and you'll be able to find the baseball stadium because I know you haven't been there in a while. So be sure to use that Google Maps or just drive to Jerry World.
That's excellent.
No, my favorite.
Just drive to Jerry World.
My favorite is when people be like, "Where can I find some Rangers gear?"
Yeah, just Jerry World. Just go to Jerry World or just use that Google Maps. You'll be able to figure it out. And by the way, it's not the old yard. Okay, just letting you know. I'm trying to be nice.
That's excellent. I love that.
I'm trying to be nice. How risky is too risky? Is this Is this really a desperate time? Because Baseball Spo's talking about it, and he's saying, well, they could have won either game. They could have won both games and all that. Like, how risky is too risky? Because a guy like Dusty Baker, he prides himself, and I don't think it's a bit, he prides himself on being calm, cool, and collective. You know, Fromber had some bad luck. Kyle Tucker's going to figure it out, yada, yada, yada. If now all of a sudden you're starting Verlander on 3 days rest tomorrow, which not official, just some whispers about it from the great Chandler Rome of the Athletic. And then you're talking about moving Tucker down the lineup. Like, how risky is too risky? The Tucker in the lineup doesn't seem like too risky of a thing.
No, I think that's actually very commonplace. Well, it is very, very commonplace. He's struggling, says he feels okay, but he's not having good at bats. Shake it up a little. Let's do it. You did it when you're in Little League. I'm sure. Hell, I did it in Little League. People were moving guys up and down, trying to get them going. Certainly, it's not uncommon. That's not risky to me. That's like, all right, let's give this a shot. And I'm getting to something here that I think is very important. So a little bit of a risk, but common. Verlander on 3 days rest.
It's dumb.
Huge risk.
Here's always been my thing when managers do this. I get it because you want to even up the series.
And you're desperate.
The risk, like, let's just lay out the risk. Justin Verlander for 20 years has been doing the same routine, give or take a couple years, as a baseball player. It's a very routine thing. We've seen him on short rest. Yeah. It didn't look great many times. So you're risking that you're not even going to get the best version of Verlander. There's not like a 100% certainty that you're going to get.
He's 40.
A version of Verlander. Now, you're doing it because you want to even up the series, or you're doing it because you want to survive. Now, if you want to survive, okay. But if the Astros win tonight and you do that, if you're going to win the series, you're still going to have to win a game that you're trying to avoid in Game 4. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. You're going to have to start Urquidy, and he's going to be out of his routine now, so you're just pushing. I don't want to say you're postponing the inevitable because I get it if it's like a win or go home, and I get it that, you know, evening it assures that it's going to be back in Houston, so you can make that type of case. But I think it's a little bit different when you start laying out the risk versus the reward, because eventually you're going to have to take a game like the one you're trying to avoid anyways.
I think it's a huge risk, but I also, even in that case, I understand. You're talking about kind of, you know, kicking the can down the road, that kind of thing, and making it harder on the guys that follow Verlander. But I still get it. It's like there is no tomorrow, cliche Bell. So you're going to try to do everything you can to try to win now. Don't agree with it. Think it's a huge risk. I think it's too big a risk, but I get it. Here's where I really kind of, assuming this happens, assuming Tucker moves down in the lineup, and assuming we find out that Verlander's going to be pitching on 3 days rest. If those two things happen, consistently we have been frustrated with Dusty Baker because of this double standard that he has. Martin Maldonado calls games better than, you know, Christ himself, you know. And he helps pitchers so much.
Jesus Christ couldn't hit a curveball.
You know? And then
Major League for all you people.
And then Yanner does it better, is a better defensive catcher and is a better hitter, and there's that double standard. Well, he caught a shutout or whatever. So that's what we've been consistently frustrated with Dusty about. Well, that's going to multiply times 10 if you're taking a risk here with Tucker, taking a bigger risk with Verlander, and you're trotting the same damn catcher out when you're trying to shake things up. if you're going to try to shake things up, put Yonner in there too, and then I'm okay with it. Like you're being desperate, and I get it. But he's gonna do these two bold moves, if he does, and trot Maldonado out again. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so you're saying there's
it's a double
smart
standard.
risks and bad
hypocrisy.
Risks.
It's the way it's a double standard. Like we got to try this and we got to try this. Oh boy, we're gonna keep Maldonado where he is. That's
Always
for damn
seems
sure.
To go back to Maldonado.
Yeah. No, it's true.
No, I get it because it's frustrating and it's unjustifiable that he's doing this. It's just kind of the card that we're dealt. If I asked you, like, what do you think the biggest advantage the Astros have is? What would you say it is?
Right now, pedigree. They've been
like as far as like the actual teams, like
on
right now,
like numbers and what they're doing.
It's bullpen, right?
Got to be.
I mean, the Rangers bullpen stinks.
Yeah.
I know the Astros have made them look a little better than they are but it's bullpen, right?
Yeah.
So why are you avoiding that? Like why would you avoid that with Verlander tomorrow?
Trust Urquidy, let him go as long as he can, and then trust your bullpen.
It's if you told me I could get Verlander, game 1 Verlander tomorrow, then maybe it would make sense. But it's just there's such routine that goes into it. And let's be honest, Verlander hasn't been like some sort of uncanny pitcher.
Yeah, the way I've put it since he's come back,
postseason,
he's hittable. He's still awesome. He certainly dialed it up in game 1, but he's more hittable than he was when he left. And, so imagine on 3 days rest at 40 years old. That's it. But if you're going to commit to taking some risks, then take them all. That's what I'm saying. Take them all. Take all the risks and try to win this thing.
Google Maps, man. Jerry World. You can put Cowboy Stadium, whatever. Google Maps. Figure it out. You got it. Figure it out. If you're, I know you're going out there for the first time in a while. You'll be able to get there.
Does today's outcome affect his decision?
I think so. I think if there's no cushion at all, I think that he would be more willing to go with Verlander than if they win this game and it's 2-1, and then you can get Verlander out there with a little bit more rest.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it does. I think it should if he's thinking about it. I just think there's some guys that you go 3 days of rest and there's some guys that you don't. I don't think Verlander's that guy. Not at this age, not at this point in the season. Just don't think that's a good idea.
The other thing that's important is we can talk about all the things that the Astros need to improve on, but it's just Christian Javier night. Like if you get postseason Christian Javier, I think you're going to win the game. If you get what we've seen in the postseason,
giving up a run,
you're going to win the game. Zero's hard to top.
3 starts.
Yeah, zero's hard to top.
Giving up a run in 3 starts.
So that's what it comes down to. I mean, it's Christian Javier day. That's it.
Tucker just plays well in Arlington too, so we'll see what happens. It'd be nice to see those guys. On the text line 979, Madison Bumgarner is the only person I've seen successfully pitch on 3 days rest. It's never worked for anyone else. Well, that's not true. I think Jack Morris did it. I think we've seen it a few times.
Yeah.
It's worked for sure. Now Madison Bumgarner actually did it twice in a row, I think. And that SOB came in after, I think, pitching 3 days rest and came in and then pitched like 6 innings of damn bullpen work because that country dude was nuts. But yeah, you are correct. It's happened and it's been somewhat successful, but a lot of times because of the routine, it doesn't go on. But Madison Bumgarner is not even he's not even a human being when it comes to pitching in October. That dude is nuts. Coming up, Nick Caserio, man. He had a hand in making an NFL star cry. You freaking slime ball. Next.
All right, guys.
don't even meet in the regular season. Are the Lions, just because they've started out 5-1, acting like they're going to see San Francisco in the NFC title game or something like that? Are we feeling it like that?
Maybe.
All right, you want to talk about eating cheese?
I don't know if I'd be trying to get under.
That's basically putting your mouth under that nacho cheese thing and just taking it all in.
Taking the squirt.
And by the way, he's a running. Who cares if he's a running back?
He's Debo.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Debo.
saying. I don't know if I want to be ticking him off.
Yeah, that's kind of random. It's unnecessary. You aren't even
You're
playing,
a running back.
sir.
I think people could argue that too.
Not even playing. Micah Parsons. He thinks there's a double standard when it comes to the Cowboys. Oh, brother. Let's hear it.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time to do. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just gonna hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation.
Yes.
I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback.
Yes,
I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
All right, first of all, let me just say this. First of all, putting Acho as like the voice of the media is goofy as hell. First of all, I don't even know why you're paying attention to what he says. So that's a you thing. Second of all, just if you want to talk, if you want to sit there and try to be double standard guy, and you want to sit there and try to be, oh yeah, this, blah blah blah, and all these straw man arguments. If you just want to sound off on your little podcast, say that. Don't say that. Don't try to preface it as I don't want to talk to the media.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's an excuse.
That's not why you're promoting it.
Well, and the other thing is,
he's annoying.
It's the Cowboys. There's a double standard.
He's
annoying. Why he got a podcast?
He's annoying.
But the thing is,
he's not Draymond. He's annoying.
Every clip I hear from him, he is whining.
Yeah, he's
every
whining,
single clip.
And he's having like straw mans, and he's talking, and he's like trying to be on a high horse. Dude, you said Jalen Hurts was a system quarterback last year, sir.
Yeah,
which is fine, but now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm tired of y'all talking about my quarterback. I'm trying to say this.
The Cowboys have made billions because of the double standard.
Straw man.
Why is there a double standard?
You have a podcast because of the Cowboys.
Because it's good.
If you were, if you were I don't know, pick a squad, you wouldn't have this much attention.
He says it's not fair. Yes, you're right. You play for the Cowboys. That's what's going to happen.
It's a lot.
And Jerry Jones loves every second of it.
But also don't generalize. Like, it's not, I've said this 100 times, and Micah Parsons does this at the worst level possible. Like, don't take what Emmanuel Acho says and say, I'm not going to talk to Shereen Williams because of it.
Yeah.
That would be like a football, that would be like, I don't know, who's a football player who's gotten in trouble? Like, I don't know, Pac-Man Jones back in the day.
Okay.
Or last week. Whatever. But Pac-Man Jones. That would be like
What time is it?
It'd be like Pac-Man Jones doing something and someone saying, well, that's just what football players are. You can't trust these dumbass football players. They don't know anything. That sounds stupid, and you hear people say it. That's how stupid you sound when you take Emmanuel Acho and generalize that as the whole media. He did it the other day with Rodney Harrison. This is why I don't trust the media. Hey, moron. Rodney Harrison's not the whole media, okay? And your podcast sucks, by the way.
And he a former player.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. You're benefiting from that.
Technically, you in the media doing that little podcast.
But the problem is, like, when you're a Cowboys fan, and it's a good thing for him, is they have like such a loyal following that like you have like these clout chasers that are like, oh, get a Micah Cowboys Nation. Hell yeah.
Well, you're benefiting from that too.
Dragon, bro.
Yeah, fans do the same thing though.
Savage. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Let them know.
Savage.
Nick Caserio made A.J. Brown cry. Well, not directly. We don't know how much say Nick Caserio had in the personnel moves, but A.J. Brown, who was drafted by the Tennessee Titans, A.J. Brown had this to say about his draft day experience and him not ending up joining Nick Caserio in New England.
I just knew I was going to the Patriots because I was a big Patriots fan. I got a phone call, and I'm like, this it? But it wasn't it. It was my agent. And so he was like, just sit tight. And I'm like, okay. He was like, they finna take a receiver. And I'm like, okay, cool, bet. You know.
Do you think it was you?
I just saw the time just kept going down on the Patriots clock, and I was like, they tripping, like, oh, what the hell is going on, you know? So they end up here, said the pick is in. I know I ain't got a phone call right now, so I'm like, shit open.
Yeah.
So I told my brother, I told D, I said, bro, let's go. And I left everybody at the house and went home. I went in the closet and cried my eyes out, bro.
You cried.
Damn. Where's your crying spot?
I don't have a crying spot.
Going in the closet? Why are you going in the closet to cry?
I could see that. Some people do
I think
that.
walk and cry is
I think a lot of people go to the closet and cry.
Walk
It's kind
and
of a little
cry.
dark, safe
In the
space.
closet?
Yeah. I don't have a spot.
Do you cry in the closet? 713-572-4610.
Where do you cry?
Where do you cry?
I think a lot of people go to their room, right? On the bed.
I think just go for a walk.
In the car.
Car?
Yeah. Something like that. Well, going for a walk can be kind of embarrassing. You're crying.
Well, you just look away.
I haven't cried since Gibson died. And I was like cleaning out his little bed in the back of the truck that I had for 12, 13 years, and I just lost it.
You had a whole damn section.
I did. I had a whole condo.
You had a whole back seat.
I had a water bowl back there and everything. And so I was cleaning it out, and I just kind of buckled over there. So that would be the only spot that I can remember crying lately. Yeah.
Cry in the car, Figgy? That's your...
Yeah, that's a safe place because sometimes you might be out and about somewhere and you hold it in, you get in the car.
Yeah. The car, your room.
I see a lot of people cry in the car, man.
Closet's is in the mix. I think closet is in the mix.
He dumped me.
He dumped me. He immediately goes to the brokenhearted.
No, they walk out the house, cool.
Yeah.
They get in the car.
You know one thing I hate when we talk about crying? Like when people tell you made me cry or I cried.
You made her cry. That was a lot in high school.
Oh, God.
It's like, okay, like...
Why would you make her cry?
Isn't that kind of proportional, like subjective? Because it wouldn't have made this person cry, but it made her cry. So is it more of a her thing than a me thing? Because I did the same thing to her, and now she's crying. So is that really my fault or is that her fault? Like, what are we supposed to do here?
You're a jackass from making Susie cry.
Well, I did the same thing to Sarah. So Susie, like, is it a Susie thing or is it a me thing?
I made a lot of people cry.
What are we doing here? You made her cry.
I was just being honest.
Yeah.
Apologize. You made her cry.
No, that's part of the repercussion. That's part of the effect. She's gonna cry.
Speaking of A.J. Brown, the Eagles have signed Julio Jones, the ghost of Julio Jones, going to Philadelphia. The owners, they voted something unanimously. They have voted to delay in-person head coach interviews involving candidates already on teams until after the divisional round of the playoffs. So the D'Amico Ryans, all that type of stuff.
You got to wait.
You got to wait till after the divisional round of the playoffs if they're on a team. So you got to think maybe Ben Johnson with the Lions.
Kellen Moore.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Chargers?
Yeah, it depends how they look. I
Yeah.
don't know what to think about them. He might be their head coach by the time that happens, to be honest with you. Keep messing around with this Staley guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got to be the biggest moron in the history of
how does he mess that
coaching, right?
I'm not.
Have you ever, like, if when you think moron, and let's not go like, Jim Tom Sula type of thing.
Yeah, no, not like.
But like when it comes to a guy who's like coaches a decent team, Brandon Staley's got to be the biggest moron of our lifetime, right?
Well, because I'm not John Harris, but I've consistently this year and last year, to be honest, looked at their roster and I'm like, how was this team not dominant?
But I think analytics.
I mean, they're really.
But
talented.
I also think like we've just accepted his stupidity so much as like some sort of new wave thing where it's almost like analytics is like COVID and I have a baby. Like it's an excuse for anything that you don't want to do or don't want to do. Hey, remember during COVID? Hey, you want to go do this? COVID.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to go do this? COVID.
Can't.
Hey, do you want to go here? I got the baby. Like that. Anytime he does anything stupid, even if like some of the other coaches who coach analytics don't do it, it's the analytics era. No, it's that idiot right there with that weak beard on the sidelines with that bended ball cap, looking like an absolute bozo. That's what it is. It's not analytics. I watch watch analytical coaches every single game. And there is like some sort of wiggle room to it. Quit every time Brandon Staley does something idiotic blaming analytics. The dude went for it on 3rd and 1 from his own 28-yard line. There are a lot of analytic coaches that would have punted there. Quit blaming analytics on him being in 4th and 1. Excuse me, 4th and 1. And then somehow his defense bails him out. And all that I hear is, well, it's the analytics era. No, it's not. The guy's an idiot.
The guy's an idiot.
Nah, he really just playing Madden at this point.
Man, he's not even playing Madden. Madden even at least made it to where you couldn't go for it on 4th and 1 in that situation. Remember when Madden made it realistic and they made it to where you actually had to punt? That guy's not even playing Madden. He's playing Blitz.
Yeah, that's true.
NFL Blitz or NFL Streets.
They make you go for it on 4th.
God, and it's always they always blame analytics with this guy, and it's like, dude, no, that is not analytics. That is so dumb.
Yeah.
God. And now he's growing this beard. I can't stand looking at him.
A little squirrely beard, isn't it?
And now you got Justin Herbert out there having to deal with it, although he missed some throws the other day.
He did, and they were big ones. But that roster just continued. I'm like, man, put this roster on under another coach.
God, it's like it's just waiting to happen.
And oh, by the way, the whole divisional, how this started, the can't talk to candidates until after the divisional round. There are still going to be ways. It happened last year. It's happened forever.
Well, yeah, come on.
There's going to be ways to get the notes.
Oh yeah, he just happens.
Yeah,
yeah. That's how it works. Like as soon as
I had no idea they wanted to interview him till after divisional round.
Damn.
Sure.
Damn, that was a tough loss, man. Can't believe the season's over.
Oh wow, my phone's ringing.
Oh damn. Oh wow, Los Angeles area code.
Yeah, what is this?
Oh, y'all are interested.
Carolina.
Man, my phone going crazy
that's
right
news. No, there's still going to be ways. They'll still know.
Man, they're taking these spam phone calls too.
Golly, I hate them so much.
No, but I mean, these links and stuff they're sending you now. And
are you getting texts?
Man, I'm just waiting for them to basically, like, because they keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Like, it started out as, like, hey, you could win a $150 gift card to Amazon. Just click the link. And you're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
The next one, hey, your medicine is available. It's like, well, I didn't want medicine.
Hey, you got a UPS package.
Yeah, like something
those
like
are
that.
always tempting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those are always like the same. I'm just waiting for them to say, hey, your family member died. Here's the, like, it's like, where's the line in the sand with these fake phone calls?
My thing is always insurance. I made the mistake of like clicking on something. I was looking at something regarding it, and I'm looking at them right now. It's just like constantly getting texts. I get the spam calls, but I get texts. Hey, this is Carol. I said, do I know a Carol? If you want blah, blah, blah. God, get out of here, Carol. I hate you, Carol.
The warranty on your car has expired.
Yes.
God.
That's like the goat of them all.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the warranties.
The warranty on your car has expired. And I'm like, man, I got a 98 Escort. I'm sure
I know the warranty's expired.
Yeah, no kidding. It's expired. Chargers fake fan. She is not fake. She was on with Pat McAfee. This is what she sounded like.
Marianne, there's some skeptical people out there, a couple in the studio. I won't name names.
Darius Butler, Anthony DeGilio.
Hi, guys. Over there. Hi, Marianne. So, Marianne, were you offended by when people like this said, hey, she's a plant, she's working for the NFL, she's a robot, she's an alien, this can't be real, no one's that passionate?
You know what? I wish I was getting paid. I wish I could make myself, AI and as beautiful as I want. But at the end of the day, this is me, guys. This is me. Crazy Mama 4, crazy Chargers fan, crazy freaking football fan. And it is what it is. So, I'm not offended.
What do you like at your kids' games? Do your kids play sports? What do you cheer like that?
Oh, gosh. If you ever get in touch, so all the moms are texting me. They're like, why are people saying you're fake? Because this is how you're at flag football. This is how you are when you're at soccer. This is the basketball finals. This is you. And I'm like, yeah, I guess my poor kids have to deal with this every day. But now it's crazy. It's overwhelming that the whole world thinks this is so different because my kids have had to deal with this all their lives.
What a sweetheart.
She was a sweetheart.
I can't believe you hated her.
I didn't. The thing with her fists and she's talking, that was so cool.
What is that? Is that Vikings pick even heard that they keep
Okay,
showing?
I heard a couple of stories.
I heard maybe it was her Little League son.
Yes, I heard that one. And
I heard that maybe there's a race card.
No, that they moved from Minneapolis.
Okay.
So I don't know.
What if it's not
but
even
that
her?
thing when she's
Are you
shaking
sure
her-
it's her? I'm asking.
Why are you asking?
Because I'm asking. Are we
But
sure?
why?
Just because. I just don't know if it's her or not. That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
You think they look similar? It could be someone else?
I have no idea. I can't tell.
Yeah, that's her. So I think she confirmed it.
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole.
I think the
McAfee.
biggest upset of this whole thing was I heard AJ talking.
Oh, he talks. They let him get a couple questions in.
He's got the easiest job in sports.
Suck on cigars and just
stare at the
Stay
camera.
at the crib.
You gotta be
and he at the crib or whatever.
cancellation of McAfee. That's what he is. Just the cancellation of.
He's holding a cigar and staring at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually heard his voice there.
Dude, he's a freak athlete.
Man, he was so good.
Still.
man.
No, but still.
Still?
Yeah, you should have seen him golfing in that pro-am, and then he hit like a half-court shot for someone to win a scholarship.
He was a stud.
Yeah.
He
Ace, man.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's a monster. Him and Bobby Carpenter were a nice little duo at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Crazy
Little
SAP.
Dustin Fox.
Dustin Fox, number 37. White corner, crazy dude. Up there at
Still a little
up there at
crazy.
the fan.
Still a little crazy.
Little wild child up there. Shout out to him. The Deshaun thing's interesting. Deshaun Watson says he doesn't know if he's going to play. Apparently, there's no pain, but the throwing motion's different. I don't know what's going on here. This is
You might be focused on this podcast a little too much too.
Which, by the way, is weird because I think they're basically
Break it down quarterbacks.
They're breaking down kids. So he's
Yeah.
following Quincy Avery's
Pretty
lead
much.
and taking on
Yeah,
16-year-olds and
pretty much.
latching onto them.
Yeah.
That's a good chat. You can't get endorsements, so do what Quincy Avery did and latch on to a 16-year-old promising guy like he did with Deshaun, and then you ride up there. There you go. Yeah. That's good. It's good.
Good work,
approach.
too.
What's the name of their team? It's not Athletes First, right? What is it?
Now, Athletes First is like everything.
Okay.
There's a branch to it, but there's everything. I don't know what Quincy
Whatever their
is.
squad is, they trying to recruit more people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck with that. Know about that. Know how that's going to work out for you. Let me know. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. So the wildest, most irresponsible rumor was front and center yesterday. And it would put the Texans, I'm not overselling this, it would put the Texans in the most bizarre game in NFL history. And it would happen in a couple of months next.
Payne and Pendergast. Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We're less than 6 hours away from the Astros taking on the Rangers. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one, even if you're in Dallas. If you're in Dallas and you are a Rangers fan and you're going to the game, I got a process for you. Step one, Google Maps or Waze. It will get you there. Be sure to type in Globe Life Field. That's the name of the ballpark. No, you haven't been there. Or you could just drive to Jerry World. If you don't feel like looking at your phone, just drive to Jerry World, but it's not the old ballpark. It's the new one. The old one is still there. I think it's somewhere in between that. So that's my PSA, my service to you. So this Twitter handle yesterday, I'm going to read a tweet to you from a diehard Jets fan, @JetsAGNB. I'll read it after Aaron Rodgers talked about all the buzz about him potentially coming back this year, which, by the way, he created.
Yeah.
Like, he created it.
He quote. I mean, that was his line.
Yeah. He's the one who created it. So he was asked about it, and this is what he had to say on ESPN with McAfee.
Look, I think we're kind of way ahead just even saying that. There's just markers. You know, you saw me walk without crutches and throw on the field. Like, that's another marker is going to be jogging. And then another marker is going to be going through a pregame workout probably and getting on the practice field. And all these are going to take time. It's not just going to be, boom, 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 boom. There's critical markers that I have to hit as far as single leg strength and being able to do heel raises and being able to do explosive movements. And these are all progressions that take time. So this is obviously we're ahead of schedule. There's a lot of factors to that. There's the way I've attacked the rehab. There's obviously the surgery that Dr. Elitrosh did. There's the rehab that I've done and kind of the round-the-clock approach that I've had. There's implementing the diet that I've been doing as well. And then just the power of the mind and the power of the manifestation of the desires.
I get a rip.
All those things together still doesn't get you back on the field. You have to hit a bunch of different things and be feeling a certain way. But that's the goal. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to put a timetable on it specifically. That makes absolutely no sense. Anybody that doesn't realize that there's a lot of things that have to happen to get to that point. But it's going to have to be jogging and then explosive movements and then practicing and then everybody's signing off on it. And, hopefully we get to have those conversations.
That's amazing. 3 weeks, dude. 3 weeks from right now, he's going to be back playing football fully.
Wow. All right, so let me just read this tweet.
He had me until manifestation.
Yeah. let me just read this tweet right here. This is from a Jets super fan. It went viral, though. And this is what happens when fans throw stuff like this out. @JetsAGNB. Whoa, the text I just got, the mind-blown emoji. Breaking, 2 sirens. Majority of the hashtag Jets organization and those close to A-Rod believe... ... hold your breath.
I'm holding.
All caps. He will be back week 14 at home versus the Texans. LFG GOAT emoji, King emoji 8. Hashtag take flight. Hashtag rock your source.
Cool.
We're going to be at the game. We're going to see Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see the game.
All right.
See Aaron Rodgers.
Let me ask you this. This is an obvious answer. No, I won't even ask this.
Ask it. Let's go.
This is stupid even for me.
Let's go.
If I told, in the best interest of the Texans winning the football game, would you rather have Zach Wilson on the field as is, or Aaron Rodgers trying to come back from the ruptured Achilles?
Zach Wilson all day. All day long. Wouldn't you?
I don't.
All day long.
I mean, how far away are we talking? 2 months?
All day.
Aaron Rodgers is moving. I would rather have Aaron Rodgers on this Achilles.
Oh, boy, be careful what you wish for.
He ain't going to be able to move. He ain't going to be able to move.
But if he's on the field, he's going to move. And he still can throw the ball. He was throwing balls this weekend.
Yeah, throwing balls, but he's going to have to go back and do it. I would rather have Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You'd rather have Zach Wilson.
Hell yes.
That's how little respect you have for him.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm telling you.
I got the internet
By the way,
going nuts.
mad respect to the guy for just coming this far.
Yeah.
But
he's trying.
Still have my doubts.
He's trying his best.
All right. Caleb Williams is delusional. Absolutely delusional. Let me lay it out here. And this is one of those, tell us you're 21 years old without telling us you're 21 years old. So he and apparently his father, right?
His father's been saying a lot.
Yeah, he's been saying a lot, getting a real kind of LeVar.
About maybe like not going to the
LeVar
draft,
vibe here. But anyway, that apparently the team that drafts him, he's going to want partial ownership of the franchise. You big.
Who the hell do you think you are?
You big dummy. Like, I know this because I've spoken with several owners over the years and all that. They don't give away partial ownership. Like, they hold on to that like grim death. I mean, it is the most valuable property that any businessman can get their hands on outside of some major company. I'm sure I'm forgetting. But like in terms of franchises, a 1%, a 0.5% of an NFL franchise is next to impossible to get without putting, a bunch of money in there. He thinks they're going to give him a piece of the franchise?
This is some people were saying, like, is this real? Because they credited Pro Football Talk, and there's like some people were saying, like, where did they even get this? Like, is he really saying this? But they credited Pro Football Talk, and they said it was like some references. But he has said some crazy things, like his dad talking about, well, we might not go here, and we have our list of teams and stuff like that. I think this is like the dangers of NIL. And I think I heard Chase Young saying I don't think a lot of people could handle it. I think Caleb Williams is a really good prospect, but I think he's destined for failure if he's already thinking like this. Like, brother, you're already on Wendy's commercials. You're already doing your
That's
thing.
all fine to me. I don't care about that.
I like that. I'm just saying, like, that's enough. Like, let's not get out of control and sit here and start saying, hey, I want ownership of the team. Like, you haven't even taken a snap yet.
There is less than a 0% chance anyone ever, Patrick Mahomes, couldn't get a piece of the franchise until maybe, a few more years, and he'd probably have to invest for it.
People close to him, sometimes I wonder, like, how close? I don't know. I mean, if this is true, this is absolute. I mean, it would make me think about, is Drake May in the discussion? Because I'm a Drake May guy, too.
But he's tone deaf.
No, if this is
he's ignorant.
True. If this is true.
Yeah, if it's true.
I'm just glad we drafted CJ.
I got the internet going nuts.
Christian Wood is with the Los Angeles Lakers. He's formerly of the Houston Rockets. He was one of Rafael Stone's projects, one of those guys who left the game at halftime, and Rafael Stone said, our culture's better than anyone's in the NBA. We remember that. He's on his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th team right now. He's 28 years old. He's on his 8th NBA team. It's the Los Angeles Lakers. Apparently, it got a little bit interesting yesterday at Lakers practice. They had a scrimmage, and Anthony Davis was asked about what happened in the scrimmage, poking some fun at the former Rocket, Christian Wood.
C. Wood, I'm going to tell y'all what happened in practice today. C. Wood was talking a lot of stuff, and, they were beating the purple team like 14-3 in a 5-minute scrimmage, and we came back. Won 38-34. C. Wood missed some big free throws. I think he's going to shoot like 38% from the line in the preseason, so foul him on purpose. Game plan stuff, we know who won't be playing the fourth quarter. But
we know who's going to be playing in the fourth quarter.
Now that's a roasting. He knew the exact percentage. He's shooting 38%.
How are you on 8 teams? You average 17 points, and you're on 8 teams, and by the time you're
because there's other things going on. Man, Rafael Stone, between Wood.
Well, he said he had the best culture in the NBA.
And Parker and Porter,
best culture in the NBA.
Well, no. No, they didn't. They really didn't.
And you know what? We know Fertitta a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way in hell that he is not pissed off that he had to trust you about Kevin Porter Jr. and then now pay him like $15 million to go away. There is no way in hell that he thinks that's a good thing.
Exactly. 100%. Ooh.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, sometimes you see something reported, but it's a credible baseball guy, very well respected baseball guy.
Baseball spo.
No.
Brandon Scott.
Actually, as much as we respect those guys, probably more respected.
Oh, wow.
Than those
Shots
guys.
fired at our own.
No.
Friendly fire.
John Heyman. Okay?
He doesn't know nothing.
Well, he knows something.
He don't know nothing.
Except I don't think he knows anything on this.
He knows nothing.
He said.
He is a mouthpiece.
He said
Isn't
for
he
who?
an Odyssey insider? Damn it. Keep going.
He's awesome.
Dump that.
He's the best there is.
Yes. So anyway.
Listen to the John Heyman podcast with Josina Anderson.
Oh, God.
And Morris Chestnut.
So he tweeted yesterday that if the New York Mets can't land Craig Counsell as their next manager, they're going to approach Dusty Baker.
Wait, what?
John Heyman.
He said what?
If they can't land Craig Counsell as their next manager, they're going to approach Dusty Baker. Well, that's a big assumption.
It might not be a bad move.
Yeah, but he's still got a job. I mean, it's until he, until he moves on from the Astros.
Dusty goes to the Mets, huh?
Yeah.
Why?
I think Dusty's going to just fade off into
But why
the
would he
sunset.
want to do that?
Exactly. Like I said, I've got a lot of respect for him. The guy's got some pelts on the wall.
What are the Mets doing?
They don't ask them.
They're paying Verlander and Scherzer to play in the ALCS. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Are they going to try to get Ohtani still, or is that over? Remember that Steve Cohen
your
guy
guess
came
is as
here?
good as mine.
Remember that Cohen guy was just supposed to come here and make it rain and like buy championships?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I don't think they know what they're doing. I'm looking at the story. I actually clicked on the link. New York Post. No way. No way. Even him, who's covered baseball a long time, no way. Like, first of all, you have to assume that he's not going to be an Astros manager. And secondly, you have to assume that he's not going to just, like I said, kind of ride off into the sunset. Word is, this is good. This is good. This is from his story. Word is Dusty Baker has continually been frustrated by battles with the Houston front office over analytics. They love it. He has skepticism. He does apparently.
Okay, who's reporting it?
John Heyman. He does apparently make out the lineup cards and is still playing Martin Maldonado. He made an appearance in the story every day when the front office prefers the better hitting Yainer Diaz.
This is true.
I mean, yeah, he did nail that.
Did I ever tell you about when I had to interact with John Heyman and be like the middleman?
Nuh-uh. What happened?
Like Galloway hated him.
Like an argument, you mean? Yeah.
Galloway hated him.
Yeah.
Old school Randy Galloway, cigar smoker, cusser, all that.
Mm-hmm.
But Galloway didn't have Twitter.
So he's telling you what to tweet?
Dude. I had no opinion on the matter.
But he's like, tweet this. Say
He's
this.
like, tell him I said. And I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Tell him I said he's a John Daniels suck ass. And I'm like, dude, why?
It's
why
my Twitter
why
account.
do I have to do that?
It's my Twitter account. It's me saying
Hey,
it.
Galloway said you're a John Daniels suck ass.
Call him an SOB. No, I don't want to.
This has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to chill.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, speaking of chill, should we be chill about this Astros game tonight? Should we feel a little bit better than we do? And should we feel a little bit more intense about what's to come for the Texans? Next.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so how should my mind be right now?
Your mind should get it correct.
We're 5 hours plus away from Astros.
I see what you did there.
I can't get the vibe, man. I can't get the vibe of how people are feeling. It almost feels like I'm not feeling the confidence, but I'm not feeling the nerves. It's just kind of blah around here.
Well, if the Astros had even split, this city would be nuts and it would be everywhere.
Is this all it takes for people to lose Astros fever? Is that all it takes? So all this talk about it's a bandwagon town and all that stuff, is that what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, every town's a bandwagon town.
Yeah, but man, yeah. I thought the Astros were different. I thought we would be seeing a lot more confidence than we're seeing right now. Now maybe that's just called common sense. I don't know if it's like bailing. I don't think blind faith is a frequent thing, but it just seems to be a little bit. We'll see what happens.
How do you feel? Because right now I'm feeling, well, what I said yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised, but not expecting it, and very nervous about. Even though the Astros have just torn the cover off the ball in Arlington, very nervous about these bats still, because if Christian Javier does his job, like you said, 4 innings? If he goes,
can go 4.
If he can go 4, give up 1 or no runs, I still don't think that's necessarily a lock. So I wouldn't be surprised, but not confident.
I just heard our guy Michael Jenkins go on and say, he thinks the under is the play in this, and the over under is 9 right now. Max Scherzer, Javier gave up, I think, 9 by himself, 8 runs last time that he pitched here.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like an under game, but I don't know. I guess I am what I'm calling out. I guess I'm about 50-50 confident.
I'll tell you my confidence. I wouldn't know what to bet tonight. I wouldn't know if to bet the Astros winning, Astros losing, over, under. Seriously, like it's everything's on the board. It's going to a complete unknown with them
and
right
Max
now.
Scherzer going out there. I mean, I don't know
exactly
what to think of that. They say some Ranger fans will say that's our best pitcher. I'll say, really? Y'all's rotation sucks. I mean,
that's the case.
The Mets didn't feel that way about him or Verlander, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very loud. I anticipate. I am very, very intrigued to see what the Astros representation looks like as far as fans up 45, because I think it'll be a little bit louder in the Rangers' favor than we've become used to. And I do think Baseball Spo was on. He said he thinks this is Dusty's final run as the Astros manager, which I think is
that's common, right?
It's the right call.
Yeah, I think that's common, a common thought right now. I don't expect Dusty back, and that's another reason. One of the big reasons why I feel like this is kind of enjoy it now, boys, because it is kind of going to start going the other way here pretty soon. But still doesn't mean they can't win it this year.
The Maldi thing is kind of annoying. Do you? This might just be a me thing. And it might be a small thing. I don't like seeing the Dennis Rodman hair on a guy that hits 112 or whatever the hell he hits.
Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, come on. It's not even orange. It's like neon.
I know, like
pink.
When I was a kid growing up, like when Dennis Rodman first got that hair, I was like, damn, that dude's a badass, man. Look at that. Maldi having it just kind of, it makes me feel pretty. It makes me feel a little bit like this is.
Yeah, it should. I mean, and I'm not trying to be an old fuddy-duddy. I get it. Whatever you want to do, but that.
Yeah, I just don't. I think I just don't enjoy watching Maldi play baseball.
Yeah,
and that's just kind of where I'm at. But my confidence level, 50-50. I could see it going either way. I'm to the point though where even if the Astros go down 0-3, I don't think it's over. I'm not. The AL West has been so ridiculous. It's been such a wild, streaky thing. I don't even know how you try to figure this out, although the Rangers are completely different in the postseason right now.
Well, the reason that this game is so important, is because then if you don't get it, obviously, I'm not saying you can't win it, But at 0-3, then Verlander does pitch on short days rest. Then you are really sort of throwing the entire bullpen.
The bullpen is basically on.
Yeah,
they're on call for the rest of the series.
Right.
There's no relaxation. There's nothing.
Everybody, all hands on deck. You're pinch hitting in the third inning. Go figure. And you're you're doing like everything's on the table. Whereas if you win today, then maybe you can kind of play it a little more, not cautious, but a little more, norm.
Then you have the Texans, who are off. They got the Carolina Panthers next time they're on the field. We talked a lot about Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and it just kind of seems like this game's getting glossed over, man. Maybe it's just because of bye week. Maybe when the week comes, it'll be a little more hyped up. But driving in, and I heard Sean, he mentioned it was just they're a 3-point favorite on the road. Check that out.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is supposed to be the game this year.
It is for these two guys, for these two organizations, really.
Bryce and CJ, man.
Yeah, Bryce and CJ.
Chance to do your thing.
And it's going to be something that going to be compared for a long, long time, no matter how they do. We know how CJ Stroud's going to do, but no matter. Oh yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Come back from the bye. I mean, I'm not. Even if he doesn't have a good game, I'm still there. I believe in CJ. I'm just kind of feeling like I don't. Are the Texans in for a potential trap game here? Are we getting?
Oh boy, we're talking trap games.
I mean, Sean was eating more cheese than a damn rat in here.
Texans, we're not to any point this year where there's a trap game. Like every game is.
I think this should be treated like the damn Super Bowl, man. This is a big one.
That's
where we're at.
I don't know about that, but I think the whole Bryce and
Sean
CJ
wasn't like
thing,
overconfident, like calling a shot. I just heard a 3-point favorite.
Yeah. No, man, I'm not ready to go there yet. Where I feel like they might get surprised. Every game is going to be like close, and with this team, and with that, just a smidge away from maybe losing it. We saw that in Atlanta. They're not to that point yet. The roster's not to that point yet.
No, and I don't think it's. I don't know. With the coach and with the quarterback, maybe they don't get to that point. But I'm excited for this game. I'm stepping away. I'm gonna mentally step away for, the bye week. I'm not trying to think too much about it, but I'm excited for this. I want to see what this is, and I also think on the other side, I think it's. I don't want to say it's like a 1-game season type of like. I don't think it's like, old school Baylor versus UT or something like that, like where, if you pull off that upset, it makes your season. But I do think for Carolina, like their whole hope is that they surround Bryce Young in the right situation. And right now the dialogue is, did we get the right guy? I think that's going to be a big game for them.
Well,
it's going to be like the game for the game of the year for them, unquestioned.
I think it's an indicator game. See, this is how different these two teams are in terms of where they are right now. I think for the Panthers, they just want a little validation that Bryce Young is going to be really good, and they're not going to be embarrassed about the Texans having C.J. Stroud. The Texans, obviously, that's a factor because those guys were drafted right behind each other or right around each other. But the Texans aren't even thinking that. No. I think the Panthers as an organization are like, yeah, look, we need some validation here. That's C.J. Stroud over there. We need Bryce Young.
Yeah.
We need Bryce Young to have a good day. Where the Texans like, good day, bad day, we need to win.
Yeah. And they're kind of in an awkward spot where you don't benefit from losing.
Right.
Like Carolina's not in a point where it's like, oh damn, we lost. Oh crap, we got the pick. They don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
So like Bryce Young on 2 Sundays from now outperforming C.J. Stroud is really like the ultimate prize that they could have. It's not like they're going to run off 11 straight, and get to the playoffs or anything like that. So it's going to be a good one, man.
It's pretty amazing how far this organization has come in such a short time.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback and coach will do that for you.
Right now,
quarterback and coach will do that for you.
We're not playing for, in the future, C.J. Stroud's going to be better. No, the Texans are playing for, let's get a dub and, let's see what happens, going down the line, maybe make a run at this division. Whereas the Panthers are like, we need some validation. We need our guy to look good,
Yeah, and I do wonder what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow would be nice too if you want to have like a successful bye week. I saw that Trevor Lawrence is wearing a Stone Cold Steve Austin knee brace, and I
I don't know if he's going to play or not.
It's huge.
I'm intrigued.
He looks like a wheelchair.
Yeah, he looks like
he's wearing a wheelchair on his leg. He's wearing he is.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'll change his game a little bit, won't it?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, but that's something to keep an eye on too. They're underdogs, so if they lose, you're coming in with a chance to, if you beat Carolina, you're in first place. You have the tiebreaker over Jacksonville at the moment. So you're in first place if the Jazz can lose tomorrow. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Man, that's where we are though.
That's where I'm at though.
I don't think you are, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if like seriously, it's one thing to get lucky here or there, and have somebody just go off that you didn't expect to go off. But everybody that's playing well has played well all year long. Everybody that's played well is they've been trending in that direction, with the exception of a game here or there. They've been trending. It's a very convincing product.
And you're not surprised by Nico Collins anymore.
Yeah.
Oh no.
6 weeks in.
Yeah.
No.
And the other thing is, and the quarterback speaks for itself. So I mean, I'll put that aside. You're not dependent on one thing. Like you've won games without your best tackle. You've won games without Tank Dell. You've won games where Dameon Pierce obviously isn't that good. You've won games where Dalton Schultz wasn't a factor. Now all of a sudden he's a factor. Like you're not really dependent on. Obviously you're dependent on the quarterback, but like the supporting cast is just kind of a mix.
Like I'll be honest, we're 6 weeks in. I'm not sure that the Houston Texans are one of the 7th best teams in the AFC, but their schedule is going to allow them the potential to rack up wins. They don't have Miami on it. They don't have the Chiefs on it. They don't have Buffalo on it. They don't have the powerhouse. They don't have the Eagles or the Niners or they have a lot of teams that are in the same range as them or below them.
And then the best thing, and this speaks to what you were talking about, Clint, they're not winning with a fluke bounce of the ball or a team throwing 3 interceptions. They're just beating guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the impressive thing to me.
They are well on their way to being one of those teams that can give you 8 or 9. I don't know if they're where we stand in terms of being one of them teams that can rattle off one of the best records in the NFL kind of deal, but they are well on their way to being a team that I'm convinced year in, year out can give you 8 or 9.
Yeah. We said it the other day, and I know I said it, like, if they, because of the teams on their schedule, if they play games like they played Sunday, where they're the team that doesn't miss the opportunities or make less mistakes, they win the turnover battle, they're going to win.
That's a
they're
dub.
going to win the game.
Yeah,
they're going to win those games.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, big game tonight. Astros.
There is one, isn't it?
Rangers. It's massive. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. Folks in Dallas listening on the Odyssey app, just remember, Google Maps or Waze.
These people, man.
If you don't want to use that, just go to Jerry World. There's a big building right there. It's the baseball stadium.
They're not going to ballpark in Arlington.
It's not the old one, okay? It's not the old one.
They're not going to ballpark in Arlington. Oh, it's very close.
The drive is
live. What are they doing with that
live.
damn thing? It's just still up. What are they doing with it? It's just still up.
It's like
is that what it is? Because I drove past. I was there not too long ago. Like this, just
we probably shouldn't talk too much. That dome's been up for a while over there.
That's fair. Yep. Didn't have nothing to come back with that one.
Yeah, we have a hard time letting go around these.
At least it was a wonder of the world, though.
Fair.
I still want it knocked the hell down.
I'm here for it. I mean, after I drive by it, it brings back fond memories of my childhood. I wish they'd do something with that big, beautiful dome, but
I know in Dallas over there they're not about letting stadiums stay long. Damn, man, that ballpark in Arlington, that is not that old.
That is not that old. They were stupid as hell to build one without a roof, dude. It's hot as hell in Texas. Jackasses.
I was fine with it. I sat out there in a little heat. I did some visiting, the ballpark in Arlington. Took a vacation down here when I was real young.
Did you ever
Teresa
go to a game? Like July or August?
Up high, yeah. Teresa brought me down in a Frid. We went to Dallas. We saw Griffey with the Mariners play the ballpark in Arlington. Then we came down here and hung out in Houston.
Did y'all go to a game or did y'all just hang out?
We didn't go. We didn't come here. We didn't go to a game here. We went when I was here. The Six Flags was open.
Yeah, Astro World.
Yes, went to that.
Astro World, baby.
I hit Astro World.
Yeah,
man, I got a lot of memories there.
Almost got took as a 7th grader. This cat.
They returned you, huh?
Thank God for my best friend LaRon Hart. You know me, I'm ready to make a deal. Shout out to LaRon Hart. Even at the age 7th grade, I'm ready to make a deal. But I got my money to go buy these tickets. You know them Six Flag tickets, every bit of $50. And man came around and said, hey, half price, $25 on these tickets.
If you brought a Coke can, you got a discount.
Oh, man. See, look, this is Ron. Ron's worried about money. I thought you meant you almost got kidnapped.
Oh,
You're talking about $25
I thought,
damn
too.
dollars.
He said almost got taken.
I mean,
God, what kind of candy I could have got with that?
I'm thinking you were fixing to get in a damn in a kidnapping van or something.
LeBron stepped up.
$25.
I hear it taken. I think Liam Neeson.
Hey, LeBron stepped up and said, hey, man, let's say Six Flags over Georgia.
You never were an attention to detail guy, were you?
I said $25. I stopped.
Six Flags? Hell yeah, I'm in.
We took
Wrong
the tickets.
state, Ron.
We took the tickets. We looked at LeBron and said, let's say Six Flags over Georgia, man. We good. Say, hey, man, let me pay this money to get in.
Y'all remember those commercials for Astroworld? They were great. That old man dancing around. Bald old guy.
I don't remember the.
He looked like 90, but he would like really get around and move and dance.
Yeah.
I don't recall those.
I don't. Of course, I don't.
Astro. I never was a big like daredevil ride guy, but
not a roller coaster
Astro
guy.
World was. I mean, I would get on them, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't like juiced about it.
Well, I'm telling you, boy, it was right down there. I said, damn, that says Six Flags. It sure does say Georgia.
Waterworld 2 back in the day.
I'd have been hot.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, it's a great day. Astros play, big game, great day. Went and got that air and heat fixed. A lot of people were wondering. Some people texted in $3,000.
Oh, you got your. Oh, I didn't know what the hell you said.
The heat and air, baby, in the car.
Got you.
It's not a '94 Toyota. It's a 2017. Okay, 2016 Toyota
that
Camry.
'94 Toyota AC ain't but about $700 to fix, y'all.
Hey, baby, it was a shade under 6, baby.
600.
Whoa! Shade under 6, baby.
Did you have it blowing? You have icicles hanging off your beard on the way over here?
No, I'm telling you, boy, I was just blasting it. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I had a number in my head. But I was gonna say, man, I'll pay for that diagnostic, and then I'll holler at you, see if we're gonna do this or we're gonna
right,
or if I'm gonna be hunting down Ron Kraft or something like that. But we came in, baby. So I got a good deal. Big day. Started off right. Got the Astros coming up.
Look at Ron, man. He saved $25 when he was about 9, and he got a good deal today, man. It's a hell of a day.
I saved $50 because I was going to have to come out.
You got to do it twice.
And Teresa would have looked at me and said, "I'm not giving you no more money. That's it. You fooled around and did it. I told you walk up there and buy them tickets, and now you done bought Six Flags over Georgia tickets, and we ain't going to Atlanta. No, it's a big day. It's a big day. Started out good.
How y'all like my new Texans lid?
I see you.
Tyler, how you like my new Texans?
That's brand new. I like it a lot.
I thought it was new.
It's Academy Sports and Outdoors.
I hear they have prices you'll love.
They do. They do.
I'm gonna have to go over.
I'm gonna tell you, man. They got this lid's nice, ain't it?
I do. I like your shirt too.
I just needed something the original. Just
I might need to get me one of them.
Yeah, it's clean. I just like to be clean. I don't necessarily need anything to scream. You know what I mean? Just be clean. I don't got to scream.
Nice. Yeah.
OG.
Not a little flashy. You're more Alabama jerseys than the Oregon. Yeah, you don't need flash.
If you're Alabama, yeah. If you're not Alabama, I believe you need to lean in that Oregon direction. But I get your point.
Yeah,
I get your point.
You're like good classic.
Yeah.
Good classic look. Nothing too crazy. All right, big day. Astros, they got game 3 tonight. Christian Javier gets the ball against Max Scherzer. But can we come on in as the Drive family, Clint, Tyler, myself, everybody listening, everybody texting in, can we have a real conversation?
It's my favorite kind to have.
All right, listen, we've been watching this team all season. They've had injuries. They've had guys get off to tough starts. They've had a lot of different things. They ended up winning the division. They have the second seed, the highest seed remaining in the postseason. All right, we've watched them. We watched them take care of the Twins in 4 games. We've watched the kind of up and down nature of this pitching staff, of the offense. We've watched it. We've seen this team. We would agree, right? This is not a vintage team. This is not one of, when we look at this run, you wouldn't put this team as one of the top teams. You wouldn't say this team is like the 2017 team or the 19 team or the 21 team or even last year's team that won it all. So I asked, down 0-2, losing the starts of your 2 best pitchers. And I know Framber has been weird, but he is the pitcher of the year for the Astros. And this year, Framber.
I like that. Weird.
He's been weird, but somehow his weird ass won Baseball America's Pitcher of the Year for the Astros. By the way, as a side note, Kyle Tucker was the hitter and the MVP of the year. So how about that with those two? But you lose the Verlander and Framber starts with Christian Javier and hopefully Urquidy or then Verlander on 3 days rest, which is also risky. Straight up, 713-572-4610. Is this team this year? I'm not talking about how Tyler pushes off to previous years and all of that. Is this team this year
7 times
good? Thanks, Jay. Good enough. I don't feel comfortable just calling him Jay. Thanks, JV. Is this team good enough to win 4 out of 5? Be honest with yourself. Think about it. Don't just. Is this team currently constructed good enough to win 4 out of 5?
Absolutely 100%. Yeah. Absolutely 100%.
Even with Verlander and losing the Verlander and Framber starts with this team, you still think it's good enough to beat this Rangers team?
Yes, we can go off again and compare them to all the teams you mentioned. The fact of the matter is they're the favorite to win the World Series when this thing got to the championship series. With 4 teams remaining, Final Four, the Astros are the favorite to win the World Series. It doesn't get much better than that in terms of how the caliber team that you really are. This team is talented enough to go on the road and win 2 of 3 to bring this thing back to Houston, or 3 of 3 to bring this thing back to Houston up 1. Absolutely, they are. Look, they've had a ton of success in Arlington. They've had a ton of success versus this team. There's no reason that they can't go take 4 or 5 and play in another World Series.
That's what they got to do. Is this team good enough to take 4 or 5? From the text line, nope. Ronnie, not only no, but hell no. The Rangers are sure as hell constructed to lose 4 out of 5. Let's effing go. So one text did. Game 3, let's effing go. I don't want to hear that, Ron. I'm asking you. I want to hear the realness of it. Because I'll say this, Tyler, because let's get Tyler. I know your answer. Tyler was at an 8 after those 2 devastating losses.
I ain't got no worries.
See,
no worries.
Not a worry. None.
Look me in my face, dude. I ain't got no worries.
I know. I looked your ass in your face after the third pitch of the game. Your ass had worries in game 2. All right, so I
spiked my hat.
Yeah, you spiked your hat. No, listen, I'm with you both. I think they are good enough, but Clint and Tyler, they are not good enough as they've been in the past to be able to withstand Altuve hitting 190 like he did last year. Like for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs in the World Series, him hitting 190. They're not good enough to withstand, in the past, Springer having struggles until the World Series and the rest of the team being able to carry him. Not good enough to withstand Altuve not being able to throw the ball to first base. Or you remember the 21 team where we're sitting there saying, and we talked about it, hey, give me 3 innings. 3 out of your 4 starters, give me 3 innings. I don't think this team is good enough to be able to withstand that. But if they get their guys playing, well, they're good enough. I mean, listen, Alvarez just needs just a tad bit of help, and he may drag you to the winner's circle himself. So I'm with you, but in the past, they could withstand 1-2 guys struggling. They got to the World Series in which they had to move Alex Bregman to the 7th spot in the lineup because he struggled. They got to the World Series, and Zach couldn't pitch 3 innings, followed by multiple starters. Garcia couldn't go 4. Like they I don't know. They got to have these guys clicking this year. That, to me, is the difference between the others. But I'm with you. They are good enough, especially against the Rangers. Now, the Phillies, I don't know. But against this Rangers team, I'm with you. I think they are good enough, but their dudes have to go.
Yeah, I think you brought up a whole other animal when you bring up the Philadelphia Phillies, because I watched a little bit of that game last night. Now, if they get to a World Series, and that is who advances, it looks like it's going to be who advances after 2 games, they're going to need all hands on deck playing at an extremely high level in order to compete with that team. But with this Rangers team,
That's a big part of it for you, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're down 0-2, and according to Fox Sports, no team in Major League Baseball history has come back to win a league championship series after losing the first 2 ball games, and only 14 of 89 teams have ever come back from a 2-0 deficit in a 7-game playoff series. So you're obviously, no matter who your team is, if they're down 2-0, the odds are stacked against you. I think with this Rangers team, as we saw the first 2 games of this series, is they're not hitting on all cylinders either. I mean, they were a very beatable baseball team the first 2 games of this series. The Astros just played like ass and didn't take care of business, right?
Proper way to put
that. I don't think they have to hit on all cylinders to win 4 or 5, but to your point, that you can't have Altuve, Tucker, obviously what Fromber did.
Bregman, to be honest.
Yeah, you can't have all those guys go completely to bed, and damn sure not in clutch moments.
That's a bad situation.
So they put themselves in a hole where they got to get hot to get out of it. Ain't no doubt about that.
Text line, sorry, guys, this just isn't the Astros' year. I see a sweep coming from the Rangers. I'm just reading, Tyler. Don't get mad at me. Nope, they're toast. But the Astros' struggles have plagued them all year, fellas. They leave too many men on base and live and die by the home run.
I don't need to hear from these negative-ass Nancy's.
I'm finding them. Absolutely. The Astros are the team. Also, the Rangers are a team that could choke 4 straight.
I'm known to be honest,
Dusty's lineups are what's hurting this series. I have no confidence in the Stros since they've been in these situations before.
Dusty's lineups.
Dusty's got to find a way to get Altuve up a few more times with the bases loaded.
Ooh, yeah. We said we were having a serious conversation, friend.
They just got like you said, you just can't. They can't afford 3 main cogs just to be. I mean, they're taking their time, right? It's a pitcher in Framber. It's the top of the lineup, right? It's everything. I mean, the people who had the ball in their hands. Framber had the ball in his hands. The first inning gave up 4 runs, including an error of himself.
Well,
right, Altuve and Tucker are 0 for the series right now. So, yeah, I do. I think they are good if they got to have their guys going. All right, hey, real quick, you can jump in on this as well. Who's the most important player tonight's game to you? Who's the most important player for you in tonight's game?
Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker.
We'll see where he's batting.
He's the other guy that when he gets hot outside of Yordan Alvarez, that doesn't need a whole lot of help to change this damn game. And so if I've got to pick one guy that in this lineup that is just that can if he just is average, I mean if he just 2 for 4, 1 for 3, I mean if he just goes out there and is active on the base pass and barrels a couple of balls up, this Astros lineup is totally different. And so Tucker's the one for me that can change it the most with a big performance.
Tyler, who's the most important player tonight? 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. Clint says Kyle Tucker. Who you got?
My guy tonight is the guy on the bump, Christian Javier. We've seen him make 3 starts now in the postseason for the Astros. He has yet to allow an earned run. Need that to continue, and if it does, I think Dusty and the Astros will be very happy with the end.
Yeah, he's important. Hell, man, you need him to continue to put up 2 runs.
Yeah.
Need him. No, man. Now 2 runs ain't good enough, as we've learned with Justin Verlander in Game 1. Javier's pretty big. Someone texted in Javier, no hitter can win it by himself. Yeah, I mean, no, I hear you. Someone texted in Michael Brantley, Javier coming in too. Man, mine is the heart and soul of this organization. And that is Jose Altuve.
It's good.
And Clint, and we give you a lot of trash and mess with you a lot. But you in college at Arkansas, you were one of the best players in the SEC, and you were one of the best quarterbacks in the SEC. And when you knew that you did things yourself to hurt your team, you were coming back to make it up. And you know how great players are. Jose Altuve is the greatest player, in my opinion, in the history of this organization. He is one of the best players to ever lace him up. All right? He's one of the best second basemen to ever play this game. He has helped cause his team to be in this hole. He is up the top, not just with his lack of production, but his decisions on the base paths and his at-bat that he had with the bases loaded and one out. I don't care what he does. Jose's going to do what he do. If you're going to swing on first pitch, whatever, he's got to set the tone. He's going to be the first Astro we see tonight. He's going to be the first one we see. He will be in the box first to set the tone. If that's the chant he needs, fine.
Tuve.
Sure, whichever one it is.
Jose, that sounds like a, what is he, 2 for 84 in the playoffs, something like that?
0 for the series, but 2 for some. Yeah, but he's the heart and soul of this team. And, I mean, they were in a game they had to have the last time Javier started, and he kicked things off with a different approach, hitting the ball right up the middle, and he started it off and started off a 4-run inning that really made everybody comfortable. It's got to be him. It's got to be him to set the tone and start this thing off. Great players respond like this. Jose Altuve is a great player. To me, it starts with him. We need to see Hall of Fame Altuve, and I hope and believe we will. I see a lot of people still rolling in. Somebody says, "How can we do this and not mention Yordan Alvarez?" I mean, I just feel like I know what he's gonna do.
Yeah, that's automatic. We don't have to list him.
I'm going to say automatic real quick, man. You got to step back with his confidence, man. Just step back. Tony Gwynn, who will be with us tomorrow, has told you he's not automatic. He does get out sometimes. He said that.
He is big as hell.
He is. All right, coming up. Sunday's game is the exact reason why Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, Nick Caserio made the decision they made to hire the coach they hired. We'll discuss and give you the reason for that coming up next.
All right.
and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big night. Big night.
Holy cow.
Big night as the Astros look to climb back into this series as they go on the road to Arlington to face the Rangers. Game 3. We will continue to cover that and get you ready for that. And listen, it's a big day for the Astros, so damn it, it is a big day on the number one afternoon sports show in this great city of Houston, The Drive, because Robert Flores of MLB Network, he will join us coming up at 2:40 in the next segment.
I'm faded as hell right
I know you are, man. And he's a desperate man at the end of his rope if you follow him on Twitter. And then at 3:40, as I said, it's a big day for the Astros, so it is a big day here, and it almost doesn't get any bigger here in this state. The Rocket Man, Roger Clemens, he will join us, and we will get his thoughts, obviously, about the mindset of Christian Javier, Max Scherzer, who potentially could be 60 to 75 pitches, what to expect from him, and just overall his thoughts on this series. So Roger Clemens coming up at 3:40, and Robert Flores at 2:40. And shout out to the number 4 producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in L.A., in New York, Tyler Milner, putting that together. It's a big show today, a big day today, and Tyler went out big guest hunting. So stay tuned as we will cover that. But, Clint, the Texans, they are in a bye week. But, man, you look at what's happened here. Now they're 3-3 going into the bye week, Clint, and the way they won that game, 3-0. What was it? 3-3, excuse me, in the second half. They only put up 3 points in the second half offensively, and they held down. And if you go look at like Derek Carr's numbers, Derek Carr threw for 353, a touchdown pass. I mean, they were moving the ball down the field. They were doing things. They got some weapons over there, Chris Olave and Kamara, who is back now, as well as Michael Thomas. They've got some dudes over there. And they were able to hold this thing down and hold that crew to 13 points with a lot of missing parts there. That to me has got to be why the ownership's thinking, hell yeah, this is why we made this move.
Yeah, look, Ron, if I'm Cal and Hannah McNair, look, I know there's a lot of feel goods about about the preseason, and D'Amico was a player here, and D'Amico's resume was obviously, the top resume in the that was available to hire as a head coach, and they got a big time head coach prospect when they landed D'Amico Ryans. But let's be honest, man. I mean, when rubber meets the road, football starts happening on Sundays. All of that can fall by the wayside really, really quickly, or your hire can be justified. All of the energy and effort you put into the offseason and all the hype around the organization could be valid, could be validated, could be justified, or it can fall by the wayside and you can continue to waller in dysfunction. Yeah, in dysfunction. And for me, we don't really know any of that until rubber meets the road and you get a decent little sample size of what the hell's going on. This game against the New Orleans Saints for me is going to be the game that I'll forever, as long as D'Amico Ryans is here, good, bad, or indifferent, I will always look back at this game against the New Orleans Saints, where you won the game, you pulled to 3-3 in the first year as a head coach. I'll forever look at this game as a game that Cal and Hannah McNair had to look at each other and be like, man, we got this one right.
Does this count as us being on your show?
It's not just, no, it doesn't, Hannah, but you're more than welcome anytime. But there is.
We got space.
Again, there's the feel-good stuff is great, man. And the
feel-good stuff will go away if you don't have production.
Absolutely. And oh, man, I know we're losing, man, but the moral victories, man, but things are coming. Man, just be patient with us, All that stuff's great. But there's always a timestamp when, hey, this happened right here, and this, to me, this is when it was validated. I believe if you're Cal and Hannah McNair, you look at each other and you go, man, we legitimately got this one right from a football perspective.
The arrows pointed up.
And there's two reasons. One, you started in on it right there. This defense was absolutely lights out down the stretch.
And that's what the hell you brought. That's
it.
what I got him noticed.
The offense gave you some points in the first half. You go inside. D'Amico Ryans, the defensive-minded head coach, one of the best defensive minds in the game. He's got his guys coached up and playing at a high level, and he looks at his guys and says, all right, the offense doesn't have to do a damn thing in the second half, and we should win this football game. Let's go out and win this football game. And D'Amico Ryans is a weapon as a play caller on the sideline. He is a hell of a coach because the thing that sticks out to me over 4 quarters, really, of watching this team versus the New Orleans Saints is how well they are coached defensively, right? How well they are coached defensively. All 11 guys are playing on a string. All 11 guys are able to play fast and with their instincts, which speaks to how well they're coached up. And then we can get into, well, you're missing Perryman. Christian Harris was just returning. You've used depth at the linebacker position. Hell, you're 3 or 4 deep at the nickel defender. You had to do what we said you were going to have to do back when Des King was let loose, was Jimmy Ward was going to end up playing nickel defender. You finally had to do that. You made that adjustment, right? MJ Stewart comes in and plays safety. He clearly is prepared and plays well. You lose Derek Stingley. Hell, you lose Shaquille Griffin last week, and you lose him sporadically through the game.
Denzel Perryman didn't play.
Yeah. You just jump right in there, and the next guy up, and they play really, really well. They're prepared. So you hire a defensive-minded coach. At the very least, you better get that. And I think, again, if you're Cal and Hannah McNair, you look at each other and you go, hey, Texans got a defense. Texans are going to have a defense. You start plugging
immediately.
Yeah, immediately. You start plugging in starters, like get starters back. You start plugging in next year, higher dollar free agents that you can bring to Houston. I mean, the sky's the limit, and you hired the right guy. The second thing, Ron, outside of the defense playing well, we've watched for years, and this wasn't just David Culley and Lovie Smith. Bill O'Brien did a lot of this. We watched for years the same thing happen over and over and over again, and no adjustments ever being made. What happened against Atlanta? We heard everybody talk. Just the most common fan looked at it and said, well, D'Amico was playing soft covers, D'Amico this, D'Amico that. And I think there's some truth to that. When you're playing second and third string corners and second and third string nickel defenders, you can't just go up there and just be balls to the wall press and pressure the way you want to. You got to be somewhat conservative. But what'd he do? Adjusted. Again, Jimmy Ward goes to nickel. You get Shaq Griffin back, and down the stretch, this game was different. They were able to hold on to a lead. Offensively, what we talk about, Devin Singletary's got to be made somewhat of a priority and at least get some touches. What happened? They got those touches. Nico Collins was eliminated from the Atlanta game for the most part. What happened? He was made a weapon once again. I said, hey, they got to be more aggressive offensively in order to beat good football teams. What happened? Bobby Slowick went out there and was aggressive consistently for 4 quarters. We've covered and rooted for a Texans team that, for whatever reason, just was square peg, round hole, beat your head against the wall, continue the same problems throughout the year, just like almost just be reluctant to change. Not D'Amico Ryans. That was elite head coach type stuff. Is this all these 4 or 5 things got to change? We got to adjust. Let's do it now. Let's not wait till week 16 to get it done. I think both of those things right there just speak volumes for D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, and D'Amico Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, no, he's and this team. Hey man, no matter who is out there, they're playing, and they're playing, as you said, they're well. It does not matter what tackles in there, what guards in there, what centers in there, what corners in there, and that is a testament to the head coach. That is a huge deal. All right, the Astros, huge one tonight. It feels must win, as close as must win before your season ends can get. Robert Flores, MLB Network and Houston's own, will join us next. We'll see what he thinks about their chances of getting this thing back to Minute Maid. Robert Flores next.
I feel like I'm the kid listening to the parents argue.
It wasn't always pretty, but the Texans took down the Saints 20-13, and C.J. Stroud isn't taking that for granted.
Of course, we didn't play perfect. I didn't play perfect. Could have made some better plays, but you got to be happy with a win, man, because that's a great Saints defense. They're stacked. It was a blessing to get a win against a tough defense like that.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big day in Houston and a big day for the Astros, so we got to try to do it big here. Robert Flores joins us here just a second. Roger Clemens coming up at 3:40. We'll have Roger will join us coming up, and so make sure you stay tuned for that, and we'll get his insight on this series. But, Roflo, I guess I just want to leave.
Can we just let the bumper music play? I mean,
yeah, let's take a turn that up, man. You ain't lying.
See, breezy.
Come on, man. Let's get that, dog.
Yeah, there we go. These Stros ain't loyal.
And Robert Flores is Chris Brown, one of the most amazing comebacks ever. How in the world he has overcome that? We didn't see her. How in the world has he overcome that to be taking them side photos with them ladies for $1,000 a pop to put them in whatever position they want to be in? Anyway, Roflo, let's let that go a little bit. But give me this, man. I started this thing off, and I want to look at. I start off the show today. I want to look at this team that is constructed as the Houston Astros, not the 17, not the pedigree they've built, but this group versus this Rangers team. Is this group that has lost the first two games with their two best starters, is this group good enough to win 4 out of 5 against that Rangers team?
No.
I'm sorry. Let me try. You didn't think I'd hear what I said. Let me try it again. All right, Robert, this is what I'm asking you. I want you, this team, this Houston Astros team this year, all right, this group, are they good enough to win? We just lost Tyler. Are they good enough to win 4 out of 5 of this
That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
I'm not talking about the Texans. Now, I'm not talking about the old Texans, right? I'm not talking about the Houston Astros.
He's faded as hell right now.
Yeah, no, he's not. He seems to be clear. You just said no?
Yeah, I mean, look, in all seriousness, is there a chance? Absolutely. There are a lot of prideful dudes in that clubhouse, a lot of guys that have won a lot of games in some big moments on the biggest of stages. Is it likely? Do I think that they will eventually come back to win this series? No, I don't. Do I think that they can get a game? Yeah, maybe as soon as tonight. I just don't. A couple of things. One, the Rangers kind of seem to have that mojo, that role, similar to what the Philadelphia Phillies are experiencing. And maybe they're just too good to be stopped right now. Like maybe this is just their time. The other thing that concerns me is, eventually Framber Valdez if this series gets extended, he's going to have to pitch, say, longer than 3-4 innings, and I don't know if that is in the cards for them. The bottom of the order. Also, Kyle Tucker struggles. Jose Altuve struggles. Jeremy Pena has yet to find that playoff form that he was giving us last year. So I'm not confident that they can win this series. Do I think they can get a game? Yeah, sure.
Roflo, I got to circle back to one thing you said. Because maybe it's I'm blinded by my Astros fandom here.
Like, yeah, he's going Lloyd Christmas.
Well, no. The one thing was you compared it or just said similar to what the Phillies have right now. I watched that game last night. I don't think there's anybody even remotely close right now in the playoffs to what the Phillies are doing. You're scaring me.
I would agree with you.
Okay, good. I was going to say, damn it, if you being in this, like being in the inside of this thing, if you feel like the Rangers, what we've seen from them is anything near the Phillies, holy crap! I've got to cancel my bets, brother. But because I look at this, I try to look at it, from I feel like I'm a pretty level-headed fan, and I look. The Astros, if we're fifths, we'd all be drunk. I get it. But if Bregman pulls that ball a little bit further, that's a 2-2 ball game in game one. Who knows what happens from there, right? If Framber Valdez, if everything happens that the Rangers made happens, and Framber Valdez fields that ground ball and gets it to third or even gets it to first and gets it out, that's a different ball game. And you could very easily be in a split, or hell, you could very easily be up 2-0 right now. So I have a hard time really looking at the Astros and going, man, they just ain't got a chance. I know history tells us it's never happened, But I have a hard time looking at this squad right now and thinking two things, Robert, that they don't have a chance, and number two, that they're going to continue playing as poorly as they've played to this point with all the guys that you just mentioned.
Well, here's the thing that you can kind of, if you're an Astro fan and you're looking for things to kind of hang your hat on.
I am.
And it's a couple of those things that you did mention. I will say that the bullpen, JP France coming out, showing us some, that was first time that he got his first taste of the postseason. I think that's an encouraging sign. Abreu, Presley, even Montero has pitched pretty well recently. So those are all good things that you can put kind of you can check off as saying possibly, okay, for the foundation of a comeback, these are some good things. But the two glaring kind of flashing lights on the dashboard for me, Kyle Tucker, and this Kyle Tucker struggles, this didn't just start in the postseason. If you look at his numbers towards the end of the season, he was starting to show signs of kind of heading in this direction. And then the Framber Valdez, he really hasn't been the same since the All-Star break. I mean, he did have the no-hitter, I believe, post All-Star break. Yeah. But really, other than that, he's had a lot of bumpy starts. But the same can be said for Christian Javier, who pitched very well his last time out. However, I will say, Christian Javier, he is a proven playoff performer. In his 3 playoff starts, I think he's given up 2 hits, maybe one hit. But here's the thing, 10 walks. If he thinks that he can walk 5 like he did against the Minnesota Twins last start and work around that with this Rangers lineup, I don't know if he can do that. This Rangers lineup is too deep, too dangerous. You can't be giving free passes because they'll make you pay.
Robert Flores joins us, and Robert has completely lost the text line and all the people on YouTube and Twitch. I'll read a couple. This guy is a joke. We've been beating ourselves, and we've owned the Rangers even when they're hot. Phillies are on a different level, like they were last year. And then someone that just seems to be hurt. Oh, man. Come on, Roflo. All right, listen, I'm curious what you think we should expect from Max Scherzer tonight, because he's going to get the ball for the Rangers. Yeah. And the big thing to me is one thing that has been an issue is I think the clear-cut advantage, now you named it from the Astros side, is the bullpen. And Bruce Bochy has had the liberty of not – and really all postseason. They've only had 2 games where he hasn't had to use the outside of the 3 relievers he wants to use. He has had it. So they haven't gotten in the bullpen. Surely Scherzer can't go long. Like, we should have to see more arms from the Rangers bullpen because Scherzer has to be on a pitch count.
Definitely. And listen, we had Dan Plesac on with us on MLB Tonight last night, and we were looking at the video that we had of Max Scherzer throwing that sim game last week. And Dan Plesac, who's an all-star in this league, he was one of the great relievers in Brewers and Philadelphia Phillies history, said, a sim game is different, obviously, because in the back of your mind, well, this is a sim game. I'm not going to open it up. When Max Scherzer's warming up to get ready to take the ball for tonight's action, he's going to have to open it up. And is he going to feel pain? Is he going to be right? Is he going to be 100%? There's no way of knowing, but we'll know early, I think. And I don't think Bruce Bochy is going to let him linger out there to figure it out. So the Astros, it would serve them well, obviously, for a variety of reasons, to jump on him quickly, score quickly, and force Bochy to use some of those arms. Like you said, I tweeted a couple of nights ago, the bullpen isn't an issue when you sweep everyone, right? Yeah. And they've got a 2-game lead now. So they've got some breathing room. So, if the Astros want to jump back in that series, give me another look at Aroldis Chapman. Give them another look at Jose Leclerc, and let's see what happens.
Roflo, real quick, what do you think about the obviously Kyle Tucker? You mentioned he's been struggling. It didn't just start, but Dusty mentioned that he talked to Kyle Tucker and could potentially move him down in the lineup. I'll be honest with you, I don't give a rip what lineup Dusty throws out there in terms of what order they're in. As long as Altuve's lead off and Yordan Alvarez is in the top 3 or top 4, I don't give a rip. Outside of that, everybody else is free game. But the reasoning being that it could possibly lessen the pressure on Kyle Tucker. Your thoughts on him moving him down in the lineup? What does it mean? What does it look like? Is there really less pressure in the 5-hole than there is in the 3-hole?
Not really, because I know that there were a lot of times watching Jose Abreu in that 5-hole coming up with the bases loaded and 1 out or 2 outs. So the other question I have is, okay, if you move Tucker down, who moves up?
It's got to be Brantley, right?
Yeah, and that's the other thing, Show. I mentioned a couple of nights ago, assuming Brantley's shoulder is sound and he's good, I don't care if it's righty, lefty, ambidextrous, he's got to be in the lineup for me every day, every game. Now, he's got some health issues. He's got some health questions. So, but if he's right, he's got to be in the lineup for me. And enough of this right-left stuff with Michael Brantley, it doesn't matter. This guy's a professional hitter. He's a money player, so he's got to be in the lineup for me.
Hey, I need you to do one thing. I very rarely do I ask guys to use their pool and their status.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, can you get Mickey Brantley a damn pregame pass, a batting practice pass or something? What the hell is he doing coaching Michael from the stands,
15
man?
rows up.
I thought that was odd too, but I also thought like it was strangely adorable too, just to see. Just to see how much Michael clearly values his dad's opinion, and rightly so. I mean, the guy was a accomplished professional athlete in his own right. But yeah, I don't know what the protocol is and whatnot, but yeah, maybe they could find him a way to those where the other people stack up behind the rope on the field during batting practice. Maybe they could give him one of those passes. So,
I'm trying to get him an hour in the cage with Altuve and an hour in the cage with Tucker before the game, and a little free in a field pass. I think it'd be a good move by Dusty.
Chaz and Diaz could use it as well. They could slide in there too.
Hey, let me try to win back the text line and people on YouTube and on Twitch. Let me just leave them with this, okay? I just got through playing someone on MLB The Show online, and Jose Abreu. I was playing as Jose Abreu. He hit 3 home runs in a game. So if you're looking for positive mojo, if you're looking for a sign that the Astros can win tonight and win this series, you're welcome. Yeah. That might be it.
I'm betting Jose Abreu and the Astros win tonight. Yeah, Jose Abreu home run, Astros win.
Text line.
There you go.
Get this fool off the air. All right, Robert, we appreciate you joining us. He's bringing the vibe down for the Stros. We appreciate you joining us, man. We love it. You speak the truth and it is your truth. And we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you later on. Hopefully, the Astros are still involved.
Okay.
Give it to him.
Have a good one,
give it to him on the way out. All right. That is Robert Flores. Coming up, the Texans, they cannot shake this injury bug. They're going to lose another player for at least 4 weeks. We'll give you the latest on that and set the scene up for Game 3 in Arlington between the Astros and the Rangers. That's coming up next.
All right, we got Astros playoffs. I don't know that you need much more, but you got Astros playoffs. You got football 5.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, it is a big day here as the Astros will take on the Rangers in Game 3, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But, Clint, even some news coming out from the Texans, on their bye week, injury news. That's kind of been the story, not just outside of the really solid start, the play of C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. The injuries have been the other backdrop, the big story of this team. And more news with that. The Texans, according to sources, have placed Eric Murray, the safety, on injury reserve due to a meniscus injury. So he is going on. Alex Austin is going to be signed to the practice squad, and then D'Angelo Ross is going to be added to the 53-man roster. But Eric Murray, he is one of the latest injuries that the Texans, and he's had a couple. He's had a concussion in which he missed time for, and now he had the knee injury in the last game, and he is going to miss some time. They have done pretty well, and I'd say this is probably a position, Clint, that they're in some way deep with players that can play in that area. So this will be a miss for Eric Murray because he's played pretty well, but at least it's in that area, and they've showed they've got some guys there.
I mean, the problem there is that you've already got Jimmy Ward, one of your safeties, playing nickel defender, and that was your best performance defensively. That your adjustment from essentially not feeling comfortable enough to maybe apply pressure late in the ball game to steal a game, definitely not the way you did in the Saints game where you just constantly brought pressure. Your adjustment was to take one of your safeties in Jimmy Ward and move him to nickel. And now Eric Murray's out, who was playing a lot while Jimmy Ward was playing nickel, and now you got to plug in MJ Stewart. So I think depth chart-wise, you're right. You're only down one guy, which is Eric Murray. But the way that they went through nickel defenders, you're really down two because Jimmy Ward is going to have to play nickel at this point in time.
Unless Clint, after the bye week, which Javier Thomas has been practicing the last couple of weeks and hasn't played.
I just don't.
Maybe he comes.
I've watched the defensive film. There were. I'm going to say 6, 7, 8 times when Jimmy Ward is press man, eye to eye, face mask to face mask with Chris Olave. And Olave got him a couple times, but it's Chris Olave. I mean, he's going to get you a couple times. I'm talking about press man to man. If you want to do that and you want to bring pressure behind it the way the Texans did late in this ball game, you don't have but one guy you're going to trust to do that, and that's Jimmy Ward. There ain't no way in hell. I'm going to tell you, there ain't no way in
Unless
hell.
You just bring a corner in.
Well, yeah, but they tried all those guys as well, and without Derek Stingley, it can't be Shaquille Griffin, right? Yeah. Griffin's got to be outside. And so the problem is you've tried Holman. You tried Graylin Arnold in there.
Steven Nelson outside.
Yeah.
They bumped him in some.
Yeah, brother. So at the end of the day, they're at a spot where they're thin not because of just this injury, but because you're having to move Jimmy Ward around as well. And
but at least Javier Thomas is maybe a body
option.
that maybe he can play a safety spot. He has done that before.
Absolutely.
And maybe they switch up responsibilities with him and Jimmy
Ward.
Well,
look, I think MJ Stewart is fine, but the problem is Alex Austin and D'Angelo Ross. These are all guys that you've already seen Kadar Hallman, you've already seen Graylin Arnold, and again, no disrespect. Hell, I was one of them. I mean, they're depth players. You don't want to by choice go to battle with those guys as starters too often if you can avoid it. And so right now, it's going to be interesting to see how on the backside of the bye week. It's going to be interesting to see how D'Amico Ryans adjusts defensively, because I know Jimmy Ward. We said this. Look, when Des King was gone and Tavier Thomas was made the nickel defender, he's like, well, what does this mean? Well, this means there's a good chance Jimmy Ward's going to play some nickel. Now, it took a month, but Jimmy Ward is playing nickel. And that's exactly what we said was going to happen. And so now you look at it and go, what's the adjustment going to be? Are they going to go back to Javier Thomas, as you said, with 2 weeks to prepare? Or are they going to leave Jimmy Ward down there and trust that MJ Stewart's going to be the safety next to Jalen Petrie, or trust that one of these other guys, Alex Austin, D'Angelo Ross, are going to be a safety that can give them some run? What's the corner that they signed out of San Francisco? Jason Verrett.
Yeah.
with a week last week and then 2 weeks before the Carolina game, is 3 weeks enough for him to get up to speed? I would
Something
think
that
so.
Tyler just reminded my ears. Well, this is the 4th week for Derek Stingley. So he should be able to come off IR after this week. This would
for
be
the Carolina game. Yeah. Okay.
So if you could have him back, and then be able to, because originally when they were playing Xavier Thomas, when they were playing man, and they were having 3 corners out there, they were taking him off the field, putting Steven Nelson in the slot with Griffin and Stingley on the outside.
Well, the good thing about that, and as you bring up
Stingley,
Derek Stingley, is, boy, you have found out that that the Shaquille Griffin kid, he can play, man.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't know that he's Pro Bowl level. He said he was trying to get back to that Pro Bowl level. I don't know that he's quite there yet. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But you got a corner. I mean, you got a corner that D'Amico Ryans can win with. And when Stingley gets healthy, you're going to have 3 of them. And if this Jason Verrett kid can stay healthy and he's as good as what D'Amico said, which we have no reason not to trust his word, then now you're 4 deep at corner with dudes that D'Amico feels like can absolutely go.
Speaking of D'Amico's word, I'll grab some crow, and I'll eat it all up here.
Hold on, so.
As it's Ron, Larry, you two row flow. The Steelers have informed cornerback Desmond King he will be released if they cannot find a trade partner. So Desmond King, who the Texans let ride, and he's at the Steelers, and the Steelers are letting Desmond King ride.
Wow,
so he's
dude.
available. He'll be on the streets. It sounds like. And that has worked out. I thought that was a bad move, and the Texans and D'Amico. And I said I think this is a D'Amico move.
I'm gonna let you eat that crow. I'm not taking none.
All right, I'll eat it. They made this sucker
exactly
work.
what the hell we said was gonna happen when it happened is happening right now. Jimmy Ward is playing nickel.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
it. They've made it work, and now the Steelers, one of the best organizations and better defenses, are putting him on the streets after 6 weeks too. So I wondered about that move. I'll eat it. You don't have to taste none of it. I'll eat it.
I ain't doing it. When you said it earlier, I was like, I wonder what the hell. No, I ain't. That's exactly what the hell we said was going to happen.
So you think they should look at maybe looking at him if he's on the streets?
No,
we know that ain't happening.
We know it ain't happening because I'm gonna tell you that this ain't the moral of that story is not, well, he couldn't cover man to man like some folks wanted to try to sell.
No.
There was clearly something went on behind closed doors. And I think he burned a bridge, and that's why his ass got shipped up out of town the first go round. He damn sure ain't getting brought back in now after the defense plays the best game we've seen in 6 weeks. So no, I don't think they're going to circle back.
I thought they were going to really miss him, and they've been able to make it work. So I'll eat it.
I don't bring that. I'm gonna protect
I feel
that
like
bowl.
Clint is looking at me like he thinks less of me right now.
I do. I can't believe you're eating that. You can eat it all you want. Jimmy Ward is playing nickel. What do you mean?
But they're making it work. Jimmy was hurt before.
We ain't in a make it work world.
They are.
We're not.
Wow.
When this happened,
they produced.
I got to. They produced when they moved Jimmy. The best defense the performance they moved Jimmy Ward to nickel, and that's exactly what.
Even when Jimmy was hurt, like it wasn't a killer like I thought it was going to be. I mean, I'll admit it. That's me. You didn't see it that way.
Nope. Still don't.
Desmond King is on the streets.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, game 3 tonight. Christian Javier gets the ball in Arlington against the Rangers. Max Scherzer, who the thought is, fellas, like he's between 60 to 70 pitches in this game. He has not pitched. You said it since September 5th. Yesterday, you told me that yesterday, Tyler. Since September 5th, that's the last time Max Scherzer has pitched. It is October 18th. This is a huge one. They feel like they've got to get this game. And I throw to you and the people, Clint. What's the biggest key in tonight's game, in your opinion, for the Astros? The biggest key for the Astros tonight?
Well, I mean, look, the biggest key is Christian Javier. I mean, if Christian Javier can go down there and or go up there and shut these guys out and be big-time playoff Christian Javier that we've seen, then the Astros that we've all just cussed and discussed all day long, Altuve doesn't have to be big. Kyle Tucker doesn't have to come out of this slump. Right, you score 2 or 3 runs, you win a tight ball game, 2-1, 3-2, and you keep on keeping on. If Christian Javier can lock these guys down the way that he has. I believe once they get to the bullpen, they're going to be fine. They've been fine to date against the Rangers. It's Christian Javier is the biggest key. If he goes out there and gives you 6 shutout innings or gives you six innings of one-run ball,
he is nasty.
Then it eliminates all the other guys having to catch fire. So yeah, look, I think first and foremost is Christian Javier.
And that's a good one. My key tonight is they've got to bring out the biggest flaw of the Rangers, and that is the bullpen. And Max Scherzer is going to allow – Max is not pitching a complete game tonight. All right? We know that. Max may not get through 5 with the pitch count. And I think the biggest thing is you got to get to that bullpen. And be honest with you, the 3 guys they want to use, they've been shaky too. Chapman has been shaky. Hell, he's faced, I think, maybe a couple guys. Bregman almost took him deep, and Evan Carter had to make that sensational play out and left. And then Alvarez did take him deep, right? So, I mean, they've gotten to him. And then Leclerc, the closer, he was struggling as well. And they've got other guys in that bullpen. That is what has killed them, their biggest Achilles heel. They've got to get into that. Because I hear you about Christian. I think the Astros got to score tonight. Like, I don't mean just one. Like, I think the Astros, they got to feel like they got to have a couple crooked number in innings to get this thing going. And the quicker they can get to some of those lesser arms that Bruce Bochy doesn't trust as much, feels like to me a big key in this game. By the way, the Gold Glove finalists have been announced in the Astros. They've got some there. They've got Mauricio Dubon. He's a finalist at second base, and I didn't know they start giving a Gold Glove to the utility award guy. I don't know about that. He should win that in a damn landslide.
You do think so?
Center, third. Hell, he played first a couple of times. Shoot, man, Dusty should have got him a couple of innings catching. I mean, he would have won that thing. But he is up for a utility role and second base. Alex Bregman, who has had a strong year at third base defensively, he is a finalist. And Kyle Tucker, he is a finalist in right field. No Jeremy Pena, who was the Gold Glove winner at shortstop last year. And so he is not a finalist at all in this thing. But
what was that? Your time's up?
Is my time up? Wow, when the hell did we start doing that? I don't know.
What did you say wrong, Bob?
I put you in the top 5, and all of a sudden now you just start feeling
Got
yourself.
a little big for his britches, didn't
Oh, man, the buzzer was for Pena not being even a finalist after making the Gold Glove last year.
That was a very confusing buzzer. I mean, I thought it was
noted. We build off that.
I like it, though.
I'm going to insert this buzzer, and then we're going to build off of it, boys. Let's ride.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
That is some Russell Wilson type leadership right there. Let's ride. All right. And listen, the Astros, they trail 2-0, and the Diamondbacks in the National League Championship Series, they trail 2-0. If they get pounded 10-0 yesterday, as there were home runs all over the place. Kyle Schwarber, he hit a couple out, and they are rolling 10-0. They take a 2-0 lead. The top 2 pitchers for the Diamondbacks, just like the Astros, they've lost. They are heading home, though. But you said it earlier. Roflo said it earlier. Listen, I understand that the Rangers have not lost a game. They've only not led for an out in this postseason thus far. I mean, put your hands up all you want to make those faces, Tyler.
Whoop-de-doo.
It's just 7 games, man. We're game 3 of the ALCS.
Basil.
They have not trailed, but for longer than an out.
What you call him?
I don't know. But
it's from a movie.
Oh. The Phillies have lost 1 game, but they look like the best team in Major League Baseball right now. They look at their pitching.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Everything. Their bullpen.
There's one team in the playoffs right now that I look at, and they strike fear in my Astro ass. There ain't no doubt about it.
The Phillies.
Them Phillies. Good God. And how about
they're just hot, man.
the atmosphere?
Telling you, man. Those games at the bank.
Pretty electric.
I mean, it's from jump. I mean, it's first inning. The first time Schwarber,
they never sit down.
The minute Schwarber steps into the damn box, that place is buzzing.
Juice.
I mean,
everybody had the same thing.
That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah. Day games, night games, it doesn't matter. They had the same thing. So yeah, Kyle Schwarber ties Reggie Jackson for the most home runs by a left-handed hitter in postseason history. Reggie Jackson, the Houston Astro. He ties him. So that's the latest there. As both series are 2-0, we'll see if the Astros can jump back in, and maybe the Diamondbacks can as well. All right, I want to get this thought because the bye week isn't just about resting and getting healthy and all of that. There are other keys to the bye week. What things potentially could we see differently? I know Clint has watched the film all 6 weeks. What things potentially could we see differently from the Texans coming out of the bye week? We'll discuss that next.
All right, breathing. It's one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. It's a pretty basic concept, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. So bottom line is if you're suffering from allergy, sinus, and/or
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up about 15 minutes from now, you'll hear from one of the best pitchers in the history of the game, Roger Clemens. He will join us. We'll get his thoughts on this pivotal, huge, damn near must-win game for your Houston Astros with a lot of insight. I got to get his thoughts on Framber, what the hell's happening there. Got to get his thoughts on Max Scherzer, what he should expect from that. Christian Javier, a lot to get to with the Rocket, Roger Clemens.
Well, Rocket always brings it, man.
Yeah, he does.
You know, I've always it's not always what you want to hear, but it's always real.
Gonna follow in the steps of Roflo. Is that what he gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, there ain't no doubt. We got two pretty, in terms of those two guests, you got some guys that are probably gonna ruffle a few feathers.
I bet he's confident for the Astros. We'll see. I guess we'll learn here.
I love winning.
You don't think so? We'll get that coming up next segment. All right, Clint. This is one of the things that, and I'm really excited and intrigued to see, because really good coaching staffs, the bye week, they really use that time to really, okay, we're going to look at what we did before and say, all right, these things we're doing good. These things we should continue to do. These things we should maybe add to. This is something that's good. This is something we've tried. We should probably stop. We've tried it for 6 weeks. We tried it forever, whatever. Maybe we change things, and adjustments made in the second half after having that week off. The Bears last year, and that's a weird team to use. Their bye week, they really looked at their team and then looked at a lot of what the Ravens did, a lot of what teams like that did, and then they added the quarterback run, and we really saw Justin Fields after their bye week really kind of take off. Because they kind of changed things around. I covered the Chiefs for years. Andy Reid was big after the bye week. You would see new wrinkles and then see things that they did, and he would just take out or add on to. You've watched the tape. And now the thing is, the Texans, they have what we're starting to see, a really good coaching staff, especially offensively, where you really see like Bobby Slowick going in, looking at the tape and saying, all right, these are the things we should do. These are the things. We already started to see it. Last week you talked about them needing to open it up a lot, and they started to do that more. I'm curious from you, what things do you sense are adjustments they can make in the second half, things that they've done well that they should probably keep doing, maybe some things they should shelve? What changes you think may happen out of this bye week?
Well, I think there's quite a bit, and you just mentioned one, so we'll start there. Last segment. I mean, I do think while I admire Jimmy Ward's ability to come down and play nickel, I think it helped tremendously against the New Orleans Saints. I think he goes back to safety, and if Derek Stingley comes back, then all of a sudden you got Shaquille Griffin, or a combination of Shaquille Griffin, Steven Nelson, and Derek Stingley that can be your three cover defenders, your two corners, and your nickel defender, along with Jason Verrett, who D'Amico just out of left field said when he's healthy, he's one of the best guys he's personally seen do it. So I think you could see a shakeup there in the secondary, but get Jimmy Ward back to safety and get somebody that's more of a cover defender in that nickel spot. I think you see that because what happens there, that allows you to do what the Texans did against the New Orleans Saints down the stretch there. There was no doubt about it when the interception was thrown, when there was 2 or 3 incompletions that were thrown, when Derek Carr was on the sideline getting after his offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael. That was all because the Texans were bringing pressure, and the New Orleans Saints weren't ready for it, right? And and the best version of the Texans defense to do that is with Jimmy Ward at safety, and actually a nickel defender at that man nickel spot so that you can cover down a little bit better. I think that happens, and we see more of that pressure that D'Amico brought late, which is ultimately what he wants to do. Number one, I think that happens. I think number two, on the offensive side of the football, I think there's a chance we see Juice Scruggs inserted into this thing.
Yeah,
because while I understand that Jarrett Patterson is playing a decent center, there's still
it's not good enough to say, hey, man, he's playing this well. We just don't want to mess with it.
I just look at it like this. Like if Juice Scruggs is 4 rounds better than Jarrett Patterson, if he's –
you moved up in the round to get him.
Right. If he's stronger, if he's got better feet, if he's got you drafted him, so you drafted him to fit your system. So obviously he is going to be able to do the things that you want to do, which I believe is be athletic enough and strong enough to run this zone scheme. I think there's a chance that it's going to be tough to do because Jarrett Patterson has done a respectable job. But I think there's a chance you may see Juice Scruggs inserted in there as a one. He's a better player, and that's who this regime drafted in the second round. But now you got a guy that you feel like really gives you a better chance to run the football. Because I don't know if it's the guards, particularly Titus Howard, or if it's the way they're being coached. But Jarrett Patterson in taking over blocks when double teams leave, it's just not been good. I mean, it's just not been good at all. And so if they feel like they got a guy that's got better feet than Jarrett Patterson and can get that block more dominantly, then you make that move and you don't look back. You don't not make that move because Jarrett Patterson's done an admirable job, right? If this offensive line can get better and if they can run the football better, I think that lies at the feet of Juice Scruggs. Yeah. I really do, and that's based on like where he was drafted.
And you mean specifically him playing center?
Yes. Yeah, I just don't believe that when now you get Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson, 2-3 years into their career, they may be a better guard than Titus Howard is. But right now, I don't think that you bump a 6th round interior offensive lineman over there where Titus is and you get a better product right there all of a sudden. I just don't, and I just don't think that's the case. It could be. This could be the time that they say, you know what, we're gonna move our bookend tackles back out there, and we're gonna change some things up inside. I personally think that would be crazy because you've won some ball games. You've won 3 of your last 4 with some combination there inside. I don't know. I think the big picture, your question, what could we see different, is I think we could see Juice Scruggs inserted into this line just simply because he is a better player than Jarrett Patterson. And he is a 2nd rounder. Patterson's a 6th. He's a guy that they drafted specifically with a premium pick that they said, not only can this guy play, but he can do what we need our center to do. And this is our guy.
I'm with you on that. And I also think we're clearly going to see teams adjust to C.J. Stroud.
Sure.
And
we already are,
and what they're doing. Yeah, and Bobby mentioned it. That's the other part. I am curious to see the adjustments they make with C.J. Stroud because they're going to have to do some things. You talked about it going into the Saints game, the quick stuff. They're going to have to do some other things to create explosive plays because teams are going to be just sitting waiting on that. That's one thing that I'm really, really intrigued to see how they handle things with C.J. Stroud. All right, coming up, Astros big day. That means we'll go to one of the best to have ever done it. And, boy, there's a lot. Pitching is center stage right now. We'll see what Roger Clemens thinks about tonight's matchup and the Astros' chances in Arlington. All of that coming up next on the
end October 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, Tyler Milner in the building. As we've said all day, we want to win the big days. It's a big day here in Houston. The Astros are in a what feels like a must-win Game 3 tonight in Arlington as Christian Javier takes the mound against Max Scherzer. And when it's a big game, a big day, we like to try to find the best that we can to bring to you. Nobody better than a two-time champion, seven-time Cy Young Award winner, the great Roger Clemens. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. And no, there's not possibly this is a must-win. This is don't stub your toe. I mean, this is just flat out put it on them quick.
Yeah, I'm with you, Roger. Listen, I want to get to this because it's a huge game, obviously, but I just want to take one step back. Roger, you pitched for a long time. You've been through everything and seen it all. What is going on with Framber Valdez?
His stuff is just flat right now. I mean, he's a ground ball guy, so when you start seeing fly balls and especially the right-handed hitters, it's similar to a righty throwing it to the back foot of a lefty. He was really, he's really good about bringing it, down to the back foot of a right-hander, getting ground balls. Usually you're going to see Bregman and Pena with a lot of action, and but his stuff's a little flat. A lefty would be, again, when I obviously had the fortune to come home and play, I was a fly ball pitcher, but with Minute Maid Park and the Crawford boxes, the Crawford box is shorter than that Green Monster. That Green Monster saved me a couple bombs, and it'd be a double or a long single. You're not afforded that luxury with the Crawford boxes. You got to pitch to the middle of the field a little bit. No matter what the analytics and everything are telling you. So, but yeah, man, I did the air got to him. It took the air out of the crowd, the home crowd early. I mean, total opposite what you hear in Philadelphia from the get-go. A situation like that. So, and Uvalde, he did a Siegfried and Roy, man. That bases loaded, no outs. Come on. I mean, that was our inning to do some damage. And I think there was an error mixed in there, but that's what a professional frontline pitcher does. We're good enough to get 4 outs. Might not get 5, but you can get 4 outs and keep your boy's name out of the paper from kicking a ball around a little bit. So it's, I don't know what else to say than it just got ugly. The guys battled back. When you're winning 4-0, you can challenge Jordan and give up a solo. I like it because now it gets him hot again. So now I'll be interested to see how Max goes at him tonight. So that's going to be fun to watch. But buckle up early. I mean, I hope like crazy that, our guys get, Javier. I hope they get him, maybe a crooked number early. I mean, you can throw all the simulated bullpens you want and be healthy, but it's a whole different animal when you get on the mound and the lights are bright and here we go.
Rocket, I want to dig into tonight's game a little bit as well in a minute. I want to go back to Framber, though, man, because as an Astros fan, we watch that and it's like, man, what the hell? He's obviously a head case at times. But really, if you break that game down, it was a bunch of singles. And if the error doesn't happen, it's not near as bad as maybe the fan in me was feeling when I watched it. And from your opinion, because I know a lot of people are worried about, man, if the Astros are going to make a comeback, Framber's going to have to be part of it. Are you concerned about it? From that perspective, do you look at it as he's in a bad spot, or was it just an unfortunate outing?
I think the Rangers have a great game plan they're executing, and tonight it's you talk about when somebody zigs, you got to zag, you got to have a plan. And hey, you know what? Let's just say this: they made a comment that the man he was trying, because they made a comment after the first inning. He went in and changed his game cleats, so he was doing something. He was trying to change his mojo, but it was it was tough to watch. When these guys are so aggressive, I'm going to be watching that tonight. I mean, if they come out against Christian, like they have been, super aggressive, he's going to have to go to that breaking ball immediately. He's got a plus fastball, and if he can feature that, up in the zone, do what he wants with it, and then get ahead, and then go right to your breaking stuff immediately, try and slow these dudes down a little bit. If that's their plan, they have a plan already. They're in the locker room right now, and they're looking at video. The TVs in the locker room are running constantly with the tonight's starter, so they're watching pitch after pitch after pitch, and they've come up with a game plan on what they're going to do. Now, our boys, they like hitting on the road too, so hopefully that continues. We'll just see what happens. But I think the biggest thing for me tonight is, I'm going to watch what Max, has. When you have a layoff like that and he says he's ready to go, I mean, if he gets 3 innings under his belt and gives the Rangers 3 innings, I think that's going to be just real interesting. I hope they're really taxing innings, and it's going to test him. But he's a horse, man. If he says he's good to go, you just got to trust what he says. But and Christian, what's he got, like 16 scoreless innings throughout the playoffs, something like that. So keep your fingers crossed. Hope that he's on and he comes as advertised, like he's been doing, and then your weather report is sunny with a chance of homers. That's what we're looking for.
There you go. Roger Clemens joins us as we get ready for Game 3. That's interesting you brought up, because Scherzer is a big key. And, yeah, if you say 3 innings, that means that the Rangers are going to have to get into what seems to be the weak part of their team, and that is the bullpen. And if you – and I'm thinking about it from your standpoint. You talked about a layoff being that long. If you are talking to the Astros hitters and a part of that game plan and understanding how Max is thinking and the amount of pitches he has, what's the game plan that you would look towards in terms of the Astros hitters? What would be the best way to approach Max tonight?
Well, our guys have been aggressive too. So, I mean, I expect to see Max maybe pitch quite backwards tonight with a lot of breaking balls because that's going to be less taxing. He is pretty violent getting out over his front knee. I mean, sometimes we say some of these relievers, when they come at you with elbows and arms and backside and legs, they look like a blender with the lid off of it. Max, he throws a lot of effort into every pitch. So I'm hoping they're taxing. They kind of try and wear him out early. And like you're dead on, that bullpen, man. We get to Chapman, and Chapman's got 2 or 3 different deliveries. He's been tinkering with his delivery. He had a little pause in his leg kick. First couple games. I don't know if Maddox, the pitching coach, told him to nix that and get rid of it and just kick up and go. But he's dangerous, man. He can't find the strike zone, so you got to be careful with him. And you can take 1 or 2 strikes, probably get yourself in a good count with him, and then hurt him. But I again, like I said, I'm going to be watching super close on. Your body feels totally different when you're in a game, in a situation like this, and Christian, like we said, this is a big game. Game 3. I've been in this situation many times, and you cannot have a hiccup. You got to try and answer with zeros early, and give. Hopefully, the guys will get him a 1 spot or 2 spot, and then he can go to work.
Rocket, there's obviously several guys in the lineup that have not been themselves of late, and the guys in and around, obviously, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker. We did a little segment earlier about who do you think is the biggest in this not named Yordan in this game tonight, and I went with Kyle Tucker. We all know he's struggling. Just as you watch Kyle Tucker, talking about moving him up and down the lineup, may lessen some pressure, yada yada yada. Just what are you seeing? What are your thoughts on Tucker moving forward?
Yeah, I'm just surprised because he's even though he's got power that with 2 strikes, he puts the ball in play, uses all the field. So I'm surprised that the lack of production right now from him, but you can't count these dudes out. He might have a big hit tonight and get going. It might just take 1 for him to get going and feel like he's helping out. I mean, I looked at one point when you look at our Astros lineup, it was similar, just a little bit, but you're trying to compare them to the Phillies. The Phillies, they don't have an out in their lineup, right? Well, maybe one guy. One of their guys is stick scuffling, but you just don't have a break. I mean, it feels like that, again, an American League lineup where you don't have a pitcher hitting or really a leadoff guy. It's a punch and Judy or a number 8 guy that hit in front of a pitcher. There's no breaks in the lineup, and that's what we used to have. And you know what? That's, to be honest, when you ask the question, I think about the last trip to Arlington when the guys just absolutely went off. Yeah. So hopefully they have that little feeling, that mojo. And they've been there 7 straight times, so I don't see any panic. They win one game. If they get this game tonight, they're back in it. And then we'll have to see where it goes from there. But, again, for me, I expect Christian to be the same way he is. And I'm just really, really curious to see how fit Max is when he's out there throwing these violent pitches that he throws. He uses so much of his body to get the ball to the plate. So I think that's the key.
All right, Rocket. We can talk for another couple of hours, and at the bottom line is that first pitch is going to go off, and we're going to see what happens.
Buckle up.
That's it, man.
Buckle
As
up.
you said, buckle up.
Innings.
What the hell is going on with Rocket right now, man? What are you doing in your free time?
I'm still doing stuff for Houston and run down to the stadium and shake hands, kiss babies, do all that. And the young one is sitting. He's with the Phillies. He's on the taxi squad sitting in Clearwater. They've been hitting all week off live arms in case somebody gets hurt. I'm hearing rumors they're calling him up if they get to the next level, which they dang sure look like they are going to. They're riding a wave right now, those dudes. And so we'll just see what happens.
All right, we appreciate you joining us, and on a big day like this, we had to go big, and that's obviously you. We thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you down the line.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right, that's Roger Clemens there, and his focus is obviously the pitching, Max Scherzer, and them. And I was just saying, and me and Tyler were just talking about this, and Clint, they just have to, they've got to just give them some adversity. The Rangers just have not faced any adversity in the entire playoffs. I mean, they're not even. They haven't, like we said, they trailed for an out. Yep. They were losing in the game to the Orioles and then came right back the next inning and took the lead with 1 out. They've just been rolling and rolling. And listen, we know this team can self-destruct if, with some adversity hits them. So everything's been good. Everything's been easy for the Rangers thus far. That's just got to be a big key for them, and hopefully the Astros, like Rocket said, can do it early.
Yeah, hopefully that changes. Hopefully it changes tonight. And I like what Rocket said was you get one tonight, it's a 2-1 series, and it's a different ball game at that point in time, right? I mean, clearly it down 2-0 going to the opponent's place. It's
certainly not ideal.
It's never happened in an ALCS, and it's only happened 14 times in a 7-game series. So it's unlikely, but if you get one, all of a sudden them odds change. What if teams down 2-1? What does that look like, kind of deal? So tonight we got to find a way. Got to find a way to get one.
You got to. All right, what you got coming up at the 4th?
Sunday, the Texans found a way to get one, and this is the game for me, the D'Amico Ryans game for me. I'll explain exactly what I'm talking about. I got 2 reasons why that win against the New Orleans Saints was just simply an unbelievably convincing game on the D'Amico Ryans front. Again, I got 2 things for you, and we'll do that next. But before we do that, I got to tell
Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, that this weekend's Texans win over the Saints, Ron, is going to go down as my rubber stamp game, man. This is when I believe Cal and Hannah McNair, Janice McNair, I think they all looked at each other and said, "Yep, we got the right guy." I know there's been a lot of hype. Look, I know there's been there's with D'Amico having been a player here and the draft, having all the draft capital back and having a little bit of salary cap space back and really getting rid of a lot of that just negative cloud that was Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby and all the dysfunction, Deshaun Watson, all that crap. Getting beyond that, there was plenty of reason to be happy, right? There was plenty of reason to feel pretty good about where the Texans were. But until rubber meets the road and they start playing football against other NFL franchises on Sunday afternoon, all is for none. If that football product isn't up to snuff, then it doesn't matter how good. It doesn't matter where D'Amico Ryans played. Doesn't matter how good you think he was as a head coach prospect. None of that matters if the football product isn't there. And I'm going to tell you, Sunday for me marks the moment where I believe ownership looked at each other and said, "Hey, man, this is going to be a fun ride, and we got the guy that we were hoping for," and it's because of what we're watching on the football field, not because of the history and the resume and what everybody else said. Before I get into why, though, Ron, there's a couple of things on the Texans front that have hit here. A couple of different things. The Texans, they have been awarded Myjai Sanders, I believe is how you say that, Myjai Sanders off of waivers from the Arizona Cardinals, former third-round pick edge rusher. Is what I'm not familiar with the guy, but it is another edge rusher to bring in here and add to the mix. I mean, you got a pretty impressive group of edge rushers, as I see it right now in terms of Jonathan Grenard, Will Anderson, Hughes, and who's what's my mind just went blank. My damn rookie, my rookie that no, I said Will Anderson or the other Horton. There you go, Dylan Horton. You've got a good group of rush-ins right now. Myjai Sanders, we heard Nick Caserio last week, or maybe it was earlier this week, talking about, during the bye week, having a chance to turn an eye to the 2024 season and kind of start preparing. I don't know if Myjai Sanders is a guy you bring in and he helps you right away, but I would definitely believe he's a guy that's in play longer term for the Texans, hopefully to compete for one of these jobs. Because, again, Nick Caserio did talk about possibly losing some guys in the offseason.
Yeah, that's the one thing there that we see is they don't really have, just just speed, something just move right off to get off the quarterback. Yeah. Jerry is probably the closest thing, and he's, 47, something like that? But Will is more of a power pass rusher. Yeah. Horton, same way. Rookies finding their way. Jonathan Grenard is maybe the closest, but he's not just somebody you're like
a real speed guy. A real get off guy.
Yeah, and maybe they can add that, right? They don't just have a guy that just comes out just his speed, his something that he has to rush the passer. So they can keep looking at that while Will probably develops that.
But key here too, they claimed him off waivers, and I don't know exactly where the Texans sit on the waiver wire today in terms of what in the pecking order there, but they clearly didn't feel like he was going to clear waivers. So obviously he's a pretty good player. We'll learn a little bit more about him as we go. Also, we mentioned a little bit earlier the Texans. A big topic at cut down date this week. I know a big topic for us was that the Texans released Desmond King, nickel defender. The Steelers, he was with the Steelers for 6 weeks. The Steelers have officially released veteran defensive back Desmond King.
I'll eat it.
And they signed Darius Rush off the Chiefs practice squad.
I'll eat it. I'll eat that Des King crow. D'Amico, I wondered. I didn't love the move at all.
Really shows leadership on your part.
I'll be honest with you, I still don't like the move, but they have made it work and made it to a point where you don't really, it's not something you notice. And I thought it was going to be something that you really, really noticed. Now they've had to make some adjustments without Tavier Thomas, but even when he was in there, they didn't get absolutely killed in the way I thought they would. So I said this would be a D'Amico move. There's no way that Nick Caserio would take him off the field or off the team if D'Amico was good with it. and they made the move, and it has worked out thus far for the Texans, and him being gone after 6 weeks. After a bye week, like the Steelers are coming off a bye week. Like I'll eat that crow.
I'm not eating a damn bit of crow. Jimmy Ward just played 4 quarters of nickel defender.
Got a fork.
No, I'm not. I don't want a fork. I'm not eating a bit of it. Jimmy Ward just played 4 quarters of nickel defender. That's exactly what we said was going to happen, and he wasn't supposed to be playing nickel defender. So I'm not eating any of that crow. Also, speaking of Jimmy Ward surprised his fellow DB, all the DBs in the Texans locker room with Okai scooters. Exactly what I need is our DBs.
What kind of scooters?
It's OKAI.
How's that pronounced again?
Okay.
I like the way you said it the first time.
Well, how did I say it the first time?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I put a little twang on it.
I liked it. A little octave up.
Basically, what they are for everybody out there, the birds, the little birds everybody's riding around that are becoming more and more extinct as we speak, because I think people have broke necks and arms and everything falling off. That's essentially what these things are. But Jimmy Ward's out there handing out gifts. He must be feeling pretty good about playing nickel. But anyway, here's the deal. I mentioned this coming out, teased it in. I might as well get to it right at some point. This game for me, the win over the Saints, Ron, is the rubber stamp game of where I believe ownership stamped. We got our right guy. We got the right guy. It's not about a love affair. It's not about having played here before. It's not about being a big-time candidate. It's not about, all the energy and juice you bring. No, it's about the product that is the Houston Texans right now. Ownership has to believe they hired the right guy because of what they're seeing on the football field right now. And it starts first and foremost with, like we said, Ron, the defensive performance this week is the best to date that I believe is best to date that we've seen from the Houston Texans. I think you were facing a veteran quarterback offensively with a decent offensive line, with an explosive running back and 2 or 3 wide receivers that could absolutely go, and a top 10 defense in the NFL, top 5 versus a pass, but top 10 defense in the NFL. They came to your place, and your offense went out and gave you some points early on in this ball game. They came out in the second half and gave you 3. And this is the classic where DeMeco Ryans, the defensive coordinator, walks in and says, hey, at halftime, our offense has done their job. They gave us a lead. They gave us points. Now it's our job. If we don't let New Orleans score, next time I see you guys in this locker room, we're going to be celebrating a W. Now let's go out there and get it done. They went out there and gave up 3 points in the second half. The offense gave them the lead. The defense brought this thing home. I thought DeMeco Ryans was an absolute weapon on the sideline as a defensive play caller. The way in which he has his guys ready to play, all 11 guys are playing on a string. If they're playing man-to-man and they're pressuring, they're getting home. If they're playing zone, if let's say they're showing press, they're showing pressure, and they're belling into zone, they're belling into the right zones and into the right voids, and they're making plays. Whatever it is that DeMeco Ryans dials up, this defense is executing at an extremely high level. And now let's get to exactly who is doing the executing, right? You've got Henry To'oTo'o, who's communicating everything in the middle of this defense, 6th game as a pro, right? You got Blake Cashman, who's supposed to be a special teams guy and a depth linebacker. He is the AFC player, defensive player of the week with 15 tackles and a quarterback hit and 2 tackles for a loss. Yeah. I mean, you're down a starting corner, a guy that's supposed to be a lockdown corner in Derek Stingley, and you look up and Shaquille Griffin's injured at corner. You're rotating corners in there. Hell, Jimmy Ward is a safety. He's playing nickel defender. I mean, you've got all kind of moving parts defensively, and because your head coach is a defensive coordinator, he's not only a weapon. He doesn't only have his guys prepared. He's doing it with depth players, both coming into the game and during the game. It is absolutely big time what I watched on Sunday from DeMeco Ryans from a defensive perspective.
Yeah, man. And overall, as you said, they've got their guy. They've got their dude.
Yes.
Like, to the thing you're saying, it doesn't matter anywhere. It doesn't matter who plays or who's available or not. There's something to that, right?
Yeah.
There's something to the fact that it's like, yo, man, we don't care what our offensive line is. That at the very least, for the most part, I know we have some qualms about the zone system and how the offensive line does things, but offensively, defensively, for the most part, they know what they're doing. You can tell they're coached in a way that they know what they're doing, and sometimes that's maybe the first thing that can at least give you a shot and give you a chance. And they have a chance in these games, and they don't seem to be over their heads. And I think that has to be attributed to the guy leading the charge in DeMeco Ryans. And I mean, when you could roll out there and say, hey, man, we're down our third tackle, our third guard, our right tackle, who is our starting right tackle, moved to guard, and we're at all this stuff, third center, and you just keep rolling, and everybody at least looks like they are competent, right? Especially compared to what we've seen before, that has to go to the dude at the top, and it's in 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievably impressive. And I did just talk about the defense, but you're right. It's from a preparation standpoint, from a being coached really, really well standpoint, it's across the board. It's offense and defense. From a play caller being a weapon, it's on offense and the defensive side of the football. I'm more and more impressed with Bobby Slowick every game I watch and how he's drawing things up and that nature. The third thing, because you're right. I mean, it's coaching and it's play callers being a weapon. So there's two things. The third thing that I want to salute DeMeco Ryans for and why this game was such a big deal is the adjustments. I mean, we've watched it. We've watched in this city when you had a team that was winning the division. You had a quarterback that you felt like was the franchise quarterback in Deshaun Watson. In every game, I know I drove my ass over there to NRG or I drove up here and watched it with Sean Pendergast. And I watched the game, and 90% of the time you're like, square peg, round hole. I mean, asking Deshaun Watson to stand up there and try to figure out who's coming and who's not and spend 14, 15, 20 seconds at the line of scrimmage. What are we doing? I mean, it was just – it's one of those where you're beating your head against the wall. And then the next week you come out, same thing. The next week you come out, same thing. And it boils down to where Deshaun would have to be Superman in order to win a ball game. 6 weeks in, one thing I'm sure of with DeMeco Ryans and this entire staff is they're going to adjust. It was like a light bulb moment in the second half of the Indianapolis Colts game